Pokémon Treasure Detection System Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101 Celadon, Rainbow City. Then we have to thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan was talking when suddenly he remembered something. By the way, I would take the liberty to ask. Erica, is your father's name Jason? Erica's expression became strange. How does Zhang Yuanjin know? Although he is a half-public figure as a Celadon Rainbow Gym trainer, his family situation belongs to privacy and is not in the scope of publication. I met Ling Zun with Professor Oak at Indigo Plateau before, and he asked me to tell you that he was all right and that you should take care of yourself. For Jason, who gave him his locomotive, Zhang Yuan had an excellent impression of him. Is it like this? Thank you, Zhang Yuanjin. Erica hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Well, since you have something to do today, we won't bother and visit Celadon Rainbow Gym tomorrow. Seeing Jenny coming in a police car in the distance, Zhang Yuan was too lazy to stay and walk through the process, waved his hand and left with Sabrina. Erica looked at Zhang Yuan's back riding Salamence away with a bow and arrow, and felt a little envious. If I could be as strong as Zhang Yuanjin, I wouldn't have to work so hard to deal with these poachers. He looked down at Vileplume, who was also raising his head beside him. We have to work harder in the future. Laffy. ... Saying goodbye to Erica, who was waiting to be handed over to Jenny, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina took the Salamence directly to Celadon Rainbow City. Celadon Rainbow City is the largest city in the Kanto region after Saffron City. Unlike Saffron City, which prospered because of its easy access and location, Celadon Rainbow is known for its fashion and thriving gaming industry. Sabrina, have you been to Celadon Rainbow City before? With the envious eyes of the onlookers, Zhang Yuan put Salamence into the Pokeball, turned his head and asked Sabrina. Some people may not believe it. Zhang Yuan's impression of Celadon Rainbow City only stays on the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall and Grass Gym. I've been to Celadon Rainbow City before, and I was a lecturer at Celadon Rainbow University. Sabrina took out her vanity mirror and tidied up her wind-blown hair. Lecturer, are you teaching? Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with disbelief. Although people in the Pokemon world are very precocious, for example, he can become an Interpol at his age, but teaching and educating people is not the same concept as Interpol. Why, don't you believe it? Sabrina said. My lectures are about psychic. After all, I'm also a psychic gym trainer. Soga, Zhang Yuan understood. Sabrina has a say in psychic. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a psychic expert. She is indeed qualified to speak psychic. Then do you know any famous restaurants in Celadon Rainbow? After so long, Zhang Yuan finally asked the question he wanted to ask. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally shook her head. The famous restaurant in Celadon Rainbow. I only know about the Celadon Rainbow Grand Hotel. Zhang Yuan was speechless. As a lecturer at Celadon Rainbow University, the first thing after work, shouldn't I inquire about any delicious restaurants next to my unit? Why haven't I heard this? And I just came here to take a few classes. If you want to ask about things like finding snacks, you should ask a local person like Erica. Sabrina gave Zhang Yuan a white look, said angrily. Although she has lectured at Celadon Rainbow University, the total time spent in Celadon Rainbow does not exceed half a month. How can she know what delicious food is available in Celadon Rainbow? Then let's go to the Celadon Rainbow Hotel and stay there. The food at the hotel would not be too bad. The two of Zhang Yuan, who simply had lunch at the hotel, walked on the streets of Celadon Rainbow City. Unlike the atmosphere of Saffron City, Celadon Rainbow City is filled with the aroma of flowers and grass because the grass gym is located here, which makes people feel very comfortable. Many grass-type Pokemon with docile temperament, such as Oddish and Bellsprout, are active in the green belt of the city, making the city come alive. Erica probably hasn't returned to Celadon Rainbow Gym yet, so whether it's visiting or challenging gym, it will be put on tomorrow. shall we go to Celadon Rainbow Department Store or Celadon Rainbow Arcade first? Going along the sidewalk, Zhang Yuan opened a one-star treasure next to him, got a leaf stone, and asked. The Celadon Rainbow Department Store is not going. It's not yet the season change, and I don't really like the clothes that are trending this year. How about we go to the Celadon Rainbow Arcade? Sabrina thought about it and turned down the offer to go to Celadon Rainbow Department Store. Quote. Don't you girls like to go shopping? If you don't want to buy something, you don't want to go shopping. Sabrina replied lazily. Very simple and logical answer. If every woman in the world was like this, the world must be very beautiful. Then let's go to the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall. I'll show you the strength of my Zhang Yuan Kanto Gambling King. Zhang Yuan took Sabrina's hand and walked towards the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall. Giovanni said that he had prepared a gift for himself. But he killed his entire squad. Whether this gift is still in the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall, maybe. Sabrina obviously doesn't believe Zhang Yuan. I heard that the Celadon Rainbow Arcade has anti-psychic cheating devices. Am I the kind of person who cheats? While speaking, the two came to the door of the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall. Although it was a working day, the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall Nords was also very popular, and there were even a lot of luxury cars parked at the door, one of which Zhang Yuan felt very familiar. Isn't that guy Gary's sports car? He's also in the Celadon Rainbow Arcade. With this thought in mind, as soon as he entered, he saw that surrounded by a group of people, Gary and his girlfriends were standing in front of a slot machine, pulling the joystick of the slot machine. The 353rd time, really rich. A young man said enviously. What's the use of having more money? A slot machine is not something you can make it succumb to if you have money. The middle-aged uncle next to him shook his head, looking like he had come over. To figure out the skills of slot machines, it takes years of persistent research. The last old man made up for the knife. Second update, the 11th holiday is over. Chapter 102 Celadon Rainbow Game Hall. Gary gritted his teeth while listening to the unscrupulous discussions of the people who were eating melon beside him. You guys. He directly dispersed the crowd of sarcastic words, and when he turned his head, his eyes swept across the door, and suddenly saw Zhang Yuan who had just walked in. It's a long way to go. No, Zhang Yuan, why did you come to Celadon Rainbow City? It's the same reason as you. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the game hall, he saw Gary surrounded by a group of girlfriends. You're here to challenge Jim too. Too bad the leader of Celadon Rainbow Jim isn't here, Gary said. So that's why you don't take your girlfriends to the mall, but come to the arcade. It really refreshes my understanding of you. Zhang Yuan hid the knife in his smile, and immediately put Gary under more than 10 knife-like gazes. The girlfriends behind Gary nodded in unison, agreeing with Zhang Yuan's words. Gary's scalp went numb for a while. If he was allowed to go shopping with his large group of girlfriends, it would be better to kill him. He quickly changed the subject. Stop talking about this, Zhang Yuan, who is the beautiful woman next to you? Your new girlfriend. Sabrina next to Zhang Yuan is too beautiful to ignore. Tisk tisk tisk, the means of changing the subject is too low level. Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all, but Sabrina knew that he and Claudia were legitimate colleagues. Sabrina's expression didn't change as expected. Hello, my name is Sabrina, gym trainer at Saffron City Gym. Saffron City Gym trainer. Gary was shocked. He was still challenging Jim, but Zhang Yuan even got a gym trainer. Haha, you said you played slot machines more than 300 times and never won. Could it be that you are the legendary charitable gambling king? The corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched, but in the end he couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Even Sabrina looked at Gary strangely. Being laughed at by Zhang Yuan, who has always been regarded as a competitor, Gary completely lost his usual appearance when he was handsome, and blushed. What are you laughing at? You don't know how hard slot machines are. He forced himself to argue, "It's just a few hundred failures." But apparently he was a little underwhelmed. "Is it difficult?" Zhang Yuan walked over to a BDDG slot machine and took a closer look. Is still the classic design of the joystick plus turntable, which is not different from the one on Earth. If I had to say something different, it would be that the pattern on the reels became Pokemon, and there was a device installed next to the slot machine. Zhang Yuan remembered what Sabrina said just now, and secretly said, "This should be an anti-psychic cheating device. Laugh at me after you've tried it, maybe you're worse than me." Gary continued on the side, "Anyway, he definitely wouldn't admit that he was unlucky. Forget it, let you see the strength of my Guangdong gambling king." Then he stretched out his hand, "Lend me a coin." Gary heard the words with contempt. "If you don't borrow it, buy it yourself if you want to play. I haven't seen you for a few days, why have you become so stingy? You local tyrant who goes to the seaside to contract a private beach for vacation asked me to borrow game coins, and said I'd knock the door." Gary was angry, but in the end he handed Zhang Yuan a game coin. "I asked you to borrow one, and you really gave me one." Zhang Yuan was quite speechless. "However, one is enough. Familiarize yourself with the operation of the slot machine a little, put in coins, reach out and pull down the joystick. Wow, underscore. Turntable is spinning rapidly, and the patterns of Magnemite, Psyduck, and Pokeball are constantly flashing, and the rotation speed is so fast that it is impossible to see at all. But who is Zhang Yuan?" Seeing Sabrina and Gary staring at the screen of the slot machine next to him, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. Does he really think Zhang Yuan is the kind of honest and good boy? 10 bets and 9 loses, how can you win without some tricks when you play a gambling game machine like a slot machine? Bullet time. The bullet time was activated, the world was slowed down, everything in front of him became extremely slow in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and the roulette wheel of rollout on the slot machine was even more slow as a snail. The pictures of the slot machine turntable rolled in front of Zhang Yuan one by one. After looking at the rules, he made a decisive move. Click. A7 appears in the first column screen. Luck is not bad. But that's the next point. Gary didn't panic at all, he had a lot of sevens for the first time, but he wanted to win 3 sevens. Click. Zhang Yuan pressed again, and another 7 appeared on the screen. 2 sevens. Zhang Yuan, what kind of shit luck are you? Click. Before Gary could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan decisively pressed the third button. Dang dang, the sound of slot machines celebrating. 777. 3 bright red numbers landed on Gary, almost blinding his eyes. Hey, liar. His eyeballs popped out. He didn't even get 3 Magnemites after so many times. How could Zhang Yuan win the jackpot in one go? The melon eaters who heard the sound were also surprised when they saw this scene. This little brother is so lucky. I only shook it twice today. 777. I've been playing for so long and I've only played it dozens of times. I'm getting old, and my Celadon, Rainbow Gambling King, has shaken it hundreds of times. A group of people are bragging, one is more shameless than the other, and Tauros will be blown to the sky if they continue to blow it. Clatter. The sound of coins falling was crisp and pleasant. Zhang Yuan couldn't count them. He packed all the coins and put them in Sabrina, and threw a coin back to Gary. Here, your game coins. Gary was still in a daze, and subconsciously took the coin thrown by Zhang Yuan. How on earth did you do it, Zhang Yuan? Anyway, it wasn't a day or two that he was beaten by Zhang Yuan, and he was numb. Why don't he take the opportunity to ask for technical advice, win some game currency and go to the prize exchange office to exchange for prizes? Wouldn't it be nice? The onlookers also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to hear about slot machine skills. How do I know what skills I have? This is my first time playing. Spreading his hands, Zhang Yuan shrugged. If you insist on telling me why I am so good. Zhang Yuan changed his serious tone and said seriously, maybe it's because I'm more handsome. As the saying goes, handsome boys are generally lucky. Quote. The onlookers and Gary said that they had an MMP that they must say. ... Make up for yesterday's third update, followed by today's update. Chapter 103 Prize Redemption. Dang 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 dang. Next, every few minutes, there will be a pleasant sound in the game hall, and the frequency of the sound makes countless people in the game hall doubt life. As for whether the staff of the game hall had any doubts, Zhang Yuan used some means to cheat. Naturally, he doubted, after all, this situation is not normal. However, whether it was changing to other slot machines, or having a special person watching Zhang Yuan's operation, or even secretly lowering the winning rate, it didn't have the slightest effect. According to the general cheating method, the method of cheating is to manipulate the slot machine. No one would think that Zhang Yuan has the skill of bullet time, and the naked eye and body can perfectly grasp the probability of the slot machine roulette rollout. In Zhang Yuan's words, I play slot machines with my own eyes, why do you say I'm cheating? Zhang Yuan, I don't have any more coins. Sabrina put on a pitiful look and ran to Zhang Yuan's side. Sabrina doesn't know how many times she has come to Zhang Yuan to get coins. Her luck seems to be worse than Gary's. At least Gary has gradually mastered the tricks of slot machines after being stimulated by Zhang Yuan, while Sabrina has been playing lose. Take it. Zhang Yuan took one out of several full coin boxes stacked beside him and stuffed it into Sabrina. Zhang Yuan is not stingy with game coins. Anyway, the entire Celadon Rainbow Game Hall is his fish pond, and there are as many game coins as he wants. Sabrina, who took over the game currency, said that she must beat the slot machine, and then she struggled again. Damn, why didn't anyone send me game coins? Gary took out his bank card in pain, and bought another box of game coins in a heartache. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, looking at Zhang Yuan's so many coins that fell to the ground, he always felt his heart aches. Master Gary looks so pitiful. Gary's girlfriends huddled around next to each other with heartbroken expressions on their faces. ... Celadon Rainbow Game Hall Prize Exchange. I want this. Sabrina points to a Pokeball in the display case, a regular red and white Pokeball with a sticker on the ball that says, Jigglypuff. Zhang Yuanzheng and Sabrina harvested the spoils, but Gary didn't follow him. Although his skills and luck had improved, he was still very bad at the moment, and he lost all his coins. How many coins does this cost? Zhang Yuan asked the receptionist at the front desk. Please wait. Jigglypuff's exchange requires 3,000 coins. The receptionist said after checking the exchange list. 3,000 coins are exchanged for one Jigglypuff. If the coins are exchanged for money, the price is not known how much higher than in the black market. However, the advantage of buying from the black market is that the source is legal, and the people who exchange the prizes are all winners, so it doesn't matter if the price is higher. Change. Zhang Yuan has a lot of money, only 3,000 coins, which is a drizzle compared to the number of coins he won. Helping Sabrina exchange a Jigglypuff, Zhang Yuan also checked the exchange list. Nidoran male sign, Scyther, and Magneton. The types of Pokemon are rich and diverse, but his own Pokemon can't be cultivated. Where can I exchange these Pokemon with unknown aptitudes to cultivate? The props are really poor. Give me 100 Ultra Balls first. There is nothing to cherish in the list. Zhang Yuan usually used a lot of those common items, and now he is still eating ashes in his backpack, and there is no need to exchange them, so it is more economical to replace them with Pokeballs. 100. Great Ball is 200 coins to exchange for one. Are you sure you want to exchange all of them for Great Ball? The lady in charge of the exchange was stammering. She had never seen a local tyrant who exchanged Ultra Balls in units of 100. 20,000 coins. Here are you, there are almost 20,000 coins here. Zhang Yuan didn't even blink his eyes, it wasn't his own money anyway. Zhang Yuan handed a box full of coins to the receptionist in charge of the exchange. Quote. Looking at the stuffed coins, The waiter in charge of the exchange couldn't tell because the customer was God, she could only count slowly. Glancing at about 1/3 of the coins left, he pushed them all over. Exchange the rest for me into Sylph's vouchers. Asking for flowers. The waiter nodded stiffly. After spending all the coins, Zhang Yuan felt very comfortable, looking at the waiter who was still counting the coins and the evening sky. Sabrina, go back to the hotel first. I'm afraid it will take a while, I'll just wait here by myself. Sabrina was holding the Jigglypuff that she had just exchanged at this time, and ignoring Jigglypuff's struggles, she pinched Jigglypuff's face with her hands. Hearing that Zhang Yuan asked her to go back first, she only thought that Zhang Yuan was afraid of her waiting for a long time. In that case, I'll go back to take a shower, and then we'll meet in the hotel lobby for dinner. After playing in the arcade all afternoon, Sabrina also felt a little tired. Go, meet up later. Zhang Yuan watched Sabrina leave, and used confusion to destroy the Celadon, Rainbow Arcade and all the video data stored in the arcade. Guest, it's been counted, the number is correct, this is your Ultra Ball and vouchers. A whole basket of reduced Ultra Balls and a thick stack of vouchers. Thank you, thanked him, put all these things away, and then he pulled off his clothes and took out a badge. You should recognize this, he said, flashing his Viridian badge. Seeing the badge, the waiters looked at each other, their expressions changed from a standard reception smile to a much more sincere one. I took out an instrument to test it, and after a beeping sound, several people saluted, Master Cadre. Zhang Yuan naturally wouldn't correct them. He was not a cadre of Team Rockets. He raised his head and said, I'm here to get something. You should know what it is. Understood, Captain, he has informed us. A receptionist drags a lockbox from under the counter. My lord, Boss Giovanni left a message saying that the password for this box is the date of the last time you talked. I see. Nodding with a smile, Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball that suddenly appeared in his hand just now without warning. Deoxys, hypnosis, waved and the receptionist fell to the ground. Today's first update. Chapter 104 Challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Modify their memory. Erase the paragraph just now. Deoxys, eyes lit up, and the memory of these receptionists became that after Zhang Yuan had exchanged the props and left, a man in black came here and took the password box with his badge. The reason why he wastes so many hands and feet is to support Sabrina, to destroy surveillance, and even to erase memory. Mainly for the purpose of secrecy. With Giovanni, as long as no one finds out, it's fine, even if Giovanni wants to make a fuss about it, it's just empty words. But if video files were left behind, or if his cooperation with Giovanni was exposed to the eyes of a third person, it would not be so beautiful. Zhang Yuan didn't go to see what gift Giovanni had prepared for him. He shoved the box into the inventory and left the Celadon, Rainbow game room. Quote. 777. The restaurant recommended by Gary is very good, both the environment and the taste are very suitable for Zhang Yuan's appetite. So Zhang Yuan spared Gary generously and didn't tell Professional Oak about his addiction to the arcade. Are you going to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym tomorrow? Sabrina sucked the last piece of macaroni into her mouth and rushed down the river. Do you want me to tell you a little bit about Erica? Zhang Yuan touched Sabrina's forehead, which confused Sabrina for a while. Why are you touching my head? No fever, do you think Erica's Vileplume can beat my Salamence or my Gengar? I can't beat it, Sabrina responded, covering her face. She was stupid again. Although Sabrina is a mature performance most of the time, sometimes she is really stupid and cute. Zhang Yuan put a piece of steak into his mouth. Speaking of which, the staff in the league has been very nervous recently. Keen has asked me if I have time recently, and wants me to help. Before, Zhang Yuan and Qin said that they would take a month off, but obviously Qin could not let Qin give up his support at this busy juncture. From what my dad said, the League and the Team Rockets played pretty hard on the 7 islands and the Seafoam Islands, and the 4 Elite, Lance Crossing and Lorelei rushed over. Is there such a thing? Although I always heard that the Alliance and Team Rockets fought fiercely on the front line, I didn't expect the 4 Elites to roll up their sleeves and end the game in person. The 4 Elites all ended up doing it themselves, which shows how frantic Team Rockets has now reached. It is said that the Team Rockets have the idea of playing the 3 Holy Birds. But it is only a rumor, and the League has not been able to confirm it. 3 Sacred Birds. I don't really like them. Zhang Yuan wasn't interested in the 3 Sacred Birds, because as a divine beast, its power was too weak, so weak that Deoxys could easily hang them one-on-one. The Alliance didn't want Team Rockets to capture the 3 Holy Birds, so the 2 sides fought. If this fight goes on, I'll have to join the fight sooner or later. Zhang Yuan saw it thoroughly. Kanto Team Rockets is too strong, so strong that the entire Kanto Alliance is unable to control the situation. In the absence of combat power, it is impossible for him to stay out of the situation. Things shouldn't develop to such a bad point. Sabrina was uncertain. Despite serving as interim prosecutor, Sabrina never imagined that Team Rockets would one day go to war with the Alliance. Zhang Yuan was noncommittal. Who can say such a thing? It's always right to plan ahead. After coming to this world for so long, Zhang Yuan has discovered that this world is not a game world, not a world of special comics, but it is not limited to animation settings. In short, he does not dare to guess the plot without grounds. Pay the bill, go back to the hotel, and have nothing to say all night. The next day Zhang Yuan and Sabrina got up early and came to gym in Celadon, Rainbow City. The gym built in the botanical garden still looks like a gloom. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. It's very distinctive. Walking in the botanical garden, Zhang Yuan admired the well-tended flowers and plants in front of him. It's really beautiful, it's more natural than my saffron gym. Sabrina also praised. Zhang Yuan-kun, and Sabrina. Erica came out of the Taoist temple and saw Zhang Yuan and the two in the center of the venue at a glance, and then quickly greeted them. I'm sorry, I was dealing with Jim just now and didn't greet the two of you. Erica quickly apologized. It's nothing, I just visited the botanical garden. You take care of these plants much better than I thought. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and didn't care. Besides, I came to Celadon, Rainbow Gym this time, not only because of your invitation. Quote ? Erica heard the words with a confused expression, not knowing what Zhang Yuan meant. Let's have a Pokemon battle, and challenge you as my rookie trainer. Zhang Yuan said. Battle, or as a rookie trainer? Erica took a long time to recover and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Is Zhang Yuan really a rookie trainer? I thought you were lying to that poacher before. Boss. Zhang Yuan's strength, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like the strength that a rookie trainer can have. Which rookie trainer have you seen always salamence, always melodic? Strictly speaking, the traveling rookie trainer is my true identity. Interpol is only part-time and occasionally helps the League with some trouble. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, this time I came to Celadon, Rainbow City mainly to challenge Jim, so you won't mind. With his strength, to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym, it feels a bit bullying. How could that be? Erica shook her head when she heard the words. It is our gym trainer's duty to accept the challenges of the trainers. Since Zhang Yuanjin is here for the gym challenge, I will tell you about the Celadon, Rainbow Gym battle rules. Celadon, Rainbow Gym adopts a 0.63v3 battle mode, with 3 Pokemon on each side. Challengers can change Pokemon in battle, but gym trainers cannot. When all 3 Pokemon on one side lose their combat power, the other side wins. Rules are still that of Saffron Gym, but changed from 2v2 to 3v3. I understand the rules, start now. Erica nodded, and the two walked to the two ends of the field to stand. Referee holds the flag high. Trainer challenger Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town vs. Celadon, Rainbow Gym Trainer Erica, the game starts now. Erica bowed slightly. I also asked Zhang Yuanjun for more advice. ... The next chapter will be updated tomorrow morning, so sleepy. Chapter 105 Charmeleon vs Victorybell. The challenger who can make the leader bow, this is the first time I've seen it. On the stand next to the venue, a group of young girls sat around watching the fight between Zhang Yuan and Erica below. They were all gym and perfume shop staff. Unlike Saffron Gym, every time Celadon, Rainbow Gym challenges, there will be many idle gym staff to watch. Looking at the appearance of the leader, this handsome guy looks very strong. I heard from the leader that he was in Celadon, Rainbow Forest yesterday, the trainer who caught poachers with the leader. He's really handsome and has such a sense of justice, I feel like I'm already in love with him. The girls had a heated discussion about this, and the topic content was not at all polite. Sabrina even directly blocked their conversation with confusion so as not to be affected. My first Pokemon was Charmeleon. The Pokeball, Charmeleon, who had not been out for a long time, roared, looking full of fighting spirit. There is no such thing as a first strike, Charmeleon can counter 13 Erica's Pokemon. Erica looked at the imposing Charmeleon with brightly colored skin. Since the opponent is Zhang Yuanjun, then I won't hold back anymore. Go, Victorybell. Throwing the Pokeball, a yellow Victorybell about several times the size of a Charmeleon appeared on the field. Green leaves grow on the sides of the body and on the top of the head, fangs are exposed in the yellow mouth, and the eyes near the mouth are very sharp and look fierce. It's leader's Victorybell. It seems that leader is serious this time. Normally there are rookie trainers to challenge Jim. Erica usually sends Tangela, Gloom and Weepenbell. This time, Victorybell is sent as soon as they come up. Obviously the opponent is very powerful. Charmeleon, be careful, the opponent is not easy. Zhang Yuan felt Victorybell's momentum and reminded Charmeleon next to him. Erica I was really strong. Comparing with the 3 Cerulean sisters who did not seek to be motivated in Cerulean City, it was a stark contrast between positive examples and negative examples. Roar! Charmeleon spewed a cloud of fire, the flames on his tail skyrocketed, the temperature around his body increased, and his fighting spirit was high. Zhang Yuanjun's Charmeleon has been cultivated very well, but I will not give up. Victorybell uses Bullet Seed. Although he has a negative attribute, Erica will not easily admit defeat. Gah! The leaves on top of Victorybell's head were lifted, the seeds were spit out from his mouth, and he used Bullet Seed. Charmeleon, Flamethrower, burn them all. Roar! Charizard spewed out a mouthful of flame, and the seeds shot in front of him were burnt to black ashes. Don't stop, put the flames on Victorybell. Hearing Zhang Yuan's order, the flames that Charmeleon had just weakened increased again, and the raging flames burned all the way to Victorybell along the direction of the Bullet Seed. Victorybell, Hyper Beam, block the flamethrower. Victorybell was too big, and when Erica realized what Zhang Yuan wanted to do, it was too late to dodge, so she had to make remedial measures. Gahoo! Victorybell opened his mouth, and a yellow light condensed in the center of the dark mouth. When Flamethrower was about to hit Victorybell, Hyper Beam finally finished charging. Boom! Flamethrower and Hyper Beam bombarded together, and Flamethrower had an underwhelming performance. Zhang Yuan-kun, my Victorybell is much higher in level than your Charmeleon. Erica who entered the battle was a little out of step, especially when she gained an advantage. You're right, in terms of the power of the 2 moves and the level of the Pokemon on both sides, Victorybell is definitely more dominant. Zhang Yuan smiled. Seeing Zhang Yuan's smiling expression, Erica immediately felt a little bad. But before she could think of Zhang Yuan's plan, Zhang Yuan spoke again. Victorybell's Hyper Beam can completely block Charmeleon under normal circumstances, but didn't you realize that Flamethrower is too close to Victorybell? No, Victorybell, get out of the way. Late, Charmeleon, detonate the Flamethrower. Instead of fighting with Hyper Beam, Flamethrower detonated under Charmeleon's control, and the raging flames turned into ember and exploded in the sky. The blast caused Ember to float towards Victreebel, and Victreebel, who was still rigid, didn't have time to dodge just after he was released to play Hyper Beam. Blossoming Ember landed on it, making it growl in pain, and there were spots of burn marks on its body. Although it was only a flame that exploded, the damage to Victreebel was still very high. Zhang Yuan's move made the girls' onlookers exclaim, how could the flamethrower still be used like this? Taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Erica looked at Zhang Yuan, who was commanding Charizard in an orderly manner, with a look of admiration in her eyes. Victreebel, Ingrain, and use Magical Leaf. Magical Leaf comes with a tracking effect, which is a sure-to-hit move. There was a burst of green light on the two leaves that could barely be called hands beside Victreebel, and the two leaves drew an arc from both sides of the field to attack Charmeleon. How much damage will a high-level Victreebel do to Charmeleon? Even if the Grass-type Pokemon's damage to Charmeleon is only half, Zhang Yuan doesn't intend to use Charmeleon's physical strength to try. Charmeleon, Fire Punch, burn the Magical Leaf. Roar. Charmeleon jumped up, covered the flames with both hands, and smashed the flying Magical Leaf from the air. Victreebel, charge now, Solar Beam. Seizing the chance that Charmeleon couldn't interrupt his skills in midair, Erica quickly ordered Victreebel to charge up. Mouth open, Victreebel draws the power of the sunlight from the sunlight streaming in from the skylight, then raises his head and shoots it violently at Charmeleon. Don't get hit, use the body slam to dodge. Charmeleon changed shape and fell sharply, narrowly avoiding Solar Beam, only to be tied up by Vine Whip afterward. Caught you, Victreebel with Sleep Powder, swallow Charmeleon, then Acid. Erica commanded skillfully, this is her most common move. In the past, opponents who were hit by this set basically had no Pokemon and could still maintain their combat effectiveness. Make up for yesterday's third update. Chapter 106 Gengar vs Vileplume. Charmeleon, use the vortex of flame to wrap yourself and block Sleep Powder. Zhang Yuan said that as long as it wasn't in the game, he had 10,000 ways to restrain Sleep Powder. Roar. The flames on Charmeleon's tail soared, wrapping around Charmeleon's body, and the Sleep Powder turned into fly ash without a chance to fall, and the flames burned to Vine Whip. Victreebel had to loosen it because of pain. Charmeleon, _ Don't give it a chance, Charmeleon, use Fire Blast. Sound, Charmeleon took a sharp breath, causing his not-so-big belly to bulge, and it seemed that a red light could be seen faintly. Roar. Flames erupt. A large flame ripped through the air and smashed into Victreebel ahead. Victreebel, get out of the way. Erica yelled anxiously. By this level of Fire Blast, you will definitely lose your combat effectiveness. God, Victreebel's growl murmured. Victreebel is also very desperate. It really wants to avoid it, but you ordered me to ingrain before, and now you ask me to pull it out. How can this thing be pulled out so easily? Victreebel is struggling to get the roots out, but Fire Blast isn't waiting. Boom. The large-shaped flames hit Victreebel, and the effect was amazing, knocking Victreebel out of combat in an instant. Even, the flame has not been extinguished, there is a tendency to spread Victreebel burn up. When did Charmeleon's skills become so strong? Zhang Yuan was surprised. Under the nervous eyes of the audience and Erica Zhang Yuan quickly released Melodic to put out the fire for Victreebel, and put an aqua ring on it by the way. This way, things didn't turn into a situation where the rookie trainer brutally killed the beautiful gym trainer Pokemon. Erica didn't know the power of Charmeleon's skills, and naturally she didn't know that her Victreebel had just turned around before the gate of hell. She just thought it was because the fire-type moves were too powerful. Victreebel loses combat ability. Charmeleon battle victory tilde. Erica put away Victreebel with a Pokeball and handed it over to the Taoist temple staff to send it to the Pokemon Center. Zhang Yuanjin is really strong. Even I can't beat your Charmeleon with Victreebel. Proper restraint is enough. Zhang Yuan glanced at Charmeleon, who was in high spirits, but the flames on his tail were a little sluggish. And my Charmeleon's stamina is not enough. Come back, Charmeleon. Since Charmeleon is already exhausted, he will lose if he continues to fight, so substitution is very necessary. Gengar, I'll leave it to you. Gah. Gengar jumped out of the shadows with a wicked grin on his mouth. He had been squatting in the shadows watching Charmeleon fight, and he wanted to fight for a long time. Vileplume, you go. Erica, who had seen Gengar's power in previous battles, frowned, felt the pressure, and dispatched her ace. La Fille Tilda. Vileplume stood on the field with a look of fighting spirit, exuding a peculiar fragrance from its body. But Gengar apparently can't smell it, because it doesn't have a nose at all. We're on, Gengar, Shadow Sneak. Vileplume, Razor Leaf. The continuous Shadow Sneak was cut by the Razor Leaf, and the Razor Leaf was annihilated by the Shadow Sneak. At the same time, there were also the Mist Shadow Sneak and Razor Leaf hitting each other. Gengar wobbled ghostly around the field, dodging every attack with precision. It's amazing. Whether it's Zhang Yuan or Leader, they're amazing. Where have the Melon Eaters seen such a high-end battle on the spot? In the past, the strongest challengers to Celadon, Rainbow Gym were only trainers of Gary's level. Gary. These days, battles at the Quartz Conference level are rare. Zhang Yuan's Gengar is far more flexible than Erica expected. Vileplume, use Sunny Day. As a gym trainer, Erica naturally has the means to deal with ghost Pokémon, and Sunny Day can have a great restrictive effect on the ghost Pokémon that Gengar is used to living in the dark. Want to change venues? Not so easy. Gengar, taunt and then stealth. Zhang Yuan knew better than Erica that Gengar didn't like sunlight. Gah. Gengar grimaced at Vileplume, twisted his butt again, and made Vileplume's eyes fire, and then Gengar didn't care about turning around and disappeared. La Fille. The disappearance of Gengar made Vileplume's anger unable to vent, and violently attacked the surrounding with Razor Leaf, losing his mind. Vileplume, Sunny Day. Erica quickly ordered, but Vileplume ignored it and still used Razor Leaf to shoot around, trying to find Gengar. This is the charm of Taunt's move. As long as it is cheap enough, arrogant enough, and able to draw hatred, the opponent will be played with applause. Quote. Take advantage of now, lick your tongue. Another classic tactic, Gengar licked Vileplume's small body with one tongue, making Vileplume a shock. When he shivered, his mind went blank. The huge flower on the top of the head almost stood up, and Vileplume even sprayed a lot of pollen from the center of the body. Pollen, which I don't know if it was paralysis powder or sleep powder, Gengar shrank and hid in Vileplume's shadow very skillfully. Fortunately, the top flower of Vileplume is big enough and the shadow is big enough, otherwise it may not be able to hold the fatter Gengar. Vileplume, Solar Beam attacks the shadow under your feet. La Fille. Vileplume didn't move. First, it was in a state of paralysis. The second is that its small head really can't think of how to use its head to use the solar beam to attack the shadow under its feet. Gengar, fix it, the last Shadow Sneak. Looking at the stupid and cute Vileplume, Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it any longer, and ordered Gengar to solve the battle directly. Gah. 3 consecutive Shadow Sneaks. Gengar used Shadow Sneak to knock out the paralyzed Vileplume. Vileplume is incapacitated, Gengar wins. The referee waved the flag, and Zhang Yuan took the second victory lightly. Leader's Vileplume actually lost. There was an exclamation from the stand next to the venue. ... Chapter 1. The temperature has dropped sharply in the past 2 days, and it is freezing cold to go out. Chapter 107 Kabuto Incubation. Erica's Vileplume is very strong, and ordinary Pokémon will be knocked down with a few basic moves, but now it is easily solved by Zhang Yuan with a Gengar who has no attribute-restraint relationship. After losing 2 games in a row, Erica was also a little nervous. Sabrina sat on the sidelines and watched all this with a smile. She knew more about Zhang Yuan's strength than these audience members. Although Gengar's previous battles were wonderful, Gengar still didn't use his full strength. Then my third Pokemon, go, Ivysaur. Erica threw the Pokeball. Ivysaur showed up on the field, very nervous, and in Pokeball he saw how Vileplume was defeated. The opponent is Ivysaur. Gengar, you keep going. Zhang Yuan continued to use Gengar. Gengar didn't use much energy when fighting Vileplume, and it was more than enough to fight another one. Seeing Zhang Yuan continue to send Gengar, Erica had a bitter face. The next third battle is nothing to say. The strongest ace Vileplume lost his fighting ability, and Ivysaur, who was sent by Erica, was not well trained. Although it can be seen that this Ivysaur is fighting hard, but compared with the cunning Zheng 603 Ghost, this Ivysaur is still too young. Throughout the game, Ivysaur was played around by Gengar. Finally in Gengar's Sucker Punch, the fight is over. Ivysaur is incapacitated, Gengar wins. Since all three Pokemon of Gym Trainer Erica are incapacitated, the winner of this challenge is Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town. Zhang Yuanjin is really strong. Away the unconscious Venusaur, Erica said sincerely. Send Salamence, who had appeared before. Only a low-level Charmeleon and Gengar, she defeated her carefully cultivated Pokemon. Whether it was Charmeleon's use of attribute restraint to defeat the weak, or Gengar's cunning tactics, she was convinced to lose. This is the Celadon Rainbow Badge, please take it. A white and tender hand stretched out, and a colorful badge lay on Erica's hand. Zhang Yuan took the badge, put it on his body, and counted it carefully. Including the badge of Celadon Rainbow Gym, he already had a full 6 badges. Thanks a lot then, Erica. No, it should be me thanking Zhang Yuanjun. I learned a lot from this battle. Erica shook her head seriously. Well, Zhang Yuan said this kind of thing, just follow Erica's words. In Celadon Rainbow Gym and drank Erica's tea. Then the three discussed the current alliance situation. After reaching a consensus, Zhang Yuan rejected Erica's request for lunch, and left with Sabrina. Say goodbye to Erica and return to the hotel from gym. Sitting on the hotel sofa, Zhang Yuan looked at the Pokemon eggs that were constantly shaking on the coffee table in front of him. Reason why he refused Erica's invitation to have lunch with the two of them was that Kabuto was suddenly about to hatch. Zhang Yuan, what kind of Pokemon is in this egg? Sabrina carefully looked at the Pokemon eggs for a long time, and finally gave up identifying the type of Pokemon from the eggs, and turned to ask Zhang Yuan. Kabuto, the fossil you gave me earlier. Zhang Yuan took out the food specially prepared for the newly hatched Pokemon, which he did not know when he got it out of the box, and set it up. Really resurrected? Sabrina asked in surprise. Kabuto has existed for 300 million years, belongs to the extinct Pokemon, and is common sense written in textbooks. I extracted Kabuto's genes from fossils through the ancient Pokemon resurrection technology at Bill Professor at Bill's Lighthouse, and then resurrected it. It sounds amazing. Sabrina, who has not been exposed to this technology, is not aware of it. Pokemon eggs that had been shaking slightly on the table became violently quivering. Caw. Small cracks appeared on the surface of the Pokemon egg, and brown claws protruded from the cracks. Wah tilde. A weak growl came out of the egg, and then the cracks on the surface of the egg became bigger and bigger, and finally the whole eggshell shattered. A khaki shell with 4 short legs and 2 red Kabuto with eyes hidden under the shell appeared in front of the two. Wah tilde. Kabuto approached Zhang Yuan, seemed a little close, and kept rubbing Zhang Yuan's hand with his carapace. After cleaning Kabuto's eggshells, Zhang Yuan put the prepared Pokemon food in front of Kabuto. Change. Smelling the food, Kabuto moved its 4 short legs and quickly approached the food, at a speed not like a newborn Pokemon. I remember Kabuto as a rock plus water type Pokemon. Yes, as a fossil Pokemon, Kabuto is indeed a rock plus water type. Zhang Yuan tapped Kabuto's shell lightly and made a thumping sound. Wah tilde. Kabuto shook his body dissatisfied, until Zhang Yuan stopped knocking its shell. It continued to eat the Pokemon food that Zhang Yuan prepared for it. What a smart Kabuto. It's protesting you knocking on its carapace. Sabrina covered her mouth and smiled when she saw this scene. Zhang Yuan is not surprised, but Kabuto's potential is judged as high by the appraisal technique. If he is not smart, how can he be cultivated as a combat Pokemon? You still have to take care of the newly born Pokemon, Zhang Yuan said, and took out a luxury ball from his backpack. Kabuto, who had just eaten his first meal, Kabuto was sucked into the ball without any resistance. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, the luxury ball is a very comfortable Pokemon ball, which is very suitable for cultivating Pokemon in the infancy. The truth is this, but even those wealthy families are not so extravagant, and use the luxury ball with a unit price of 200,000 plus to specially cultivate new Pokemon. Okay, let's get ready, let's set off in the afternoon and go to the next gym. Sabrina flipped through the map. The next gym is Fuchsia Gym. The road is a bit rough. It's okay, anyway, with Salamence around, no matter how hard the road is, it doesn't matter. Sabrina nodded. That's the benefit of having a flying type Pokemon. ... Make up. A little bit of Calvin before. Chapter 108 Gift from Hoenn. Of course, even with flying type Pokemon, it's more interesting to take your own time when traveling. Speaking of which, Sabrina, how's your Jigglypuff? I think it's been this puffy since yesterday. Zhang Yuan looked at Jigglypuff, who was being held in Sabrina's arms, struggling constantly, but was always controlled by confusion and couldn't break free. Tilda said. I'm subduing it. Sabrina hugged Jigglypuff tightly. After all, the Pokemon exchanged from the exchange hall is not your own Pokemon. If you want to make it recognize you completely, you have to subdue it again. That's right. So, I released it with a Pokemon ball, and now Jigglypuff is in a wild state. Sabrina said, using confusion to control Jigglypuff and pat it on the head. Stop it, you're not soothing it, Jigglypuff is about to cry. Zhang Yuan complained, but he didn't care. Judging from Jigglypuff's appearance, it was not far from being subdued by Sabrina. There is always pain in life, and Pokemon is no exception. Zhang Yuan looked at the blue light that flashed in Sabrina's eyes from time to time, and couldn't help but feel that Psychic is really a good thing. Since he already has Psychic, he needs to exercise for a long time. ... Just as Zhang Yuan was packing up and preparing to leave again, Gary suddenly sent such a message on the communicator. Do you want Zhang Yuan to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym together in the afternoon? Zhang Yuan didn't reply. He took a photo of his badge and sent it to Gary. Gary, who was at the Pokemon Center at this time, twitched the corner of his mouth when he saw the picture, turned around and dialed a video call with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, when are you going to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym? Gary was shocked. He just found out that Celadon, Rainbow Gym opened today, and Zhang Yuan has already completed the challenge. This speed is too fast. Did Zhang Yuan stay up all night waiting for Celadon, Rainbow Gym to open the door, and stared at Celadon, Rainbow Gym all night? Morning. I got the Celadon, Rainbow badge in the morning, and I'm about to leave Celadon, Rainbow City. Zhang Yuan replied as a matter of course, and then pretended to be surprised. Gary, you didn't know that Celadon, Rainbow Gym opened. News from the museum. ... Zhang Yuan, can your expression be more exaggerated? Gary wants to hit people now. I advise you to go as soon as possible. Celadon, Rainbow Gym has been closed for so many days. I'm afraid there are too many trainers who want to challenge Erica now. Hearing this, Gary subconsciously looked behind him and saw at a glance that several trainers who were obviously rookie trainers hurried out of the Pokemon Center. As far as I know, the number of people who can challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym is limited every day, and each challenger has to fill out an application form. Zhang Yuan said here with a long tone. Let's talk another day. I'll hang up first. Before Zhang Yuan could finish speaking, Gary hurried out. He didn't want to be pulled down by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan had already set off for the next gym, so he had to set off quickly. I am really impatient. Zhang Yuan said that he hadn't finished speaking. According to Zhang Yuan's knowledge, the Pokemon that Erica usually uses to deal with challengers are Gloom, Weepinbell and Ivysaur. Apart from these three, Erica has only Victreebel, Vileplume and Tangela. Victreebel, Vileplume, and Ivysaur were defeated by Zhang Yuan, and there were only 3 Pokemon left in Erica's hands. It is foreseeable that as long as one person defeats any of Erica's Pokemon before Gary's gym challenge may be in vain. Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan's smiling face and was speechless. She was already an Interpol man, and she bullied children every day. Well, in Sabrina's eyes, Zhang Yuan is no longer a child. No matter from his usual behavior, Zhang Yuan cannot be regarded as a child. Little did he know that Zhang Yuan, who was labeled a precocious boy by Sabrina, was putting the last piece of clothing into his inventory. At this time, he was wearing a white suit, wearing ghost observation sunglasses, and he deliberately put on a blank face, like a Union Superior prosecutor. Copying his pocket with one hand and looking in the mirror, Zhang Yuan looked at it carefully and finally came to a conclusion. I am really handsome. Sabrina just pretended not to hear Zhang Yuan's narcissistic words. Let's go have a meal in a while, let's go. Zhang Yuan said, going to the next town before dark. For flowers. Just after he finished speaking, the communication device in his hand vibrated again. This time, it was not a communication device, but the liaison device of Interpol. Again. Usually no one calls him for a few days, but today suddenly there are 2 consecutive calls. What are you doing? And he told Keen before that he didn't want to take up the mission recently. How could there be any communication coming? It was a little uncomfortable, but Zhang Yuan still put the earplugs in his ears. Hey, this is Zero. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand while talking on the phone. Is it the Zero police officer? A girl came from the phone. I'm the correspondent of the Alliance, do you have time now? Keen he imagined, but the League's correspondent. You have a package sent from the Hoenn Alliance, please go to the nearest Pokemon Center to sign for it, and we will deliver the item to it later. The Pokemon world is technologically advanced, and the Alliance has teleportation devices for Pokemon and Pokemon props in major Pokemon centers. Just pack things into the Pokeball and it's easy to transport. Zhang Yuan wondered. Hoenn region. I remember I didn't know anyone in Hoenn region, right? Although it is good to have express delivery, Zhang Yuan doesn't know the people from Hoenn region. What if some organization like Team Magma and Team Aqua hears about their reputation and wants to get rid of them in advance? In this package is a thank you gift from the Hoenn Cruise Group, which was specially sent to thank you for saving the St. Anne's. Hoenn Cruise Group. I remembered. Okay, I'll go to the Pokemon Center later. Zhang Yuan said. It is a good thing for someone to give a gift. He saved the San Anu by himself before. The president of Hoenn Cruises said that he wanted to give him a big gift, but he didn't know what it was. Okay, we'll contact you when you arrive. To make up for the update, I have been thinking about the following plot all day, whether to innovate while maintaining stability, or to let myself go. This is a very serious question. Chapter 109 4 Pokeballs. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan shrugged at Sabrina. Let's go to the Pokemon Center first, someone sent me something. Let's go, it just happened to be on the way. Sabrina hugged Jigglypuff and said. Leave the hotel, walk all the way, think all the way. Zhang Yuan has been thinking about the big gift that Hoenn Cruises gave him. Props, Pokemon, or the latest technology product developed by Hoenn. But since it's a big gift, the last item should be crossed out, so. Is it a rare item or a Pokemon? Sabrina was speechless when she heard Zhang Yuan's muttering, then grabbed Jigglypuff in her arms and pinched it left and pinched again, making Jigglypuff feel very hurt. ... Celadon, Rainbow Pokemon Center. 003. Although it's daytime, the Pokemon Center, which used to be full, doesn't have many trainers today, because today is the day Celadon, Rainbow Gym reopens. Most trainers go to Celadon, Rainbow Gym to challenge Erica, so the Pokemon Center is rarely free. Thinking that Gary had to face so many competitors, Zhang Yuan observed 3 seconds of silence for Gary, and then borrowed the teleportation device from Nurse Joy. Hello, I'm here. You can send it over here. The teleportation location is the number 3 teleporter at the Pokemon Center in Celadon, Rainbow City. Zhang Yuan replayed the call just now. Zhang Yuan looked at the transmission device in front of him, and wanted to take it apart to see how it worked, but after thinking about it, he still held back the idea of making trouble. Okay, Zhang Yuan is watching. Please wait, the transmission has started. The female voice in the communicator sounded. Nourish. The teleporter in front of him suddenly shot a red light, and then a Pokeball quickly took shape. Zhang Yuan took the Pokeball and was about to open it, but saw that the teleporter glowed red again. ... Sitting on the sofa in the single room, Zhang Yuan lined up the 4 Pokeballs on the coffee table. Sabrina, what do you think will be in these 4 Pokeballs? Thought there was only 1 Pokeball, received 4 at a time, which made him a little confused. I don't know. Sabrina was speechless, and she didn't know how to predict. How could she know what was in the Pokeball? She hadn't even touched the San Anu that Zhang Yuan rescued. I guess you don't know either. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and continued to stare at Pokeball. ... Sabrina clenched her teeth tightly. Zhang Yuan. Cough, don't be angry, anger will make wrinkles, you will know what put them out. Zhang Yuan coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Pick up a Pokeball and press it lightly on the button in the middle, a white light flashes, and a long silver-gray object jumps out and floats in midair. This is Beldum. Silver-gray, with a long, angular body, a spherical one-eyed at the front and sharp claws at the back, Beldum floated in front of Zhang Yuan like a surveillance probe as a whole. It turned out to be Beldum. Sabrina also looked at the Pokemon in surprise. That Hoenn Crew's group is really generous. As the leader of Psychic Gym, Sabrina is naturally a Pokemon who understands this Steel plus Psychic, and its final evolution type Metagross, as the main Pokemon of Hoenn Region Champion Steven, is famous throughout the league. Beldum is extremely rare, and the catch rate is horribly low. It is the most difficult to catch Pokemon among all quasi-gods. Now it has been given as a gift by the Hoenn Crew's group. This is just Beldum's words, then. Zhang Yuan opened the other 3 Pokeballs in turn. After 3 white lights, the 4 Beldum floated in the air. Seeing the rest of the companions, the previous Beldum leaned over and communicated in Beldum's unique way. Big money. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. It's really a big deal, and I can take out 4 Beldums in one breath. Sabrina admired. 4 Beldum, Metang needs 2 Beldum combined evolution. Metagross needs 2 Metang combined evolution. 4 Beldum just make up the number of 4 in one evolution to Metagross. It is certain that the other party's gift to Zhang Yuan was carefully considered. Dratini and Kanto, just how much courage does it take to give them as gifts? After all, others don't have the same system as him to open rare Pokemon. The rare Pokemon like Beldum can be said to be one less than one. First put the 4 Beldums back into the Pokeball. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and pondered the reason why the other party gave him such a precious gift. If it was said that the other party sent such a precious gift of thanks just because he saved the San Anu, Zhang Yuan would definitely not believe it. Although the kindness for saving the San Anu was great, it was not so great. If we had to quantify it, the value of 1 Beldum was enough. But the other party sent 4. He thought about it carefully, there was only one possibility, that is, the other party saw his potential and wanted to invest in advance. So I'm really my future star of the league. Zhang Yuan was used to being called, and he acquiesced to this title. As an excellent young man who has just become a trainer and climbed to the position of the police inspector of Interpol, Zhang Yuan has a promising future. Behind him are the league's professional Oak and Bill professor, who are also appreciated by Kanto 4 elite Agatha and Lance Crossing. If there is no accident, it will definitely become a high-level Interpol or become an alliance champion in the future, and it makes sense to invest in advance. This is the charm of power. Zhang Yuan smiled to himself. 4. As for the 4 beldams this time, Zhang Yuan will naturally not refuse the Hoenn Cruise group who came to send benefits. Anyway, beldam was handed over to him through the hands of the alliance, and it was not a bribe, plus it was a thank you gift. Zhang Yuan took it with a sense of peace of mind. Sabrina, let's go, called Sabrina next to him. Let's go early, and get to the next town before sunset. There is time to study on Beldam Road, not in a hurry. The pokeball around his waist, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina pushed open the door, greeted Nurse Joy, and headed away from Celadon, Rainbow City. Update, ask for a full order. Chapter 110 Gringi City. The next stop after Celadon, Rainbow City is Beauty Street, but after replenishing the Beauty Street full of killers, the two did not intend to stop at all, and set off directly to the next stop. Zhang Yuan didn't plan to find any breeders here, because it was unnecessary for him to find a Pokemon breeder. Rushingly letting others meddle in the cultivation of his own Pokemon will only disrupt the rhythm of his own cultivation of Pokemon. What's more, Zhang Yuan possesses the magical skills of identification, so he can completely adjust himself if there is a problem in the training. Take a light bulb breeder on the road, how can you enjoy the world of 2 with Sabrina? The journey is actually a bit boring, but Zhang Yuan naturally has a way to spend his time. Nothing to take advantage of Sabrina, training the newly hatched Kabuto and 4 beldam, Zhang Yuan's trip is very fulfilling. All the way over mountains and mountains, the two finally met the city after nearly a week of travel. Gringi City. This is a city known for its heavy industry, with many factories, large factory buildings and tall chimneys everywhere. Like other heavy industrial cities, Gringi City also adopts the development method of sacrificing the environment for economic development in the process of development, so the whole city is shrouded in Gringi all the year round, and it is difficult to see the sun even on sunny day. Gringi City, which has caused too much damage to the environment, has not had time to transform, and now it has fallen into decline. The environment of this place is really bad enough. Quote, whether it was the breath coming from the drainage ditch next to the street or the air with unknown dust, it would never make Zhang Yuan feel good about the city. Gengar, on the other hand, liked the environment very much, poking his head out of the shadows from time to time. The gloomy environment and the poisonous gas in the air, if coupled with some negative energy, will definitely be very suitable for Gengar to survive. Gringi City was the largest industrial city in the Kanto Alliance before. However, due to the Alliance's promotion of environmental protection, development of new energy and new industries in recent years, a large number of high-polluting enterprises have been shut down, so Gringi City has gradually declined. Sabrina is familiar with the city of Gringi, and she wears a mask on her face to keep out the dust in the air. Why are you so familiar with this place? Because I came here for a mission before, and I stayed for about half a month. Said for half a month. Sabrina's brows also frowned, obviously having bad memories. Half a month. Zhang Yuan sniffed the choking air. It's really good that Sabrina can stay here for half a month. No one thought about managing the environment in Gringi City. It stands to reason that the Alliance should find a way. The Alliance is busy dealing with Team Rockets, but I heard that Sylph has considered investing in governance, but first, the cost is too high, and the governance environment is a long-term project, and it is difficult to get benefits in the short term. Governance. Quote. Sabrina's words reminded Zhang Yuan of President Sylph's smiling old fox. Said that the old fox will not ask for anything in return, and is enthusiastic about the public welfare cause helping Hand Alliance to govern the environment of an entire city. Zhang Yuan didn't believe it. He felt that Sylph's show was far more important than public welfare. Come on, go to the Pokemon Center first. Nurse Joy of Grindy City Pokemon Center is a little lazy. Maybe knowing that there is no future in a declining city like Grindy City, she is far less motivated and slack than Joy in other places. Yan. Joy called Yan. I'm sorry you too, I was disturbed by the noise from the factory next to me yesterday, and I didn't rest well. Do you two need helping hand? Zhang Yuan didn't care that she was so lazy. My Pokemon needs to recover, can you help us arrange accommodation by the way? In fact, after daring for so long, he is also very sleepy now, and he understands Joy's current feeling of strong fighting spirit and still working. He spoke, he took out Charmeleon and Kabuto's Pokeball. No problem, please wait a moment. Seeing the Pokemon ball, Joy took a casual and serious attitude. The Pokeball to Joy, turning around, Zhang Yuan suddenly found Sabrina studying a poster by the wall. Sabrina, what are you looking at? Zhang Yuan leaned over. The poster on the wall was exaggerated. It had the words, recruitment, written next to Grimer. The poster was a little old and seemed to have been posted for a long time. Look, the content is roughly that the power plant in this city is often troubled by the Grimer in the sea. I hope that there are powerful trainers who can help solve the Grimer in the sea, but the bonus is only a pitiful 200,000 yuan. No wonder no one took the mission for so long. Grimer. Speaking of this kind of Pokemon, one has to feel the magic of nature. Pokemon can be bred even in a polluted environment. Zhang Yuan, are you going to take action? I'm not interested. If I have the time to spare, I might as well find a keen and sign up to go to the front line to deal with Team Rockets. The contribution to the society is much greater than driving a few Grimers away. He polluted the environment like this, causing Grimer to multiply, which can be said to be self-inflicted. Zhang Yuan has no time to wipe the butt of these people. And most importantly, Grimer really stinks. You dislike Grimer for being too stinky. Sabrina directly pierced Zhang Yuan's thoughts. Haha, report this matter to the League and let the League send someone to handle it. Zhang Yuan didn't deny it, and returned the matter to the League. He went to the side to contact Professor Oak. Professor Oak, quote. Ah, it's Zhang Yuan. Seeing the figure on the screen, Professor Oak was pleasantly surprised. Long time no see. How's your trip recently? Zhang Yuan can even see the messy interior of the research institute through the screen, but strangely, Professor Oak didn't eat instant noodles today. The trip has been going well recently. As for the badges, Zhang Yuan showed his badges to Professional Oak. There are already 6, and the last 2 will be collected. Haha, you are the fastest among this group of rookies. Even Gary has only collected 4. He is still challenging Celadon, Rainbow Gym in Celadon, Rainbow City. Professor Oak said something that surprised Zhang Yuan. Update. Chapter 111 Smelly. What? Gary is still challenging Celadon, Rainbow Gym. It's been a week, and Gary hasn't left Celadon, Rainbow, much beyond his expectations. Yeah, I heard him say there are too many people challenging Celadon, Rainbow Gym. He's been lining up there, and Ash is about to catch up. What a pity, if Ash catches up with the progress, the expression on Gary's face must be very exciting. But Zhang Yuan is even more regrettable that he can't see his expression. Coughed twice to hide his schadenfreude, and he put the matter aside. Professor Oak, how's Lilith doing? Lilith, she is preparing for her final exam recently, and she spends all day reviewing her homework at home. Speaking of Lilith, Professor Oak also smiled. Yellow she has been with Lilith lately, and they get along very well. Quote. In Zhang Yuan's mind, Lilith was holding a book, beating her little head with her hands, and reading hard. Well, when I get the remaining 2 badges, I will go back. Be careful out there. Interpol recently got into a fight with Team Rockets, and you have to take care of yourself, Professor Oak advised. Don't worry, don't you know my strength, Professional Oak. Zhang Yuan patted the Pokeball on his waist and hung up the phone. 970. Just as he turned his head to speak to Sabrina, a foul smell came from his nose, and it became more and more intense. What? It stinks. What does it smell? Who is farting? Go out and let it go. The strong stench permeated the entire Pokémon Center. Whether it was the trainers or Pokémon who lived in the Pokémon Center, they covered their noses and looked like they were going to stink to death. It seems that not only did he smell it. Zhang Yuan looked at Sabrina, who frowned beside him. Sabrina. Zhang Yuan pulled Sabrina, who was using Psychic to drive away the smell, and took out the diving equipment he had purchased in Vermilion City from the inventory. Amidst a group of trainers staring at them with envy, jealousy and hatred, Zhang Yuan took out 2 respirators and connected them to the oxygen cylinder, and he and Sabrina inhaled the oxygen happily. How can someone travel around with diving equipment? It's not fair, said a big man with red eyes. Person next to him nodded in agreement, with a look of grief and indignation. He took a deep breath subconsciously. And was dizzy by the smell. Hey, boy, BDEC, hand over the oxygen bottle. Everyone is putting up with the stench. Are you embarrassed to use the oxygen bottle alone? Yes, did you hear what our boss said? Hurry up and hand over the oxygen bottle to get out. There are always some self-righteous idiots in this world. A guy who looks like a beastly clan shouted loudly, and there was a younger brother next to him. When did someone dare to make trouble at the Pokémon Center? Zhang Yuan was indifferent. He carried the oxygen cylinder on his back, and he was fine. What else did he do? Bastard, do you really look down on us? Seeing that Zhang Yuan was still standing there, he didn't move, and he threw the Pokeball out of anger. After the white light, a grumpy Voltorb appeared in the Pokémon Hall, and after smelling the stench, it became even more grumpy, with a faint red light emitting from its body. Hey, put Pokémon out at the Pokémon Center, or Voltorb, are you crazy? The trainer next to him groaned and shouted. The other trainers also hurriedly avoided. Run, then Voltorb is going to blow up, the experienced trainer screamed when he saw Voltorb's appearance. Get out of the way. Everyone calm down. There were dozens of people in the hall. You pushed me and I squeezed you, making a mess. Joy, who had just come out of the consultation room, couldn't dissuade him. Hey, you are afraid, hand over the oxygen cylinder. I'm afraid you're not out of your mind. Zhang Yuan really didn't know where to jump out of such a strange creature. Didn't you see your boss's face being angry with you? Those who make trouble at the Pokémon Center will be permanently blacklisted by the Alliance. But Zhang Yuan just stared at the Voltorb calmly and snapped his fingers. Gengar, get rid of them. Quack. There was a strange growl in the air. A purple Gengar suddenly appeared behind Voltorb, and a Shadow Sneak pressed against Voltorb's head. Voltorb was hit by Shadow Sneak, and he didn't say a word. This is not over, because Zhang Yuan's order is to solve them. Gengar was instantly divided into 2 parts in mid-air. One was the main body and the other was the substitute. The 2 Gengars circled behind the 2 beasts and gave them a tongue-in-cheek move. Hey, so numb. The onlookers took a deep breath when they saw this. Then 3 were fainted by the inhaled stench. I'm Interpol 0, this is my police ID, Nurse Joy, you bring someone to tie them up and tell Jenny to deal with the assault police. Sabrina, you're here to protect the Pokémon Center, I'll go out and see what's going on. Showing the police officer ID of Interpol, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the Pokémon door under the shocked eyes of a trainer. It's Interpol, passers-by exclaimed. No wonder I carry an oxygen bottle with me, it turns out to be Interpol, said a girl nympho, but is there any necessary connection between Interpol and the oxygen bottle? When he walked outside the door, Zhang Yuan already had a rough guess about what was causing the stench. Gringy City, stink, these two keywords combined, the goal is only one thing. Looking up, sure enough, on the street outside the Pokemon Center, there are a lot of Grimer and Muck. Not one or two, but a large group. Zhang Yuan saw nearly 100 of them. A group of Muck kept breathing stench and then searched for food on the streets of Gringy City. Why did this group of Muck suddenly appear? Do I have a passive that attracts hatred? Zhang Yuan had a black question mark on his face, and said normally, shouldn't these Grimers wait until Ash arrives in Gringy City before rioting? I'm at least half a month faster than Ash, why is it breaking out now? But when things came to an end, it was definitely impossible to shirk, and the only way to get rid of these Grimers was to find a way to get rid of them. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball, and there are not many Pokemon he can send out in the current situation. Deoxys can't be exposed, the huge Dragonite is released and Gringy City will be destroyed, melodic, words. It's better to kill her than to release her. So. Renew. Chapter 112 Muck Battle. And cut the two stinkers who were rushing towards him in half with a knife in the air. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball into the air. Come out, Salamence. Roar. Salamence spreads his wings into the air. Stepping on Salamence's back, Zhang Yuan looked down at the entire city below from the height of Gringy City. Grimers appearing on the streets along the coast, and at the same time, Grimers kept crawling from the sea to the shore. Are these Muck crazy? So many Grimers have landed, although the number is not as good as the last Tentacool riot in Rampage, but Grimer 1 is much more difficult to deal with than Tentacool, and even if the number is small, it is still an unstoppable number for ordinary trainers. To deal with the poison-type Muck, it is best to use the ground-type or psychic Pokemon. 1-to-1 inverse attributes can still be played, but now 1-to-many can use Attribute Restraint or Attribute Restraint. Let's organize trainers to work together. Rather than struggling to resist everything, it is better to mobilize the power of the masses. As a glorious Union police officer, how can you be out of touch with the masses? To come from the masses to the masses is to go. Let Salamence lower the height. Zhang Yuan jumped to the ground, and then entered the Pokemon Center. Seeing Zhang Yuan come back, Sabrina's spirit is lifted. How's the situation outside? Sabrina asked. The rest of the trainers also covered their noses and listened carefully, which was related to their personal safety. It's full of Grimer and Muck outside, the whole street, maybe a few thousand. Zhang Yuan wrote lightly, listening to the trainers taking another breath of air. Well, after a few more stinks, and being dragged down by joy, there are always people who don't have a long memory. What should I do? Notify the Alliance to send reinforcements. Sabrina's heart was also shocked when she heard the number of thousands. It takes time for the Alliance to come to support, and we told the Alliance before that it is called a rainy day. If we go to inform the Alliance to send people now, it can only show that I am incompetent, and I am not qualified for the position of the police. Zhang Yuan said to Sabrina. But, Sabrina wanted to say something, but saw Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. And the Tentacool riots I faced in Rampersy before, these Muck-s are little more than spectacles. The overwhelming Tentacool, these Muck are far behind in numbers. Saying that, Zhang Yuan walked to the front of the crowd and waved to make the crowd quiet down. Everyone should have heard what I said just now, so for the safety of Pokemon, for the sake of Gringy City, and for everyone's safety. Zhang Yuan looked around. Please do your part. Finally, he added, if anyone doesn't want to join us, they can say it. After listening to Zhang Yuan's words, the trainers at the Pokemon Center looked at each other. Everyone is a person who wants to save face. At this juncture, who has the nerve to say that they want to quit? And when Zhang Yuan went out just now, the Pokemon Center was also attacked by Grimer. Those who can come out to be trainers are all unwilling to be ordinary, and the wildness in their hearts also urged them to agree. Okay, trainers with psychic or ground-type Pokemon please go to the left, and other Pokemon to the right. Simply divide the people into two groups. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina lead the group to the door of the Pokemon Center. At this time, there was a burning feeling outside, and the air was dense with the smell of burning. In front, Zhang Yuan's salamence hovered in the sky, spewing flamethrower from time to burn the Grimer below. Many of the Grimers and Muck were roasted and incapacitated from the sticky slush state. Salamence. All the trainers saw Salamence. Their originally nervous hearts suddenly calmed down. This is a quasi-god, and the enemy in front of him is nothing but a bunch of muck. They have nearly 100 trainers and Salamence raiding formation. How could they lose? Go, Suliba, use confusion. Pidgeotto, kill these muck. Charmander, use flamethrower. Razor Leaf, Weaponbell. Question mark. For flowers. A wave of Pokemon appeared on the streets, and the Grimer and Muck were suddenly attacked on such a large scale that they suffered heavy damage for a while. When they reacted and used the Sludge Bomb to counterattack under Muck's command, they had already lost hundreds of Grimers. Roar. Salamence roared in the sky, and a flamethrower eliminated a piece of Grimer, then fluttered its wings and flew into the Grimer group, stomping on the ground with both feet. Boom. The stone brick floor cracked a huge gap, and the ground shook, but it was Salamence who launched the earthquake trick. One move, the effect was outstanding, and it was terrifying to kill all the Grimers within 100 meters of Hoenn. It's amazing, the trainers who saw this scene exclaimed. Ellipsis. The Battle of Salamence gave the trainers a good idea, and the ground-type Pokemon switched to Earthquake, a powerful move, which, together with other Pokemon's fixed-point clearing, caused great damage to the Muck. The battle lasted for half an hour. Under the attack of the trainer with the Pokemon Center as logistics, Muck was continuously suppressed, and the rate of loss was fast. Perhaps beaten by the trainers and losing too many companions, the Muck started to retreat. Muck is gone. We won. But, why is it still so stinky? The trainers cheered, and when they recalled the past together, they were a little like a dream. It is almost impossible to imagine that I personally shot back such a terrifying Muck group. Thank you for your help. I will report this matter to the Alliance, and please register your name with Joy, and rewards will be distributed later. Zhang Yuan laughed. Really? And a reward? Everyone was incredulous. Before they took action, they only thought it was a free help, and they never thought that there would be such a thing as a reward. Of course, Zhang Yuan didn't feel bad about taking other people's money to give gifts. He didn't intend to save money for the Alliance. This time he dealt with another big trouble for the Alliance, and the Alliance had to express something. As soon as the neck is tilted, the cervical spine clicks. Chapter 113 on the connection between Muck and Sylph companies. Zhang Yuan first organized a group of trainers with grass-type Pokemon to use the sweet scent to purify the air around the Pokemon Center, and also used confusion to invite the cluttered environment. In this way, the Pokemon Center is finally no longer filled with that stench, and he can also remove the oxygen cylinder. Nurse Joy, please help me to count the list. After walking to the service desk and handing over the list of statisticians to Nurse Joy, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to contact Keen for the first time in the past few weeks. A few weeks later, Keen is still looking weak, and his cough has gotten worse. Cough, 0, long time no see. Long time no see, Keen, I have something important to report to you this time. Zhang Yuan went straight to the topic. Keen, 117, stared at the dark circles and flipped through the document. You talk, I'm listening. There was a Pokemon attack on humans just now in Gringy City. About several thousand Muck landed from the bottom of the sea and attacked the coastal street factories. At present, the trainers at the Pokemon Center and I have been repelled, and the casualties have not yet been counted. Zhang Yuan told him this matter in simple language. Is there really something wrong with Muck in Gringy? Keen asked, looking up. After listening to Zhang Yuan's report, Keen was unexpectedly not too surprised, but asked with a certain question. Like I knew early on that this was going to happen. So you already knew about this? Zhang Yuan asked Qin strangely. Normally, Qin should not know. I can't say that I already knew it. After the incident of Lamperkey, the Alliance launched a census of the entire Kanto region. The object of the census was the impact of human development on Pokémon in various places. Qin did not hide Zhang Yuan. The Alliance was really frightened by Lamperkey's huge tentacruel. Gringi, being the most polluted city in the Union and the focus of the census, we also found a large accumulation of muck under the seabed next to Gringi, which has been listed as a pending matter. Zhang Yuan frowned. Since it has been listed as a pending matter, why is no one to deal with it? Although the efficiency of the Alliance is not high, normally speaking, no matter how low the efficiency is for such a long time, it is time to solve the matter of Gringi City, and it is impossible to drag him to do it. It's still because of lack of manpower. Team Rockets suddenly attacked the three holy birds. The main force of the Alliance is busy guarding against Team Rockets, and our Interpol people can't get away, thanks to you, otherwise this will have a bad impact again. A major event. Qin felt a little emotional. If every Interpol under him could be like Zhang Yuan, why would he be so tired? Then what is the Alliance going to do? The muck riot in Gringi is not that simple from my point of view. Not easy, you mean? Qin asked. It's been decades since Gringi City became what it is now, and these muck have lived here for decades, and they have been peaceful for more than 10 years. But when the Team Rockets and the Alliance started a war, a large number of muck attacked Gringi City. I'm going to say it's not related. Do you believe it? Zhang Yuan asked Qin back. If the small group of muck in the power plant in the animation clogged the generator can be explained by coincidence, but the muck riot of this scale cannot be explained by accident. Don't believe it. Qin was lost in thought, and finally shook his head heavily. Muck and human beings have been at peace for more than 10 years, but he chose to attack humans at this time. How could it be so coincidental? When the coincidence is too coincidental, it may not be a coincidence or maybe. According to Muck, their food is toxin from various factories in Gringi, which I think should be the reason. Zhang Yuan paused and continued. Before I came, I heard that Gringi City was doing environmental protection projects recently. So I guess that it was the environmental protection projects in Gringi City that caused Muck, who lived in the sewage pipe, to lose his food source. Muck, who had no food, had to go into Gringi to find food, which is why Muck attacked Gringi. Quote. Things are easy to understand. The environmental protection project cost Muck food. Muck can only go ashore to find food. For Muck, this is just a simple settlement relocation, but it is a disaster for Gringi City. Although Zhang Yuan did not mention Sylph Company, Qin, who has a certain understanding of Gringi City, knows that Sylph Company is currently doing environmental protection projects in Gringi City. It is also after the investigation by Sylph that the original large-scale governance plan was changed to today's small-scale pilot governance. If they want to do something, Sylph also has several high-polluting factories in Gringi, and it's not hard to do it. Is that so? I see. I will send someone to investigate in the next 2 days. Qin felt that he was too relaxed before. Zhang Yuan's investigation into Sylph Company in Saffron City last time was ambiguous, and now that such a thing broke out, Qin felt that it was necessary for him to report 12 points of vigilance to this unknown Sylph Company. Zhang Yuan nodded. Whether this was done by Sylph Company, he was just guessing, and there was no evidence. If it wasn't for Sylph, it would be fine. Qin's investigation should only be regarded as a routine investigation. It is really done by Sylph, some of them will suffer. It can be regarded as these odors contaminated by himself. Revenge went back. By the way, I told these trainers before that as a thank you for their help in the work of the Alliance in 3.7, the Alliance will give them rewards. Please report this for me. Things rewarded by trainers are small things. A trainer is rewarded with tens of thousands of dollars, which is a small amount of money, and Qin does not take it to heart. Before you leave, hand over this matter to Jenny from Gringi City. I will let Jenny from Gringy City take over the aftermath, and the list of awards will also be handed over to Jenny. We will advance the follow-up funds and go directly to our Interpol account. Good. Zhang Yuan nodded. The Gringy City incident is over. Neither he nor Keen can do much in this regard. Renew. Chapter 114 Traveling. Gringy City didn't have anything worthy of Zhang Yuan's stay. On the contrary, muck's stench left an extremely bad impression on him. As a city, even in Gringy City, he has not found a few treasures, and the quality is not high. The only thing that is still useful may be the anti-electricity protection device that Zhang Yuan opened from the Gringy City power plant, which is said to be capable of protecting 1 million volts. Suit. So after handing over the aftermath to Jenny, Zhang Yuan decisively pulled Sabrina away. A city like Gringy should be hidden in history. Although it's a bit desolate, it really suits me more like a forest with fresh air. Zhang Yuan reiterated that a place like Gringy is really not a place for people to stay. Sitting on a clearing in the forest with a picnic cloth on the ground, Zhang Yuanzheng and Sabrina enjoyed a leisurely afternoon. Dense woods, fruit trees full of fruit, sparkling lakes, and a green sky. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Zhang Yuan felt refreshed. Bully. Jigglypuff squinted his eyes into an arc, and took a small bite while holding a tree fruit. Seeing 13 Jigglypuff, Zhang Yuan suddenly found that it was now being held in Sabrina's arms, and he no longer struggled. Sabrina, have you captured it yet? Jigglypuff's face with his fingers, until Jigglypuff pouted, Zhang Yuan stopped and asked. Yeah, when I met Muck in Gringy City before, because it couldn't stand the smell, it got into the Pokeball on its own, and I was subdued after that. Having said this, Sabrina smiled knowingly. When Jigglypuff heard his dark history, he covered his face and looked like he could not love. PFF'd, that's how it is. At Jigglypuff, I didn't expect that this guy had been stubbornly refusing to give in, and finally collapsed under the stench. Stuffed Jigglypuff with the Pokeblocks he had just made in his hand, and in its happy eyes, Zhang Yuan looked at the Pokemon who were huddled around after dinner. Salamence took a nap on the grass, Gengar chased Kabuto up and down, the four Beldum and Charmeleon huddled together, not knowing what to say. Melodic was cruising in the lake, wagging his tail leisurely, and a stream of water was constantly deforming around his body under its control, and he was about to be played with flowers. Zhang Yuan, don't you train them? Sabrina asked. Training needs to be a combination of work and rest. The training intensity of these 2 days is already very high. If you train again, it will be too much. Although he has been on his way these days, Zhang Yuan has not relaxed his training on his Pokemon. He personally trained with Beldum using Psychic, and Kabuto gave Charmeleon and Gengar to give Kabuto basic training. As for the actual combat, there are many. Along the way, I don't know how many wild Pokemon and trainers have become Beldum and Kabuto's experience points. For this reason, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to attack the boy in shorts and the young insect catcher, once again refreshing Sabrina's understanding of his lower limit. Also, Charmeleon and Kabuto are about to evolve. Zhang Yuan checked with the identification technique, except for Beldum whose evolution was extremely slow. Charmeleon and Kabuto were approaching the critical point of evolution, and it was better to relax at this time. Sabrina understands. While speaking, there was a sudden roar of the car's motor in the distance, followed by a chaotic rumbling sound, so loud that Salamence, who was taking a nap, was disturbed. How can there be a car in a mountain like this? Sabrina asked in confusion. Well, I heard that a dam is being built here recently. Patting Salamence's wings to reassure it, Zhang Yuan looked at the map and looked forward again. Building a dam in the mountains? Sabrina asked in disbelief. Didn't the ranger organization come to trouble them? It's not very clear. When it comes to the dam, he only vaguely remembers that the animation seems to be related to a group of Diglett, but he can't remember the specific plot clearly. Come on, let's go and have a look. There might be something wrong with the construction of the dam making such a big noise. The sound just now is obviously not the sound that can be produced by normal construction of dams. More importantly, if this sound is not resolved, he will not be able to enjoy a good afternoon here. Put away the Pokemon, leaving only Gengar and Salamence outside. Let's go and see. Who? Salamence roared and fluttered, eager to see who dared to disturb his nap. ... This is a temporarily opened road. The reason why it is said to be a temporary road is because the road has no solid foundation and is not covered with asphalt. Damn Diglett, why keep staring at my reservoir? In the chaotic convoy, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet knelt down and hammered the ground heavily with his hands. Next to him are countless trucks with their wheels stuck in potholes and building materials scattered on the ground. A look of helplessness flashed across the faces of the people dressed as workers. The most feared thing in the construction industry in the Pokemon world is encountering Pokemon to make trouble. 487 Just when someone wanted to comfort the middle-aged man, someone suddenly opened his mouth. Heaven, look at the sky. Others looked confused. What is in the sky? With this thought in mind, looking up at the sky, I saw Salamence descended from the sky with a fierce aura all over him. It's Salamence. Everyone was terrified and shuddered. This is the instinctive performance of weak creatures when they encounter predators at the top of the food chain. Just now, is the sound you made disturbing my lunch break? Zhang Yuan asked, looking at the convoy below and the dam that had already laid its foundation. Who? Salamence growled. It has no good temper when it is woken up. Gulu, everyone swallowed and shook their heads. They only have one idea in their hearts, and they can't say it even if they are killed. Haha, just kidding. Seeing that these people were frightened, Zhang Yuan laughed and Sabrina jumped off Salamence and said, "Are you in trouble? Maybe I can help you." But with Salamence by his side, no one believed him, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. ... Update, I caught a cold and had a sore throat, so I went to bed early today, and I will make up that chapter tomorrow. Chapter 115 Diglett and Unlicensed Construction. There was silence at the scene, but Zhang Yuan didn't care at all. Anyway, he just didn't feel embarrassed. He jumped off Salamence's back and was about to walk towards the crowd when suddenly his expression changed and he turned towards the truck that was stuck in the pit. What is he doing? Everyone couldn't figure out what Zhang Yuan was going to do, and his face was confused. Zhang Yuan didn't care about other people's opinions, he was listening to the prompts in his head. Trigger the limited time 2-star rescue treasure. Save Diglett, please go to the target location to open it. Close black lens bracket. Rescue treasure. Although it is only 2 stars, it is a treasure type that has never appeared before. Rescue treasure is a treasure that is triggered immediately, a treasure that is opened by rescuing wild Pokemon and travelers. The system gives an explanation in due course. According to the map, Zhang Yuan walked to the side of a truck, and while everyone was stunned, he lifted the truck whose tires were stuck in the pit with one hand with confusion on his arm. Turning over the soil on the ground, a clear hole can be seen in the pit. Sure enough, traces of Diglett's activities. As he lifted the tires of his car, a small brown head popped out of the hole in front of him. Grumbling. Maybe Zhang Yuan is very friendly. This Diglett came over and cupped Zhang Yuan's hand with his head. Lost an identification technique and checked Diglett's situation. Is it because I didn't have time to evacuate with everyone before, so my head hurt? Seeing that there was a scratch on Diglett's head, Zhang Yuan directly took out potion and smeared it. Zhang Yuan applied potion. The prompt sounded in his head again. 2-star rescue treasure triggered. Opening. Congratulations to the host for getting express. Share. Close black lens bracket. He was surprised by what was opened by the rescue treasure. Zhang Yuan put express. Share in his arms. This thing is quite useful. Maybe it can be used to cultivate beldam, which is very slow to upgrade. As for Diglett, Zhang Yuan looked at the little guy in front of him, and some dusty memories came alive. In the plot in my memory, if this reservoir is built, the Pokemon living in this mountain will probably be displaced. Facts have proved that Zhang Yuan has a good memory, at least he can remember the plots he did not know how many years ago. At this time, a man in a suit with a briefcase walked out of the convoy. He saw Zhang Yuan and walked quickly to Zhang Yuan's side. Are you the trainer invited by the Minimize team? Come and help solve this group of Diglett. The Diglett disaster here is really unbearable. Man in the suit had a cold expression and frowned, as if it was because of Diglett's troubles. Diglett was startled when he saw the man in the suit, and hurried Dig away. I'm not a trainer invited by the Minimize team. Zhang Yuan stood up and said calmly. It doesn't matter if it's not. I'm the person in charge of this construction site. If you can help me solve this group of Digletts, I'll give you a 4-day, 3-night hospitality coupon for the most famous hot spring nearby. The remuneration you give is completely disproportionate to the labor I have to pay. Zhang Yuan clapped the dirt on his hands. 4 days and 3 nights of hospitality vouchers as a reward. That's not enough for a meal in Salamence. Isn't the 4 days and 3 nights of hospitality coupons enough for Hot Spring Township? If I go to town to invite trainers, I'll get a lot of trainers at this price. The man in the suit was very dissatisfied. He thought that Zhang Yuan was talking to the lion, but he didn't know that Zhang Yuan didn't want to help him in the first place. Zhang Yuan has learned from Professor Oak to be kind to Pokemon, and to make humans and Pokemon live in harmony. So he decided to keep his own business. I don't care how many trainers you can hire. Zhang Yuan took out his police officer card. I'm Interpol 0, and now there are some things that need your cooperation. Seeing Zhang Yuan's police certificate, the man in the suit froze. Interpol, what is Interpol doing here? Seeing Zhang Yuan's credentials, the man in the suit was suppressed and stuttered. It will never be a happy thing to be approached by Interpol to ask for cooperation. And those who are engaged in construction, who can guarantee that they are up to the standard in all aspects? I have seen you blasting mountains with explosives before. Please show your construction qualification certificate, explosives holding qualification certificate, Alliance approved reservoir construction certificate, forest land development permit, and consent letter from the Pokemon Forest Rangers Association. Zhang Yuan said a lot of documents, basically all the documents needed to build a reservoir in the forest. Quote. Practicing qualification certificate and explosives possession qualifications we have. What about the woodland development permit, and the consent form of the Forest Rangers Association? Facing Zhang Yuan's aggressiveness, the suit finally couldn't bear it anymore and moved out of his backstage. This project is a project of Sylph Company. Sylph can't scare me. Zhang Yuan interrupted him directly. Although he was a little surprised when he heard the name of Sylph Company, he didn't openly and secretly criticize Sylph Company once or twice, and he was almost used to it. What right do you Interpol have to manage this project? The man in the suit asked from another angle. I have a few friends at the Pokemon Ranger Association. Would you like me to call them? If Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, Erica seemed to know a lot of high-level Pokemon Rangers. Zhang Yuan raised his brows and said, besides, you are already breaking the law. By Zhao Zhao. No need. Although he hates Zhang Yuan's meddling, the man in the suit is not too brainless to fight with an Interpol. Development without a license is really courageous. Now that the Alliance is focusing on environmental protection work, there are still people who dare to do it. Zhang Yuan admires their courage, but this saves Zhang Yuan a lot of trouble, and he doesn't need to stab this matter into the Alliance. Quote. The man in the suit could only respond silently. Zhang Yuan looked back and glanced at the reservoir where the pedestal had been erected. I'm very curious that the Forest Rangers Association has not come to trouble you for so long. Zhang Yuan guessed that Sylph should use its network. Otherwise, how could the Forest Rangers Association, which regards protecting the environment as its life, sit back and watch the environment be destroyed. Makeup. Chapter 116 Express. Share. This. Officer Zero, can you give our Sylph group a face? Hearing that Zhang Yuan is both an Alliance member and a member of the Pokemon Ranger Association, the man in the suit asked bitterly, completely different from the previous arrogance. But will Zhang Yuan take care of him? How much damage does a reservoir in a mountain do to the ecological environment of a place? The first is that Pokemon living in the mountains will be displaced or even submerged in reservoirs. The second is the impact on the mountain. For example, this reservoir was built in a place where there was no water, and the erosion of water on the mountain is huge. There is no need to build a reservoir in such a place where there is neither water shortage nor backward economic development. The purpose can only be economic benefits. Sylph, who sacrificed countless Pokemon for economic benefits, worthy of sympathy. Especially when his documents are not complete. Regarding Zhang Yuan's sudden attack, the man in the suit said that he could no longer handle the matter, and trotted all the way to inform his boss. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he intends to use the senior management of Sylph Company and use the alliance relationship to solve the problem. Officer of Interpol, he officially knows Professor Oak, Lance Crossing and Agatha, and secretly is a collaborator of Giovanni. Not every cat and dog can step on him. Foot. And he is also contacting people, but he is contacting Erica and the Pokemon Ranger Association behind her. Zhang Yuan-kun, what's the matter? Rhythm of Erica's speech is still very comfortable, giving people a feeling of floral comfort. Erica, I have something to ask you. Did you know there's a reservoir under construction in the mountains next to Gringy? Something bad seems to be happening here. Zhang Yuan went straight to the point and told Erica about it directly. If you can, help me contact the people from the Forest Rangers Association. Not only is the construction of the reservoir here not registered with the Alliance, but it is very likely to endanger countless Pokemon life. Quote. From Zhang Yuan's account, Erica I also felt the seriousness of this incident and said seriously, I will contact the people from the Forest Rangers Association, and also ask Zhang Yuanjun to wait there for a while. The staff will arrive soon, and I will definitely respond to you. Those guys are severely punished. Then wait for your good news. Thank you, Zhang Yuanjun. Thanks to your notification this time, the Forest Rangers Association was able to find out about this. In Erica's solemn thanks, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. The construction workers below, organized by men in suits, used mechanical equipment to lift the car out of the pit. Diglett watched from a distance, seemingly determined to defend his home. Zhang Yuan, Sabrina, and Salamence landed on the high ground beside the blocked road. Salamence lay beside him. Sabrina and Zhang Yuan leaned on Salamence's back side by side. He was not in a hurry, and just waited for the forest ranger to arrive here. Anyway, it was impossible for the reservoir to start construction with him watching. Zhang Yuan was fiddling with the express share he just got. Express share looked like a helmet, but it wasn't. The entire express share consists of a main control core and two robotic arms next to it. The ends of the robotic arms are many patches. According to the instructions, when using express share, as long as these patches are placed close to the Pokemon, they will automatically fit, and then simulate the battle environment to allow the Pokemon to gain experience. Zhang Yuan, what are you holding? Sabrina looked at the express share in Zhang Yuan's hand and wondered. This one, express share. Express share, what is that? Sabrina asked. Hearing Sabrina say this, Zhang Yuan BDFF was refreshed again. You don't know. Sabrina is a little weird. Should I know? Looking at Sabrina's cute and confused expression, Zhang Yuan found that he seemed to have found another item that only treasures can open, but not in the Pokemon world. Regions in this world don't have express share, but he hasn't seen Sabrina's expression in the Kanto region so far. Zhang Yuan introduced to Sabrina with express share. This is a special device that allows Pokemon to gain combat experience and evolution experience even if they are not fighting. Is there still such a prop? Sabrina found that Zhang Yuan was always able to come up with some strange things. Of course, the potential of technology is unlimited. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand. Sabrina, lend me your Jigglypuff. Sabrina subconsciously handed Jigglypuff to Zhang Yuan, and then saw Zhang Yuan put express share directly on Jigglypuff's head. The huge head has an express share on it, which makes Jigglypuff look ridiculous. Bully. Jigglypuff touched the express share on his head in confusion, feeling very novel, and jumped up staggeringly. Salamence, use Ember on the Firo next to you. Who has been bullying Oddish next to him? Zhang Yuan ordered. Firo, who made him bully so weak? Salamence rolled his eyes, but still carried out Zhang Yuan's order well. Roar. Ember rained down on Firo in front of him, burning a good Firo into a bald-tailed bird. Firo screamed and spread his wings to fly. How could Salamence let such a weak opponent run away? Salamence should not lose face. One paw pressed Firo to the ground and stunned, and the next second, a light appeared on express share. Bully. Jigglypuff let out a cry, and suddenly danced, and when it returned to normal, it was slightly different than before. A wave of his short hand, Jigglypuff seemed to wonder what was going on. It's amazing, Sabrina exclaimed, her confusion being able to tell that Jigglypuff was indeed getting stronger just now. In fact, it's not that easy to become stronger normally, but who made this Jigglypuff's level too low? At this moment, a large group of off-road vehicles painted in gray-green suddenly formed a convoy heading here in the distance. Get up, it looks like someone from the Pokemon Ranger is here. The first chapter is updated, there are still 2 chapters left. Chapter 117 Pokemon Ranger. Pokemon Rangers are very unfamiliar to ordinary people living in the Pokemon world. Because they live in cities and towns all the year round, it is difficult to come into contact with this group of people who spend their whole days in the mountains and forests, dedicating their lives to protecting wild Pokemon. But for poachers and those who intend to destroy the natural ecological environment, this group of people has been following them like shadows and nightmares, and then brought them to justice one by one. From the materials issued by Interpol. Hello, Zhang Yuan police officer. I am the Lucky Village of the Forest Rangers Association. A middle-aged man in the lead got out of the car and stretched out his strong arms. Hello, I'm Zhang Yuan, and next to me is Sabrina. The two shook hands, and Sabrina nodded to Yukimura. Zhang Yuan looked behind the middle-aged man. There were 5 cars in the convoy, and there were many people from the Forest Ranger Association this time. Thank you very much, but if you hadn't informed Erica, we probably wouldn't have gotten this news. Some people in the Alliance have gone too far. Yukimura bowed deeply. He was very indignant, and it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the people in the league covering the Sylph Company. Talk too much, especially in front of strangers. Zhang Yuan did not express his opinion. Erica must have introduced you to the general situation here. Miss Erica has already told me in general, but I don't know much about the details. Yukimura told the truth. Then let me talk to you. Seeing Yukimura nodding, Zhang Yuan pointed to the man in the suit below in the center of the crowd. This dam was built by Sylph, and that man should be the person in charge of this project. The middle-aged man with a hard hat next to him is the contractor of this project. Whoever violated the law, and what regulations were violated, still needs your Forest Rangers Association to distinguish. I see. Yukimura frowned as he looked at the felled trees and the dam in front of him. Has this forest been destroyed like this? Well, the main reason why I called you here is that there is a group of Diglets living in the valley behind the dam. If the dam is built, Zhang Yuan didn't finish his words, but the serious consequences are self-evident. Once the reservoir is built, it can be said to be a disaster for the wild Pokemon living here. I see, but is there Diglett here? Yukimura and the rangers behind him lit up when they heard Diglett. That's right, the Digletts did those truck tires you see going underground. Is there anything weird about it? I forgot that Zhang Yuan's police officer said that you are not a forest ranger, so I don't know that. Yukimura slapped his head embarrassedly when he heard Zhang Yuan's question. Digletts are a gift from God, they are good at planting trees, and they are our best friends for us Pokemon Rangers. So it is. Zhang Yuan nodded, in fact he didn't care about these. Let's go over, the people below are watching us. Zhang Yuan said with a glance at the crowd below. Yukimura naturally had no objection. All right, just so I can go and learn about the environment here. The man in the suit below has long discovered the convoy of Pokemon Rangers above. But what can he do? He is also very desperate. Before calling the boss for help, the boss told him to hold on until the last moment, so even if the forest ranger was in front of him, the man in the suit could only bite the bullet and direct the manpower to work. Now that the Pokemon Ranger has arrived, he hasn't waited for the assistance that his boss said. What should he do? ... Standing on the base of the dam, Zhang Yuan stepped on the extremely strong base of the dam. First of all, the reservoir project can't continue. I suggest to impose a fine on Sylph Company first, and then use the fine to demolish the built reservoir. The source of this incident is Sylph Company, and no fine is not enough to serve as a warning effect. Then hand over the restoration of the woodland to Diglett and Dugtrio. Yukimura nodded. After that, the work of protecting wild Pokemon here will be handed over to your rangers. I don't have time to take care of this place, so I can only ask you. For flowers. No problem. We will continue to pay attention to this region. This is also our job. After saying this, Zhang Yuan had nothing to say. Smiled and said, I don't have anything else to say. I'm going on a trip next. I've stayed here for a long time today, so I won't stay here any longer. We will have a plan in the future. After speaking, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina rode Salamence away, leaving only a group of forest rangers surveying the extent of environmental damage and the surrounding environment, and men in suits with ugly expressions. Waiting for the man in the suit will be a lawsuit for destroying the natural ecological environment. Zero. Zhang Yuan. Flying in the sky, Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan suspiciously. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan, who was directing Beldam to form a formation in the sky, asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I'm just wondering why you didn't deal with the people before, but ask the Pokemon Ranger to deal with it. It doesn't take too much time to deal with this kind of thing. Sabrina seemed to be puzzled by Zhang Yuan's approach. It turned out to be this. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Because it's not necessary. No need. Sabrina was even more confused. As an Interpol, I have already overstepped my role in this matter. If I continue to manage this matter, I am afraid that I will suffer a lot of criticism. Zhang Yuan explained. And I have always believed in professional things to professional people to do. No matter how good I am, I will not be better than a Pokemon Ranger in handling conflicts between humans and wild Pokemon. Rather than crossing the river by feeling the stones, it's better to let someone who is familiar with this aspect come. So entrusting this matter to the Pokemon Rangers will not only save me time, but also do a better job. Isn't it a good thing for both parties? That's too easy for me to think. Sabrina said she understood. Please subscribe. I'm afraid I won't be able to write the next chapter so late. Don't wait, let's read the next chapter tomorrow. Chapter 118 Fuchsia Gym. In the dense fog, two figures could be vaguely seen crouching in the water. The famous hot spring town is really good. Zhang Yuan leaned beside him and relaxed. Although there are no free hospitality coupons, Zhang Yuan is not the kind of trainer who needs to save money when he travels, and he can't spend much money on a hot spring in his wallet. It's really comfortable after becoming a gym trainer. I haven't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. This feeling is really nostalgic. Sabrina was opposite Zhang Yuan, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Bully. Jigglypuff floated on his back on the surface of the hot spring, with two small arms paddling the water in a backstroke posture. Helmet. Kabuto looked at the hot spring with a look of longing, and tentatively put his claws into the hot spring, but was scalded by the hot spring, and quickly moved away from the hot spring where the steam was rising, and ran to find Salamence and the others. Zhang Yuan took a look at Jigglypuff, and became very playful. His mental power controlled the water surface and turned it into a slap, and slapped Jigglypuff, who was practicing swimming, at Sabrina like a balloon. Sabrina was caught off guard, and was drenched by the splash of Jigglypuff's landing. The water rippled, revealing the spring light under the water. You bastard, you're acting like a hooligan again. Sabrina quickly covered her chest and said angrily. It's obviously Jigglypuff's fault. Zhang Yuan spread his hands innocently. Look at me being so far away from you. No matter how you look at it, I won't hit you. Bully. Being framed by Zhang Yuan, Jigglypuff was very angry, his whole body swelled up, and he pouted. But the way Jigglypuff does not only make people feel threatened, but also makes people feel cute. Do you take me for a fool? Hide the confusion wave next time you lie. Sabrina was so angry that she couldn't speak. She looked around. Then she grabbed Jigglypuff with confusion and threw it at Zhang Yuan. Bully. A scream, Jigglypuff smashed into Zhang Yuan in the air. Zhang Yuan easily dodged. Hey, since that's the case, I'll let you see my outswing serve. The hot spring was splashing and spring was shining, but the unlucky Jigglypuff was caught between the two, dizzy. After spending 3 days and 3 nights playing in Hot Spring Township, the two of them left unfinished. Fuchsia Gym, a ninja gym hidden in the hidden jungle, claims to be the most difficult to find gym in the Alliance Gym after Cinnabar Gym. According to statistics, among the trainers who set off every year, an average of 30% of the trainers choose to challenge Fuchsia Gym, and half of the 30% of the trainers are lost in the vast forest. Zhang Yuan has now come to the forest where Fuchsia Gym is located. Since the road on the ground is too difficult to walk, he chooses to advance from the air. From high altitude, the location of Fuchsia Gym is not difficult to find. Such a large building costs a lot of money every year just to maintain it. From Salamence's back, Zhang Yuan said that this is the largest gym among the Taoist temples he has ever seen. Even the previous gym in Giovanni, Viridian, was smaller in size than Fuchsia Gym. As a former gym trainer, Sabrina has more contacts in this regard. Leader Koga of Fuchsia Gym is a representative of the ancient ninja genre of the Kanto League. The league spends a lot of money every year to protect the inheritance of this ninja. But when it comes to protecting the ninja heritage, why didn't he know that the Alliance would still do such a thing? Is this the so-called intangible cultural heritage protection? Zhang Yuan found something he didn't understand. Intangible cultural heritage. It's not bad to say that. There are many things that are protected by the Union's funding, such as the traditional Pokemon ball-making craftsmanship, the ethnic minorities represented by the private grazing area, and the ninja genre represented by Fuchsia Gym as the object of Alliance protection. Quote. It's not just Fuchsia Gym's ninja genre that is protected in the league, Sabrina said. I see, but then again, Sabrina, your relationship with Saffron Gym and Fuchsia Gym must be very bad. Why do you say that? Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Ninja's words should be restrained by psychic, just like poison and fighting are restrained by psychic. The ninjas in the Pokemon world obviously don't use those strange escape techniques, and they don't have those messy bloodstain boundaries. It is inevitable that they will be restrained by psychic when they use physical techniques and poisons. Sabrina pondered for a while. Well, listening to you, I found that there are indeed some That little girl from Fuchsia Gym always seemed to have a lot of opinions on our Saffron Gym during the gym leader meeting. Is it because of this reason? As ninjas who take the revival of the ninja genre as their lifelong philosophy, it is always uncomfortable to be restrained in all aspects. Zhang Yuan commanded Salamence to land while speaking. Salamence fell from the sky, facing the gate of the complex ahead. Zhang Yuan's Salamence has stayed in the sky for so long. Koga, the gym leader, should have discovered it long ago. Taking a closer look around the door, Zhang Yuan didn't find any notice of closing. What's the situation? Looking at the silent Fuchsia Gym, Zhang Yuan said that it was the first time he had encountered such a situation where the gym was open but no one was there. Maybe gym leader went shopping. Sabrina guessed. Don't substitute yourself into others. Zhang Yuan complained. Gym leader left gym to go shopping in the mall on weekdays. Saffron City Gym was not reported by the trainers. It is really thanks to the 2.8 trainers who raised their hands. Sabrina blushed a little. Then let's go in and see. The door of Fuchsia Gym is so wide open. Since it has already come, it will be a little unwilling to leave because there is no one there. Going to see it, of course. As Interpol, when something goes wrong at the local gym, I feel like I need to look into it. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan stepped into Fuchsia Gym. You have to find a reason to break into a house without permission. This is just to prevent an embarrassing scene in case of encountering someone for a while, Zhang Yuan explained solemnly, and then kicked Voltorb, who fell from the ceiling, into the air. Makeup. Chapter 119 Janine and Koga. Boom. The airwaves generated by Voltorb's self-destruct made Zhang Yuan's clothes rattle. The scorching hot air rushed toward the face, making it uncomfortable. What the hell? A Voltorb suddenly fell from the ceiling. Zhang Yuan's mood was fucked. Although I know that the Fuchsia Ninja Gym is all over the facility, what is it that I greet myself with Voltorb as soon as I come in? Zhang Yuan, are you alright? Sabrina saw an explosion in front of her and quickly stepped forward to check Zhang Yuan's condition. It's okay, it's just a Voltorb, it can't hurt me. But he was very upset. Fortunately, the one who met Voltorb this time was an excellent young trainer with max of his reflexes and psychic, otherwise he would be 100% bombed by other weak challengers. What should I do? Continue walking. There is still a long passage. Sabrina pointed to the passage that was at least 30 or 40 meters. No, Zhang Yuan shook his head. Under Sabrina's puzzled eyes, he took out a speaker from his backpack and adjusted the volume. Sabrina, plug your ears. Put your ears up. 13 inches. Although Sabrina didn't know what Zhang Yuan was going to do, Sabrina believed that Zhang Yuan must have his reasons for letting her do it, so she plugged her ears with Jigglypuff's two little hands. Bully. Jigglypuff's face was full of question marks. Seeing Sabrina do as he did, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, pointed the loudspeaker at the passage ahead, and shouted the words out with the loudest voice he had ever heard in his life. Is anyone there? Is. The sound wave almost condensed into substance. The wooden building made an overwhelmed creaking sound under Zhang Yuan's voice. Many Voltorb hidden on the ceiling couldn't stand the sound wave being directly detonated. Not so sturdy buildings make things worse. There was a burst of echoes, and according to the time when the echoes returned to his ears, Zhang Yuan simply judged that his voice had spread to at least several surrounding hills. The reverberation lingered around the beam until the sound completely dissipated. Zhang Yuan waited for a while, after confirming that there was no movement. Looks like there's no one left, so Melodic, the high-pressure hydro pump, clear the traps in this passage. Melodic responded, raising his slender neck to use the high-pressure hydro pump. Wait a minute. I saw a pale-faced girl in tights suddenly sprang from the front, leaning on the wall and pushing the door open, crawling out from the wall against the wall, shouting with a crying voice. Please don't use the trick. If you continue to attack, the house will collapse. Melodic turned back and asked Zhang Yuan in confusion. Okay, no need to fight, come back to Melodic first. Putting Melodic away, Zhang Yuan looked at the girl in front of him. It turns out that Fuchsia Gym belongs to someone, I thought no one. Sorry for disturbing you guys. Although he was saying an apology, the words that came out of Zhang Yuan's mouth seemed to have no sincerity. Relieved by the shock of the sound wave that destroyed the world just now, and rubbed her ears. Why are you yelling for nothing? People who use Voltorb to ambush guests at home are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Ninja girl gritted her teeth. For a guy like you who trespassed in a house. Isn't this a gym? When did it become a private residence? Zhang Yuan interrupted. Quote. Taking a few deep breaths, he recited a few ninja words. Anyway, this is Fuchsia Gym, the intruder, report your name. At this time, she raised her head and looked at the two intruders seriously. A handsome guy who looks good, dresses tastefully and speaks venomously, and a Saffron Gym leader. How come the leader of Saffron Gym came to Fuchsia Gym? Are you here to play the gym? I haven't seen you for such a long time. You are still so reckless and haven't learned the slightest bit of prudence from your brother. Sabrina smiled and moved Jigglypuff's small arm away from her ear, then said, after pulling the incapacitated Jigglypuff back into the Pokeball. Ninja girl Janine has already made a fighting stance. Shut up, you are here to kick the gym. She has already decided that Sabrina and Zhang Yuan are not good people. If you insist on playing in the gym, I am the trainer who started this year to challenge Koga, the trainer of Fuchsia City Gym. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand and said. Is it just a normal gym challenge? Janine sighed with relief, and then seemed to not want to show weakness in front of others, so she raised her face again. Go back. Fuchsia Gym is not open recently. I didn't see a sign at the door saying that gym was closed. Zhang Yuan said with his arms crossed. Janine just wanted to throw the shuriken in her hand and deal with the guy in front of her. Just when she was thinking about whether she nailed Zhang Yuan to the wall with a shuriken or nailed it to the wall. Boom! A cloud of white smoke rose, and a person suddenly appeared beside Janine, S920. Okay Janine, back off. Brother. You've lost your mind just because of your opponent's language. You've lost the sense of normalcy you should have as a ninja. Your practice isn't at home yet. Koga, who was wearing a purple ninja suit, said without looking back. Janine got down on one knee. I see, brother. Educating Janine, Koga turned to look at Sabrina and Zhang Yuan ahead, especially Zhang Yuan. Are you here to challenge my Fuchsia Gym trainer? Koga's expression was solemn, with a faint intention of targeting Zhang Yuan. This is normal and can't be more normal. If someone wakes you up with a high-powered speaker while you are taking a nap, and then almost demolishes your house, what would you do to him? That's right. Zhang Yuan's face was calm, and he didn't care whether Koga was targeting him or not. Follow me then, the challenge venue is here. Fuchsia City Gym's challenge rule is 2-on-2. Koga took the lead. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina used Psychic to float in the air to prevent Fuchsia Gym's trap, and the three came all the way to the center of the complex, a training ground surrounded by houses. Renew. Chapter 120 Wheezing. How many years? How many years has he not felt that trembling feeling all over his body? Koga can't remember anymore, but today, in his sight Fuchsia Gym, when the phrase, "Is anyone there?" sounded, he experienced this feeling of trembling every hair. And this time, it was stronger than ever before. In this battle, the challenger Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town will face the gym trainer Koga from Fuchsia Gym. The rules of the game are 2-on-2. Gym trainers are not allowed to change Pokemon in the middle of the battle. Please be prepared for both sides of the battle. Ninja girl Janine stood on the edge of the field and acted as the referee for this battle. She turned to look at Sabrina, who was also standing on the edge of the field, as if to see a worried look on her face, but all she saw was a smile. HMPH, you can still laugh after watching the elder brother teach that vicious bastard a lesson. As Zhang Yuan said before, the people of Fuchsia Gym are always hostile to Saffron Gym. As a gym trainer, I'll send Pokemon first in this match. Koga took out a Pokeball from his waist quite like a ninja, tapped his finger, and threw it into the sky. My first Pokemon, Weezing. Sure enough, it's a ninja, so shameless. Zhang Yuan raised his brows when he felt the fierce aura on Weezing in front of him. Weezing in front of him is obviously Koga's main Pokemon, not a weak chicken used to test rookie trainers. To deal with rookie trainers, they all use their main Pokemon. It seems that Koga is losing face in order to regain his position. Sabrina commented on the sidelines. HMPH, the ninja's creed is to go all out to deal with the enemy. Xing raised her head and defended. Sabrina just covered her mouth and smiled. Since your Pokemon is Weezing, then. Zhang Yuan touched Charmeleon's Pokeball. Go, Charmeleon, kill that Weezing. This is supposed to be your Earl Dervish Pokemon, right? Koga said. Charmeleon, let's attack first. Flamethrower. Zhang Yuan ordered directly. Charmeleon opened his mouth and a flamethrower sprayed out, very fast. Weezing, dodge, use Sludge Bomb. Weezing, fluttering left and right in the air to avoid Charmeleon's flamethrower, then spit out the Sludge Bomb to throw at Charmeleon's location. Charmeleon is being teased by Gengar every day, how could he get hit by a mere Sludge Bomb? Turned over to dodge, and returned Weezing a piece of ember by the way. Gas. Weezing was still in pain after being rubbed by ember. Charmeleon who responded very well, I can see that you have cultivated well. Seeing Charmeleon deftly dodging Sludge Bomb, Koga praised, and without hesitation, Weezing ordered. Weezing, use the Cloudy Mist, drown the enemy with the Poisonous Mist. Gas. Weezing heard the words, and the two heads spewed a purple-black mist in the direction of Charmeleon. Poisonous mist spreads in the direction of Charmeleon, constantly compressing Charmeleon's activity space. Koga's goal is very clear, your Charmeleon is flexible, and I will compress your action space and not give you a chance to use it. Use the vortex of flame to burn these poisonous mists away. Zhang Yuan's response was simple and rude. He directly ordered Charmeleon to burn the poisonous mist with a vortex of flames. If it's poisonous, burn it and it won't be poisonous. This is Zhang Yuan's idea. The flames on Charmeleon's tail rose high, and when he flicked his tail, a flame was thrown out, forming a huge flame vortex in front of him. At the same time, the flames on his tail kept adding to the flame vortex. The suction force generated by the flame vortex swept all the poisonous mist in the field. During the high-temperature burning of the flame, the poisonous mist was continuously wiped out. Even with the poisonous mist as fuel, the flame vortex had a growing trend. Stop him, Weezing, use Thunderbolt to break the vortex of fire. Seeing that Weezing's hard work for such a long time will be burned up by the flame whirlpool, of course, Koga will stop it. Crackling, the yellow spark glared. Charmeleon, Dragon Rage blocks Thunderbolt. He was already on guard against Koga, how could he be given a chance? A wave of his hand, Charmeleon opened his mouth and spat out a yellow beam that cancelled out the Thunderbolt. Explosion made both sides not very rational, in short, Weezing was more aggressive. The flame vortex continued to exert its strength, and the poisonous mist on the field became less and less. Weezing, Smokescreen, and Takedown. Smokescreen, the smokescreen covered two Pokemon, and Weezing disappeared for a long time. Charmeleon, calm down, feel the changes in the airflow, and look for the traces of Weezing. Charmeleon narrowed his eyes, his paws splayed in front of him. Suddenly, in the smokescreen to the right of Charmeleon, the smoke rolled, and the black shadow slammed into Charmeleon. Avoid. No, The enemy is on the left. To order Charmeleon to avoid it, suddenly found that the shadow on the right was just a stone, and the left was the exact direction of Wheezing's attack. Seeing that Wheezing's body is about to hit the fire fear. Bullet time. Charmeleon's reaction speed was still not fast enough, so Zhang Yuan directly opened the bullet time. Use brick break. Seeing Wheezing's actions clearly, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. Roar. Charmeleon roared, and the white light's claws, the kings, smashed Wheezing's head with a smashing sound. Gas. Wheezing screamed and flew back upside down. At this time, Koga knew that Zhang Yuan was not easy. Although his gas eggs are average among his main Pokémon, they are not something that a rookie trainer can suppress. Before he could finish thinking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the smokescreen in front of him. This is the light of evolution. Koga was stunned, and this face can be manipulated. Finally evolution. Zhang Yuan said that he finally trained Charmeleon to evolve. Charmeleon, who had signs of evolution at Celadon, Rainbow Gym, finally has evolution. Roar. Charizard fluttered his wings a little, blowing the smoke away from him. Update, please collect. Chapter 121 Shameless. Non-existent. Evolution is finally here. Zhang Yuan smiled and was very happy in his heart. Celadon, Rainbow Gym defeated Weepinbell last time. He found out that Charmeleon has signs of evolution, and now he has finally accumulated enough experience evolution in the battle with Koga Wheezing. Zhang Yuan is quite satisfied with this evolution speed. It has an orange body, wings that are yellow on the outside and green on the inside, and a flaming flame on its thick tail. Roar. Charizard screamed to the sky, his eyes after evolution filled with excitement. I vaguely remember that when the young Charmander was looking up at Salamence, he was facing the flying covet. Charizard, lift off. Call. For Charizard, flying is an instinct etched in its genes, and it flies into the sky with a flap of its wings. Koga's face became dignified. The opponent was already able to match his Wheezing in Charmeleon, and now evolution has become Charizard. Wheezing, continuous sludge bomb. Charizard had easily blown away the smoke screen before, proving that the previous trick of drowning the opponent with poison gas was useless, so Koga decisively changed his attack method. Gas. Wheezing's tube connected to his body surged, spitting out sludge bomb from his two heads. I don't know where it got so much sludge. Was it hidden in the stomach before? Although Charizard has just graduated from evolution, he has been training with Salamence for a long time, and he is no stranger to flying. A few sludge bombs, it never got hit again. Body shuttle in the middle of sludge bomb, dodging sludge bomb with ease, and Wheezing with flamethrower by the way. Keep the momentum, use the flamethrower to kill its stamina at a distance. Seeing Wheezing being rubbed by the flames, Zhang Yuan smiled happily. Do you think this tactic can deal with my Wheezing? Although Charizard evolution has become stronger, it also has a weakness. Koga also smiled and waved. Wheezing, use thunder. Although Wheezing is not an electric Pokémon, it can learn to thunder. Maybe because it and Naughty Egg are both balls. Charizard, dig. Wah, th. However, there was a problem with the execution of the order. It wasn't that BDBD, Wheezing couldn't make a thunderbolt trick, but it couldn't find an opponent. Hey, this is too shameless. Janine, the referee on the sidelines, shouted with wide eyes. Charizard actually uses Dig's move. That's right. Zhang Yuan used Dig to get out of the battlefield in the face of Wheezing who was about to make a thunderbolt. As for whether Charizard can do this kind of move, there is no reason why you can use the move in the Charmander stage and forget it if you evolve into Charizard. Next to Janine, Sabrina is also a little speechless, not to mention Koga as the opponent. This Jane is as disgusting as eating shit. Can you imagine that a Charizard who was performing textbook-like evasive actions in the sky just now will dig hide in the ground the next second? But today they saw it. Because the target was lost, Weezing was very confused in the sky and didn't know what to do. Zhang Yuan will not give up such a good opportunity. Charizard. Fire blast on that Weezing. Roar. In a muffled roar, a flame shot out of the hole, and then expanded into a large character halfway, hitting Weezing. Weezing, protect. It's too late to hide, and now we can only hope that Weezing's protect can withstand this wave of attacks. But, is it possible? Although the power of Charizard's Fire Blast is unclear, Charmeleon's Fire Blast directly killed Weepinbell, the main Pokémon of Erica. Boom! The Fire Blast slammed into Weezing and the entire Fire Blast exploded. Piping hot, searing, scorching. Rolling heat even twisted the hair of Koga, who was close to coughing. Weezing is incapacitated. Finally Janine stammered the result. Charizard crawled out of the ground, shook his wings to shake the dirt away, and then roared and blew out flames in celebration. The nearly baked Weezing into the Pokeball, the smile on Koga's face continued. What a great young man. Koga complimented. I think so too, Zhang Yuantian shamelessly admitted. Hearing Zhang Yuan's shameless words, Koga almost broke the state of mind that he had kept as calm as water all these years. Will business blow each other up? Can we all have fun together? Hee, humility is the most important thing for young people. Thanks for the compliment, I also think I've always been humble. Koga found that he really had nothing to say to the guy in front of him who was thicker than Snorlax's belly. Because he can always kill the sky with a simple sentence, and at the same time can make people feel very uncomfortable. My next Pokémon, go, Crobat. As soon as Koga threw the Pokeball, a purple four-winged bat appeared in the sky, then swiftly avoided Charizard's obtrusive flamethrower. Roar. Charizard shook his tail angrily. Zhang Yuan's expression remained the same. Compared with the skilled Gengar, Charizard's sneak attack was obviously not at home. If Gengar were to fight Crobat, he would first use a Dark Pulse to stun, and then throw multiple Shadow Sneaks when the opponent didn't react. On the other hand, Koga was attacked by Zhang Yuan's Charizard, and he was not angry, but his eyes lit up. Let the Pokémon attack when the opponent switches between Pokémon. This kind of courage to break the rules, you have the potential to be a ninja. Looking at the expression on his face, he was just about to say, young man, come and learn how to be a ninja with me. Can Shuriken beat Pokémon? Zhang Yuan asked back. Haha, Koga almost forgot what character the guy on the opposite side was. Crobat, Ultrasound. Sound waves enveloped the audience, and invisible sound waves hit Charizard. I went to see Shy Iron Fist in the afternoon, and it felt pretty good, ha ha ha. Chapter 122 Crobat and Charizard. Ultrasound has always been Zhang Yuan's headache type of attack, but he is very confident in Charizard's will. Charizard, bide, use flamethrower. Charizard, who was shrouded in ultrasonic waves, clearly showed a painful expression, but he was tortured by Gengar for many years, and his willpower was comparable to Orberg. Crobat's speed was beyond Zhang Yuan's imagination. The four wings seemed to be equipped with small electric motors, and they flew out dozens of meters when they were vibrated. It looks very difficult to deal with. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and said, does it mean that 2 pairs of wings will definitely fly faster than 1 pair of wings tilde? You actually let your brother use Crobat, now you are sure to lose. The girl ninja Xing next to her was very excited. Hey, girl, keep your voice down, have you fed Growlithe all your ninja mentality training? Zhang_Yuan had a headache from the noise. Xing clenched her fist, and the veins on her fist were showing. Zhang Yuan just said such a sentence, and ignored her, his eyes were fixed on the sky. Charizard and Crobat are fighting there. 2 sides come and go. Charizard's advantage is that he is large in size. As long as he hits Crobat with moves like Takedown or Steel Wing, it will definitely cause huge damage to Crobat. Crobat was inferior to Charizard in terms of strength and volume, he was better at being flexible. He could dodge around in a small field. Zhang Yuan could only see a group of purple shadows surrounding Charizard with continuous probing attacks. The orange Charizard and the purple Crobat collided in the sky. If the field were more open, Charizard wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. Yes, Charizard is indeed more dominant in open-air combat, but now it's a gym challenge, and learning how to win in the rules is also an important part of being a great trainer. Koga adds to himself again. It's true that Crobat's flexibility is very advantageous in small fields. Zhang Yuan did not refute Koga's words, but a comeback from a disadvantage can make this battle more interesting, right? I'm looking forward to your comeback. Koga choked for so long, and finally found a chance to choke back. Zhang Yuan ignored him. Charizard, the vortex of flames. /it, air slash. Just as Charizard's flame vortex was formed, it was split into two segments by Crobat's air slash. The flames dissipated in the air, but before the flames completely disappeared, Koga's Crobat suddenly rushed over under the cover of the flames, followed by Koga's shouts. Cross poison. Roar. Unpredictable, Charizard was slashed in the face, leaving a scar on his stomach that was faintly black and purple. How are you, Charizard? Roar. Charizard spewed two flamethrower to force Crobat back, wagging his tail to indicate that he was fine. Throwing an identification technique on Charizard and making sure that Charizard was not poisoned, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If he was poisoned, the battle would be difficult. But now the situation is also very bad. Charizard has no advantage over Crobat, and now he is injured again. At this time, if you want to deal with Crobat, you can only use a wide range of attacks, so Charizard, use Heat Wave. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a long time, and finally found such a trick suitable for dealing with a highly agile Pokémon like Crobat. Call. The hot heat wave blew through. The hotness here is not an exaggerated word used to modify, but this wind is really hot. Thanks to Charizard's fiery fire feature, when his stamina decreases, the power of his fire-type moves increases. The air twists, the water evaporates, and the air becomes extraordinarily dry. A fiery gale swept through the arena. Squeak. Crobat fell into a scorching hell, and the feeling of being scorched by the heat made Crobat very painful. Use Rain Dance. Koga responded immediately. Sunny Day. Zhang Yuan is not slow. Sunny Day and Rain Dance collide, and a strange sight appears in the sky at this time. For a while, the clouds were dense, and the sky was clear for a while. The two sides were at a stalemate, until in the end it seemed that a compromise had been reached, and the sky turned into a cloudy sky that was neither sunny nor rainy. Asking for flowers. Looks like I won this matchup. Koga laughed. Although it seems that the two sides are evenly matched, judging from the impact on the current battle situation, the coolness of the cloudy day dispels the scorching heat brought by heat wave to Crobat. Tisk, it was cracked. Zhang Yuan was a little upset. Charizard, overheat, and then use Aerial Ace. Zhang Yuan decided to use a combination of punches. Impossible, with Charizard's size, how can he use Aerial Ace in such a small place? Janine exclaimed aside. Not necessarily, but Zhang Yuan is a person who can make the impossible possible. Sabrina said with a smile. 0. Roar. When the two were talking, Charizard was already moving, and with a roar, his body glowed red, like a fully loaded steam turbine, and the whole dragon jumped out. Aerial Ace has seen Salamence use it too many times, and now it's his turn to use it. Charizard has full confidence in himself. The wings vibrated, and the speed was extremely fast in a short distance. Charizard's indomitable momentum was so pressing that Crobat, who wanted to give Charizard a trick of air slash, subconsciously avoided it. Rapid flips even pulled sonic booms in the air, and Charizard flipped his body in the air at an extremely tricky angle, hitting Crobat with his back exposed. Get out of the way. It's too late. Zhang Yuan laughed. Just like a prophecy, as soon as Zhang Yuan's voice fell, Charizard's wings hit Crobat, who wanted to flutter his wings hard. Boom, boom. Crobat was hit by Charizard's steel wing like a cannonball and hit the ground, smashing the training ground into a big hole. There was a spider web-like crack in the pit, and Crobat was unconscious in the pit, killing him in one move, enough to see the power of this combo. Crobat lost his ability to fight. Charizard wins. The final winner is Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town. In the end, even if Janine was not reconciled, she could only tell the result obediently. Update, please collect. Chapter 123, Pokemon Wild Wilderness. Janine's words put an end to the gym challenge. Zhang Yuan bucked the trend as he told him. There were many factors, but the most important thing was that Charizard's last set of punches was too fast and unexpected. At that time, whether it was Charizard or Crobat's state, based on Koga's experience, it was far from the time to decide the winner. Charizard suddenly desperately tried to catch him off guard and became confused, and was finally overturned by Zhang Yuan's disadvantage. Of course, with Koga's conceit, it's not enough to find reasons for himself after losing. If you lose, and there is no excuse. First use overheating to increase attack power, then use aerial ace to increase speed, and finally use steel wing to increase attack. Such a close connection is definitely not the 973 that a rookie trainer can do. Koga retracted Crobat and looked at Zhang Yuan, said what he had been pressing in his heart. It's not surprising to have such doubts. It's only a little over half a year since the new trainer started out, and it took a little more than half a year to cultivate this kind of Charizard. Koga said, you're not kidding me. With this Charizard alone, Zhang Yuan's strength is completely worthy of a gym trainer like him. Even if Zhang Yuan hadn't followed Sabrina by his side, Koga might have regarded him as a member of the evil organization who came to ask for trouble. I'm a rookie trainer who is fake, certified by the Alliance. Zhang Yuan reiterated his identity as a rookie trainer, and then took out his weapon of pretense. This Pokédex is presented to Zhang Yuan, a rookie trainer from Pallet Town. Professor Oak's voice was still so energetic. Quote. Koga said that he has a sentence MMP does not know what to say or not to say. Koga, who was in a very bad mood, didn't talk to Zhang Yuan. He threw his badge at Zhang Yuan, and the next second Koga threw Voltorb, and then escaped in the explosion of Voltorb. It's too embarrassing to be beaten like this by a rookie trainer, and Koga also wants to save face. Zhang Yuan has no self-consciousness to hurt the self-esteem of others. Koga, as a ninja and gym trainer, is not the kind of weak guy. Showing off the badge at Sabrina, he gave Janine a disgusting smile. I haven't had a rest since I arrived at gym, why don't you treat us to a cup of tea? Zhang Yuan said. Speaking of tea, he felt a little thirsty, too, and Charizard's previous heat wave made him a little dry. I don't have time, I have to go and fix the house. A bang and a puff of white smoke, Janine disappeared like his brother. Tisk, it's really stingy. Zhang Yuan looked at the empty training ground and could only take out a drink from the inventory by himself. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Next to you, you almost demolished someone else's house, and you blamed someone else. Roar. Charizard roared from the side, defeated the strong enemy in one fight and two, and achieved the evolution to become Charizard. He felt that today was the peak of his life since he was born. Come on, let me treat your wounds. Call Charizard to his side, apply potion to the wound on his stomach, and put a large band-aid on him. Perfect. With Sabrina's speechless expression, Zhang Yuan took Charizard back to the Pokeball and left Fuchsia Gym. Observing Zhang Yuan's brother and sister in secret, he let out a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Yuan leave. Brother, do you think he's really a rookie trainer? Janine asked, standing behind Koga. It's hard to say such a thing. Koga looked at the monitor in front of him and the two Pokemon next to him who were being treated. I'll check to see if there are any talented trainers in the league recently, Koga said. If it is really a rookie trainer, it can only be explained by genius. Pallet Town. I remember, Janine said silently. Gary, who arrived at Fuchsia Gym one day later than Zhang Yuan, and Ash, who was 3 or 4 days later than Gary, was dealt with by Janine. Zhang Yuan has just left Fuchsia City and stepped into the legendary Pokemon Wilderness area. Zhang Yuan, did you feel that the density of Pokemon has suddenly increased a lot since you entered this forest? Watching Jigglypuff bully a Rattata blocking the road, Sabrina asked Zhang Yuan. Indeed, we should have arrived at the Wild Reserve, Zhang Yuan said after looking at the map. On the map in his mind, there are 6 or 7 treasures scattered throughout the protected area. This density can be said to be very high, second only to Saffron City. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a God-level funny cat stick. Calmly took this God-level cat funny stick into his arms. Although this thing doesn't feel very reliable, maybe when will it be used? While putting it away, Zhang Yuan also deliberately put together the catnip stick and the catnip he had drawn before. I don't feel like there is anything good lately. Looking at the meteorite fragments, the single-person flying device, the Pokemon restraint device and other things that he opened, Zhang Yuan felt very painful for a while. Go this way next. After seeing the location of the last treasure, Zhang Yuan pointed in one direction. Zhang Yuan, are you sure you're pointing the right way? Why do I feel like we've been going in circles? Sabrina asked in confusion. Are we lost? It doesn't exist. How can I get lost if I guide the way? Zhang Yuan vehemently denied. Look at that mountain. Don't you think we're closer to it? But I remember that the mountain is where Fuchsia Gym is located, Sabrina said suspiciously. Cough, you must have misremembered. My direction can't be wrong. The end. Even though Sabrina suspected that Zhang Yuan was pointing the wrong way several times, he was suppressed by Zhang Yuan with absolute authority. The two walked all the way, and then suddenly saw a sign on the door of a house with the words Pokemon Wilderness Area in the middle of a dense forest. I told you we didn't get lost, okay. Zhang Yuan patted the wooden door when he walked to the house. Hello, anyone? Updates may be late, but never absent. Chapter 124 Suffocated Caesar. The Pokemon Wild Area is an area specially established by the Alliance to protect endangered Pokemon. Here, the Pokemon live a life of indifference, peace and harmony, eating, drinking and sleeping, which perfectly embodies the spirit of harmony between humans and Pokemon, and has been awarded by the Alliance for many years. The above are all clichés. The facts are the exact opposite of what was announced to the public. According to incomplete statistics of irresponsible non-official organizations, in the past 10 years, the Pokemon wilderness has been attacked hundreds of times by large and small poaching groups. This number means that, excluding holidays, a poaching group will attack the Pokemon wilderness area almost every month. Jenny to help maintain order in the wilderness area in addition to the original Pokemon wilderness administrator. So you know how important I am as the caretaker of the wild wilderness area. Untie me soon. On the floor in the house, 13 Caesar, the administrator of the wild field area, shouted to Zhang Yuan with a look of anger and righteous words. He looked a bit funny at this time, his arms and legs were tied tightly by a rope, struggling like a wriggling bug. While guarding the forest is honorable, that's not why you threatened me with a gun. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said aloud, no one is in a good mood after being threatened with a gun as soon as they knocked on the door. You were threatening me with your brother Lei Ming just now, so let me let you go now. Zhang Yuan put his fingers through the trigger of the revolver in his hand, and let the pistol spin in a circle in his hand. When Caesar knocked on Zhang Yuan's door before, he didn't know what medicine he took wrong, but he even intended to use the method to deal with Ash in the animation to deter Zhang Yuan with a pistol. But Zhang Yuan is not Ash. The moment he sensed the danger, Gengar had already used a tongue-licking trick on Caesar, so the current situation came about. You should be glad you just drew your gun and didn't try to aim at me or turn on the hammer, or my Gengar will show you what cruelty is. What do you want? Caesar said solemnly. For him, it was a very humiliating thing to be planted in the hands of a kid. How about it? How about we play a game? Zhang Yuan pushed away the drum of the revolver with a smile, and took out 3 bullets from the 6 magazines. Now there are 3 bullets in this gun, I will put it turn around. Kara _ Rapid spin, S drum with your thumb to open the hammer. Have you ever heard of Russian roulette? That is. Okay, don't scare people. Sabrina stopped Zhang Yuan's next move at the right time. Caesar's forehead was already sweating, and he was really frightened by Zhang Yuan's actions just now. Tisk, you're lucky. Hearing Sabrina's dissuasion, Zhang Yuan took the gun back. He wasn't going to actually shoot, he just wanted to teach the guy who was scaring people around with a pistol a lesson. When Caesar let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped, Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his police certificate. I'm Interpol 0. All your actions have been recorded on video. I reserve the right to prosecute you for attacking Alliance officials and for attacking Interpol. The ignorant kid suddenly turned into an Interpol. Caesar's face was very exciting. He couldn't see how the ruthless kid in front of him looked like an Interpol. But Interpol's police officer certificate cannot be faked. The facts are in front of him, and he has to believe it if he doesn't believe it. At this point, Caesar can only admit defeat. What do you want? The Wilderness Area Administrator is under the management of the Alliance Forest Ranger Association. It is within the system that Caesar knows how powerful Interpol is. What do you want? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, I think you may have misunderstood something. There is nothing I want in the Pokemon Wilderness Area. Then, just passing by, I stopped by to see if there is a safari ball to pick up. I didn't expect it to give me such a big surprise. Zhang Yuan reloaded the 3 Huang Chungchung bullets and put them in his arms. This should be regarded as an apology to me, no objection. What else can Caesar say? After living for so long, he knew that he was completely planted this time. Do what you want. Although his heart hurts his brother Thunderbolt, it's nothing compared to losing the job he's been doing for decades. I am a very tolerant person. Since I received your gift, I will forgive you. Zhang Yuan patted Caesar on the shoulder and untied the rope on him. The private affairs are over, and the following is the public affairs. Now, as a police officer of the Interpol branch of the Kanto region, Mr. Caesar Administrator, I am prosecuting you for the crime of endangering public safety. Your firearms certificate is now officially revoked, and you cannot apply again. Zhang Yuan said sternly. At the same time, I hope you will come back to the Fuchsia City Rangers Association for the Administrator Qualification Examination within 3 months. With Caesar's aggrieved expression, Zhang Yuan walked to the counter 627. So, the field administrator, can you give me a safari ball for 2? Caesar's incident can only be regarded as a small episode. Guns are not used to show off and threaten others. Zhang Yuan said that it is necessary to remind him. Pokemon in the Pokemon Wilderness Area can be captured without defeating them. Sabrina asked, holding a camouflaged safari ball in her hand. Theoretically, this is the case, but I haven't tried it in detail. Do you want to try it? Zhang Yuan said. As he spoke, his eyes were already on a scyther beside him. The emerald green angular carapace, the high-frequency vibrating wings behind it, and the 2 sharp sickles at first glance are bullying a Nidoran male sign who is grazing quietly. It's up to you. Zhang Yuan lightly threw the safari ball in his hand. Under the influence of confusion, the safari ball turned into a green phantom, and hit Scyther, who stretched out his sinful butcher knife to Nidoran male sign, in a graceful arc in the air. Separation line What is the difference between people who live without asking for subscriptions and salted fish? So, please subscribe. Chapter 125 Psychic Pokemon in the Wilderness. Scyther, who was already confused, had no ability to resist, and was easily subdued by Zhang Yuan. This is your test. Sabrina saw all this and asked with a face full of questions. That, haha, I used a little more force. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that he could knock Scyther unconscious all of a sudden. Was it because he was too strong? Or do you blame the Scyther for being stupid? Smashing Pokemon with a ball and then subduing it, Zhang Yuan himself felt very strange. Out a safari ball again, Zhang Yuan simply used his own strength to throw it at Nidoran male sign who was bullied by Scyther just now. Boom! There was no accident this time. Nidoran male sign was directly subdued. With Zhang Yuan's trainer level, it was easy to deter such a weak chicken. Picking up 2 safari balls from the ground, Zhang Yuan directly released Nidoran male sign. Seeing Sabrina's puzzled expression, Zhang Yuan explained, Nidoran male sign just now was too timid. After being bullied, he didn't even dare to run away. It doesn't match my philosophy of cultivating Pokemon. It's better to release it directly than to stay. Other hand, Scyther, although the level is lower, seems to have some training value. But the reason Zhang Yuan didn't release it was because he hadn't caught any Pokemon since the trip and sent it to the Institute in Professor Oak. This Scyther was sent over, and Professor Oak, who was also saved, talked in his ear every day how many Pokemon Gary had captured and how many Pokemon Ash had captured. While taking out the drink from the inventory and handing it to Sabrina, Zhang Yuan asked, "Do you have any Pokemon you'd like to capture? It is hard to come to a wild wilderness area, and you can't come back empty-handed. Although the quality of the Pokemon here is not particularly high, but the base is here, there will always be some Pokemon with outstanding qualifications, otherwise why would those poachers frequent this place? My words, I want to capture a Mr. Mime. I don't know if there is any in the Pokemon wilderness area." Sabrina hesitated. "Can't you find out if you can't find it? There's no time limit anyway, so it's good to stroll around here." Zhang Yuan looked at the location of the treasure on the map, and it didn't look very far from here. It's the Tauros group. Let's talk about it when they go there first. The smoke and dust were rolling in front, and the khaki Tauros were running wild on the grassland. Although the appearance of dozens of Tauros running together was not as spectacular as the Tentacruel and Muck incidents, it was also different. Would you like to catch a Tauros? If there are Tauros, it will be much easier to travel in the future. Interpol riding a bull. Zhang Yuan shook his head like a rattle after imagining this scene. Really not. You think, with Tauros, you won't have to press hard when you're on the road, and you won't have to use psychic to float in the sky when your feet hurt. Well said, why don't you grab one? My number of Pokemon has already exceeded the standard. Quote. Sabrina stopped talking, although she had been encouraging Zhang Yuan to catch Pokemon, but she really wanted her to be a cow-riding girl, but she still refused in her heart. Fortunately, the empathetic Tauros quickly ran away and disappeared without a trace, and the embarrassment disappeared before it even started. The two moved forward along Zhang Yuan's direction. In addition to the Tauros group, they also saw the group led by Nidoking and Nidoqueen, the Kangaskhan group with babies in their stomachs, and Pidgeot and Fearow who were fighting daily. In short, the daily life of wild Pokemon in the wild wilderness area is really rich. I feel it, it's over there. Sabrina's eyes lit up as she was on her way, and a faint blue light flashed, pointing to a forest by the lake in the distance. Is it there? Zhang Yuan looked at the location of the treasure in his mind. Although it wasn't the direction Sabrina pointed, it wasn't too far away. That's right, it's the psychic wave, I can't feel wrong. Zhang Yuan believed in Sabrina's judgment as an expert in psychic. Then what do we do next? Walk over, or... You can't go up recklessly, and you have to be very cautious with psychic Pokemon. Sabrina said. Every psychic Pokemon is very timid. They are very vigilant about everything in the outside world. Quote. How to do it then? Do it with me, inhale, exhale. Finally get your confusion under control and let it wrap you around. Zhang Yuan did as he did, so the two of them drifted toward the woods like ghosts. The strange thing was that no Pokemon noticed Zhang Yuan and Sabrina. The idea of asking Sabrina what the reason is, Zhang Yuan looked at the forest, and the psychic Pokemon inside were too rich: Abra, Kadabra, Sulip, and Mr. Mime. Seeing the group of psychic Pokemon in front of him, Zhang Yuan was shocked. Are all the psychic Pokemon in the wilderness area running over? Surprise won't make him feel confused, but it will speed up his reaction. In the first moment, is it okay? Zhang Yuan used his confusion to cover the audience, interrupting the teleport that many Pokemon were preparing. Of course, it's not that there are no Pokemon running out. The fast-moving ones such as Kadabra and Abra have already fled in the chaos, and Sulip is secretly preparing to leave. Only Mr. Mime is played by Sabrina, and finally succumbed to under Sabrina's confusion. Psychic people visiting the wilderness area really has a big advantage. Zhang Yuan said that although Pokemon cannot be used in the wilderness area, psychic people themselves have the same bugs as Pokemon. Just like Sabrina, confusion alone is no match for psychic Pokemon. Dividing line Update. Go to bed first, I have important things to do tomorrow. Chapter 126 Leaving the team. Sabrina's Alakazam vs. Mr. Mime in the wilderness. This is destined to be a one-sided battle, and the two sides are quickly divided. Needless to say, Alakazam won with ease. Subdued Mr. Mime. Seeing Sabrina happily picking up the safari ball with Mr. Mime on the ground, Zhang Yuan couldn't imagine what it would be to be so happy to catch a Pokemon like Mr. Mime, who had to be handsome and unpretentious. Could it be that it's just because it's a psychic Pokemon? To think of a reason, Zhang Yuan could only attribute this to two things: women's thoughts are unpredictable, and psychic people's thoughts are incomprehensible. At this point, the number of Pokemon that Sabrina carries with her has changed from 2 to 3. Jigglypuff, Alakazam, and Mr. Mime. Ignoring Jigglypuff who was bullying Mr. Mime, Sabrina looked at her surroundings and seemed to be fine. Let's spend the night here tonight, there shouldn't be any dangerous Pokemon around. The afterglow of the setting sun spills over the earth, dyeing the streams and forests the color of dusk, which is very beautiful. 513. It should be because there are psychic Pokemon inhabiting here, although we drove them away, but just in case. Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball. Go, Salamence, take a look around, get rid of the large Pokemon and harmful Pokemon. Roar. Salamence fluttered high, and the dragon's might was released, scaring countless wild Pokemon to flee quickly. Don't be so careful. Sabrina felt that Zhang Yuan made a fuss. This is not outside. Who knows what kind of strange Pokemon the Alliance has raised in the wild wilderness area. It's always right to be careful. Zhang Yuan still maintains a vigilant heart when it comes to camping in the wild. After setting up the camp, Zhang Yuan looked at the sky. I'll go pick up some firewood, you'll get the tent ready first. Zhang Yuan walked to the place where the treasure was, and took the opportunity of picking up firewood to open the treasure. After a not-so-fierce battle, there were more than a dozen pinsir lying on the ground. All of them lost their ability to fight, and these were all wild Pokemon around the treasure chest. Back Gengar, Zhang Yuan reached out to an ancient tree. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 2-star special treasure. The treasure is opening. The opening is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2-star special treasure Pokemon Detection Module. Clam, Pokemon Detection Module. Zhang Yuan raised a long thumb-shaped device in his hand and looked at the sky carefully. What's the use of this thing? I flipped through the manual, and there were only a few pages in the manual. The first is to explain that this module is developed based on Sylph glasses, but it is not limited to Sylph glasses. If you want to use it, you just need to connect it to any terminal with a screen. The function is, if you give the corresponding Pokemon information, you can monitor the location of the Pokemon at any time. Zhang Yuan said aloud. Given the Pokemon information, you can detect the location of the Pokemon. Black technology. Zhang Yuan raised his brows. Is he really so amazing? According to the installation method on the manual, Zhang Yuan installed the device on the Sylph glasses. Let me see. Detect all the Dragon-type Pokemon around. Zhang Yuan fiddled a few times and gave the order. Although there is already a huge Dragonite, he is still very interested in the Dratini and Dragonair here, especially Lilith is about to turn 10. Please give a sample of the Dragon type. These words appeared on the screen BDEH of the glasses. Quote. Thankfully, he still thinks that this module is omnipotent. It turns out that data and samples must be entered before they can be detected based on the data. Of course, Zhang Yuan thought that this was normal. If he could conduct a sampleless detection, when he drew the Master Ball and Deoxys was in his hand, wouldn't he just grab the Divine Beast or something? Explore with this Pokemon as a sample. Zhang Yuan took out a Pokeball, which contained a Dragonite with a bubbling nose and a big belly, who was sleeping soundly. Sample entry. Start exploring. The speed was very fast, and after more than 10 seconds, 2 light spots appeared on the map. This should be the location of the Dratini and the Dragonair. Zhang Yuan secretly said, can we navigate? Go along the creek for 700 meters, turn left and enter the tree-lined path to continue. Stop. Quickly close the Sylph glasses, he has to go back to the fire to cook now, and if he goes to Dratini, it will be a matter of tomorrow. Zhang Yuan, I have something good to tell you. Sabrina and Zhang Yuan sat by the bonfire and chatted with their legs crossed. Poke the fire more vigorously with a branch. Zhang Yuan turned his head. What good thing? I was informed just now that I have been transferred to become the official prosecutor of the league. Zhang Yuan looked confused. Why did you suddenly get promoted? We stopped a poacher team in Celadon, Rainbow, stopped a muck attack in Gringy, and protected the local ecosystem in Diglett Forest. Altogether, it's enough for me to be a full-fledged prosecutor. Yes, Sabrina was very happy, with a big smile on her face. Unconsciously, have I done so many great things that benefit the country and the people? Zhang Yuan touched his chin and put a potato chip in his mouth, but why didn't I get promoted? You are already a police officer. A police officer at your age is 10 years younger than the previous league record. How do you want to be promoted? Put it in a more common way. This sentence is, why didn't you promote yourself? Didn't you have a point in your heart? After complaining, Sabrina showed a hesitant look on her face again, but because the Pokemon inspector is going to join the Indigo Plateau, he may be away for a while recently. Ah, you are leaving. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the news. Chapter 1 Update. Today is a good day. Chapter 127 Meet the Poachers again. Sabrina was leaving. Zhang Yuan felt very uncomfortable when he heard the news. Used to having Sabrina by my side. When Sabrina suddenly said that she was going to leave for a while, it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable. Do you have to go to the Indigo Plateau? When I became an official Interpol, the police officer certificate issued directly above. Zhang Yuan wondered, does the Alliance prosecutor have special regulations? He still hopes to travel with Sabrina. Traveling with a girl is 10,000 times better than traveling alone. He doesn't want to be a single dog, even if it's just a little bit of time. You are the one who has special treatment. Sabrina was speechless. All important positions in the Alliance have to go to the Indigo Plateau for inauguration. I don't have the kind of treatment you have, and I can become an official criminal police officer while traveling. Suga, is that so? Zhang Yuan clapped his hands. Only then did he realize that he had always been a privileged class. Although I hate privileges, why does it feel a little dark when this kind of thing falls on me? As for where this privilege came from, Zhang Yuan felt that part of it should come from professional oak, and on the other hand, it should be Keen, and he was able to be promoted so smoothly, and the care of Keen also accounted for a large proportion of it. I've been blaming Keen all the time. I felt a little guilt thinking that I kept rejecting Keen's tasks. Then stopped complaining about his hairline. Compensating to Keen secretly in his heart, Zhang Yuan asked Sabrina, then when are you going? Sabrina counted the time. The flight to Indigo Plateau arranged by the Alliance is the day after tomorrow. It will take a while to get to Fuchsia City Airport from here. I'm afraid I have to leave tomorrow. Zhang Yuan smiled when he heard the words. Then don't worry, you go to a place with me tomorrow, and then I will use Salamence to send you to Fuchsia City. I promise not to delay. Nodding, Sabrina was very curious. Where are we going then? You'll know when you go. Can a surprise be considered a surprise if it is known in advance? It's appetizing again. Sabrina was very dissatisfied, but she was also a little tired after walking for a day, so she obediently went to rest. Zhang Yuan entrusted Salamence with the task of vigilance, and he himself also lay in the tent. The night, Gengar climbed out of Zhang Yuan's shadow, dangling in the night, astonished a lot of Pidgeotto in his sleep, thinking about leaving in the forest. Salamence just glanced up at it and ignored it. Gengar didn't go out for a walk once or twice at night, it was used to it. Meanwhile, another part of the Pokemon Wilderness area. A group of people in black with 6 Pokeballs pinned to their waists walked quietly in the dark. Boss, is there really a Dratini here? One of the men in black couldn't help asking the sturdy man in black in front of him. The leading strong man slashed the bushes with a knife. Of course there are. Back then, the Pokemon Wilderness area was full of uproar because of the Dratini incident, but it wasn't without wind and waves. But after so many years, the men behind him hesitated. This Pokemon Wilderness area has declined, but its administrator, Caesar, has been persevering here for so many years. Doesn't that mean anything? What do you mean? The quick-witted subordinate asked. Glanced back at the man. Idiot. Caesar was the first to discover Dratini. He has been here for so many years. It must be because Dratini is still here. If you catch Dratini, it can definitely sell for a sky-high price on the black market. These Kanto people who worship Dratini as a god will definitely pay a lot of money to buy it. Speaking of the big price, the poacher gang showed obvious longing and greed on the face. Heard the strong man continue. Also, even if we didn't catch Dratini here, it just happened to catch up with Jenny's rotation in the wild field area recently. If we catch other Pokemon enough, we will make a fortune. This trip make sure you don't lose. The boss is still wise. His subordinates immediately flattered. It's good to know, keep up with it. You have to pass through this forest at night, and during the day, the movement will be big. The Dragon Valley where the legendary Dratini appeared. However, the few people who were busy on their way did not notice that in the distant jungle they did not notice, there was a figure with a wicked smile watching their every move. When Zhang Yuan was called up, the genius was just dawning, and the most important thing was that it wasn't Sabrina's soft little hands that woke him up, but the cool air blown by Gengar. Gengar, what are you calling me up so early for? Zhang Yuan didn't blame Gengar, he was just curious. Gengar usually doesn't bother himself. Quack! Gengar shouted and gestured with his hands, then drew a few pictures on the ground. Ellipsis. You mean, someone broke into the wild wilderness area? Going in that direction, Zhang Yuan said, looking at Gengar's gestures and the map drawn by the disaster contact. It is also thanks to Zhang Yuan that he has a little understanding of the appreciation of abstract works, so that he can see what it is painting. Quack! Gengar nodded sharply. Looking up at the direction pointed by Gengar, Zhang Yuan raised his brows. Someone broke into the wild wilderness area at night, and the direction happened to be where Dratini was. Even if you told me that it was not a poacher, I would not believe it. However, in Zhang Yuan's eyes, the poachers are bringing vegetables. Zhang Yuan woke up Sabrina next to him, and handed her a wet towel when she was sleepy. Sabrina, hurry up and follow me. Gengar just found the poachers, how about we catch them together while they're not prepared? In Zhang Yuan's eyes, poachers are just like the food delivered to the door. It just so happens that Sabrina is going to become an alliance prosecutor. With this achievement, her resume will definitely look much better. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Sabrina didn't stay in bed anymore, her eyes widened. Poacher. Well, there are still a lot of people, at least a dozen, let's go and see. Handing the breakfast sandwich to Sabrina, Zhang Yuan Dao. Dividing line Chapter 2 Update. Chapter 128 Melee. The sky was bright, and the forest was filled with the mist of early morning. The Pokémon who got up early had already started a new day. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina were hiding on the mountain walls on both sides of the valley, watching the scene in the lake in the valley. At this time, in the valley, a group of poachers held a huge special cable. One end penetrated into the bottom of the lake in the valley, and the other side was connected to a power generation device composed of 3 naughty eggs and 2 magnetons. What are they trying to do? Sabrina looked confused when she saw the scene in the valley. The corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched. He already knew what these poachers wanted to do. They wanted electric fish. Normally speaking, if you want to get from a lake as big as Dragon Valley. Due to the complex terrain and numerous jungles in the wild wilderness area, large-scale machinery and equipment cannot enter the wild wilderness area. Unexpectedly, this group of poachers, 687, would find another way to force Dratini out. We have to do it. Zhang Yuan turned his head and said. Can't really let these poachers stun Dratini. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, Dratini has already been reserved by him. Sabrina nodded silently, releasing Alakazam behind her. Turn on the switch. The brawny leader waved his hand, and several electrical-type Pokémon used Thunderbolt with all their might. A poacher was about to turn on the switch, only to hear a light drink from above the valley. Salamence, Hyper Beam, destroy that device. Raiden, block it. Raiden with a rough body, like a real rock, appeared on the path of Hyper Beam along with a white light. Seeing the oncoming Hyper Beam, Raiden skillfully crossed his arms, blocking it with the horny armor on his arms. Boom! The Hyper Beam bombarded Raiden's arm, and a violent explosion occurred. Raiden received a huge impact and kept retreating. When the Hyper Beam disappeared and the smoke from the explosion dissipated, I saw that although Raiden's arm was charred black, there was not much pain in his eyes. After being blocked for a while, the poacher had already pressed the switch. Thunderbolt is converted by a transformer, and it becomes a high-voltage strong current of unknown tens of thousands of volts into the lake. Crackling. A yellow spark flashed on the lake, and then spread from one point to the entire lake in an instant. Grumpy. The lake water is bubbling, and the lake water has boiled where the current is dense. Gee. The mosquito-repellent incense frog was stunned by a strong electric current and floated on the water. Soon, all kinds such as Goldine, Magikarp, Krabby and even Horsey were floating on the water one after another. "Hey, Boss Henkun, we've made a fortune, and there's even a Horsey!" shouted the poaching gang, who was always paying attention to the water. Horsey is a cherished dragon-type Pokemon that is worth a fortune on the black market. However, their Henkun boss didn't have time to pay attention to them at this time, because Zhang Yuan's Salamence had already landed in the valley. Who are you to own Salamence? In this world, a trainer who can have the final form of a quasi-god is definitely not an unknown person, but Yokomura has no impression of the trainer in front of him. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball and said, "Well, since you have sincerely asked for advice, I will tell you with great mercy that I am Interpol Zero, and now I have recorded the facts of your crimes, and now I will enforce the law against you according to law. Arrest." But the poachers below have no fear at all. "Humph, Interpol, there are more than one or two Interpols planted in our hands, just the two of you." Henkun sneered. "It seems that you can only be knocked out before arresting you." A wave of his hand, Zhang Yuan released Charizard as well, so he didn't need to say any rules to deal with poachers. Salamence and Charizard hovered in the sky, full of deterrence. Yokomura didn't panic. The enemy is the flight type, fire type and dragon type. Go to the electric type, water type and ice type group. After making arrangements, the electric type Pokemon who were still on the generator just now did not hesitate, and at the same time Cloyster, Swinub, and Walrein were released, specifically targeting Salamence. Immediately, the scene was chaotic, the two sides fell into a melee, lightning flashed, hail filled the sky, and flames were roaring. "I am afraid I'll catch a big fish this time." Different Pokemons from each region mixed below, Zhang Yuan can basically be sure that this is a cross-regional poaching organization. Moreover, this group of poachers is different from the group of weak chickens he encountered before. These people cooperate tacitly, have strong execution, and make good use of attribute restraint. The strong ones are not like poaching organizations, even stronger than the elite team of Team Rockets. Not a lot. Of course, with Salamence as the main trump card, although a group of poachers have a numerical advantage, they have no way to take Zhang Yuan. Although facing the dense electricity system, Charizard did not dare to inflate, he could only pull up the height and attack with Flamethrower and Swift. But Salamence was not afraid at all, slamming a Dragon Rage into the Pokemon below, making a group of Ice-type Pokemon unable to parry, and even showing Charizard a taunt expression in his spare time, which made Charizard very annoyed. The poachers on the opposite side seem to have experienced a lot of battles. Although they are at a disadvantage, they are not panic at all. They are organizing counterattacks in an orderly manner, releasing Pokemon from time to time to join the battlefield to harass them from the side, and they are gradually pulling back their disadvantage. Alakazam, wide range of psychic. Sabrina also shot. The two spoons in Alakazam's hand beside her vibrated with high frequency, and waves of confusion pressed against the local Pokemon in the arena. The timing of her shot this time was very precise, and it was when 2.4 Salamence and the following Pokemon were fighting with Hyper Beam. Due to the elusiveness of Psychic's trick, many poachers' Pokemon were attacked unsuspectingly, and then were solved by Salamence, who was patrolling in the sky. Seeing that his subordinates were killed by a sneak attack, Yokomura couldn't sit still. Night Giant killed at Alakazam and its trainer. "Skarmory, you go and deal with that Salamence." Skarmory waved his steel-cast wings straight into the sky, and another Cyclops with red eyes rubbed a Shadow Sneak with both hands, and strode towards Zhang Yuan and Sabrina's positions. Update: there are a lot of things in the past 2 days, so there is one chapter missing in the update, and it should be finished tomorrow. Chapter 129 Melee 2. Since he stood up, Zhang Yuan has been paying attention to this poacher leader called Henkun. His Raiden resistance against Salamence, Hyper Beam, was only slightly injured, which made Zhang Yuan dare not underestimate his strength. So seeing that he released the Pokémon, Zhang Yuan reacted. Gengar! Zhang Yuan shouted. In fact, without Zhang Yuan to speak, Gengar has long been eyeing this opponent. Jumping out of the shadow, with two weird laughs, Gengar stopped in front of the Night Giant, facing the opposite Night Giant with a trick of Shadow Sneak 12 bursts. The Night Giant, who had never seen 12 bursts of Shadow Sneak, was stunned. When Shadow Sneak approached, the Night Giant reacted and hurriedly dodged, but because the reminder was too large, there were still a few hits, and the Night Giant was beaten. The mutual restraint of the ghosts was originally double damage. The Night Giant lost first and lost a lot of physical strength, which made Henkun's face gloomy all of a sudden. Trouble brat. He glanced at his subordinates who were cleaning up the Pokémon floating on the water. I can't let you mess up my plan easily. 13. Zhang Yuan sneered. Looking at your appearance, you have been a poacher for a while. Don't you know that it's the most stupid to shoot guns in battle? A wave of Zhang Yuan's hand. Salamence in the sky understands. Sideways dodges Skarmory's steel wing, and a dragon breath spurts out. Thought Salamence was going to deal with Skarmory, who knew it would turn around and attack below. Cloyster! A poacher yelled. A Cloyster didn't have time to dodge, and was blown straight by the dragon breath, paralyzing his body, and the next second, he was sprayed with Charizard's flamethrower and roasted half rare. Damn Salamence! He lost another Ice-type Pokémon, and Yokomura was extremely annoyed. Judging from the strength of this Salamence, Skarmory alone couldn't deal with it. Kenmura knew very well that if he wanted to deal with Salamence, he had to rely on the attributes of Ice-type Pokémon to restrain him. You can't lose like this. Night Giant, hold on to that Alakazam and Gengar. Then, Yokomura ordered. Skarmory, Agility, then Aerial Ace. Of course, Yokomura didn't expect Skarmory to kill Salamence. He only hoped that Skarmory could hinder Salamence's movements, and then the Ice-type Pokémon below would teach this Interpol kid the power of restraint. Can you do it and I won't? Salamence, we also use Aerial Ace. One silver and one blue, the two figures crossed a graceful arc in the sky, then turned back and staggered. Boom! Skarmory was knocked out without question. Although Skarmory is an Orberg body, the Salamence level is higher and the ability value is stronger. And in terms of weight, Salamence is heavier. The crush on tonnage gave Salamence an easy victory. Electric-type and Ice-type techniques followed, but they were easily dispelled by Salamence with Dragon Rage. Skarmory regroups and tries to harass Salamence with Swift, but is entangled by Charizard, who has long been eyeing it. Two sides divided the labor and cooperated. Charizard dealt with Skarmory, and Salamence continued to kill the mobs and beat the trainers below. Yokomura understood that if he continued to fight for the quality of Pokémon, he would not be able to fight that Interpol kid. But he has an absolute advantage in numbers, using numbers to kill powerful enemies. This is something he has often done in the past 10 years. If you are skilled, you can't be more skilled. Grass Group, use Paralysis Powder. Flying Group, use Hurricane, paralyze that Interpol kid and his Salamence together. Fire Group, take out that Gengar. Yes, boss, the subordinate responded. Following the order of the poacher leader Henkun, another batch of Pokémon appeared on the field. Pokémon such as Victreebel and Ivysaur used Paralysis Powder one after another, and then Fearow, Swellow and other Pokémon gusted up the wind and blew toward Zhang Yuan. The yellow Paralysis Powder covered the sky, forming a paralysis cloud, covering Zhang Yuan and Sabrina. Then, there are countless Razor Leaf, Magical Leaf and other tricks to Salamence. Magmar and Magcargo attack Gengar and Alakazam. Tisk tisk, you have to force me to kill. Seeing that this group of poachers dared to besiege him, Zhang Yuan felt that it would be better to get rid of them as soon as possible, so as to save the trouble of making a fool of himself. Salamence, pull up. Roar. Salamence leapt into the sky. Zhang Yuan's order followed. Use the largest Draco Meteor. Hearing the 3 words of Draco Meteor, Yokomura's expression changed wildly, and he shouted loudly, "Avoid!" I saw Salamence roared and sprayed a yellow beam of energy into the sky. In the next second, countless meteorites fell from the sky with tail flames and smashed into the Dragon Valley. Rumbling, rumbling. As if the end had come, the spiky rocks on both sides of the valley were smashed to shreds, poachers scurried like ants on a hot pot, and some Pokémon that were too late to retrieve the Pokéball were directly smashed and incapacitated. Can't wait to die here. Henkun gritted his teeth, put away his Pokémon, and jumped directly into the lake. It is better to have water as a buffer than to wait for death on it. Jump into the lake. Jump into the lake. The rest of the poachers saw the boss's actions and quickly followed suit. At one time, more than a dozen poachers jumped into the lake like dumplings. Seeing this, Salamence flashed disdain in his eyes, and slightly controlled the direction of Draco Meteor's descent. Boom boom boom. The surface of the water exploded with water columns, and the calm lake was turbulent. Fortunately, all the Pokémon in the water were caught before. Wait. Dratini and Dragonair seemed to be in the water too. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered this question. Looking at the tumbling water, Zhang Yuan quickly stopped. Stop. Salamence. Salamence stopped Draco Meteor when he heard the words, and then looked at the Dragon Valley again. The Dragon Valley, which was originally rocky and unique, has now become the surface of the moon. There were meteorites smashing on the ground, mud kicking up, and Pokémon incapacitated. Equals dividing line equals Please subscribe. I really want to write another chapter, but tomorrow is a crucial day, and I will resume the third watch after tomorrow. Chapter 130 Dragonair and Dratini. The steam rises on the turbid lake, and many ordinary fish in the water are boiled and turn their stomachs, especially the 2 extremely precious Pokémon Dratini and Dragonair are also floating on the water with their belly turned over, and there are several people in black floating corpses. Floating the same. Watching Dragonair and Dratini. Looks like you accidentally injured an allied army. Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed, and let out a ha-ha. But this saves him having to subdue Dragonair and Dratini, and threw 2 Ultra Balls to subdue them. 2 Pokeballs landed on the shore, and the warning lights only flashed twice symbolically. Just when Zhang Yuan was about to go down to pick up the Pokeball, a hand suddenly came out of the water and grabbed the Pokeball on the shore. Zhang Yuan raised his brows. You're not too timid, you still dare to grab something from me at this time. Quickly activate confusion, only to see a blue light flashing in Zhang Yuan's eyes. The arm that stretched out of the water suddenly clicked, and bent at a strange angle from the middle. Arm. Broken. Ah, let go. A head struggled out of the lake, screaming and shedding tears. You still want to eat chicken when you're a water ghost. Have you ever died? Zhang Yuan directly used confusion to lift the poachers out of the water, and took the Pokeball with Dratini and Dragonair back into his hands. The poacher hanging in the air struggled fiercely. Every time he struggled, the broken arm brought him heart-piercing pain. Let me go, I will never dare. Zhang Yuan dismissed this. If an apology is useful, what do the police still need in the world? Moreover, how can Interpol catch a poacher, but let it go? However, the poacher reminded him that in addition to the few poachers floating on the water, there must be poachers hiding at the bottom of the lake, and they must be found out. Then he tossed the Pokeball and released Melodic. Melodic, use Twister to get me all those water ghosts hiding under the lake tilde. A light cry, Melodic's tail stirred, and a Twister suddenly appeared on the lake. The lake was stirred, and the entire lake turned into a giant mixer. Melodic wiggled wildly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The water is spinning faster and faster, forming a huge vortex. Although it failed to participate in the battle just now, Melodic also showed a very strong ability at this time. Under the stirring of the huge whirlpool, Poachers who were hiding at the bottom of the lake couldn't hold it and came out. Gollum, stop it, Gollum. Stop it, Gollum. Bastard, are you going to kill us? The poachers in the water yelled at Zhang Yuan for his inhumanity. Sorry, being strong means you can do whatever you want. Zhang Yuan admired the poachers below himself in the whirlpool. It was not until their stomachs were filled with water that Zhang Yuan fished them up. The poachers who were put in the air by Zhang Yuan saw the miserable appearance of many accomplices, including their boss, and suddenly felt that it was not all a bad thing to break their arms. 10 minutes later, there were a group of men in black with their stomachs as bloated as those of pregnant women in 6 or 7 months of pregnancy, and some water-type Pokemon who lost their ability to fight. One by one, Alakazam and Gengar were giving them simple drainage and then hypnotizing them to make sure they would neither die nor resist. This. Won't the Alliance be held accountable for destroying the wild wilderness area like this? Sabrina looked at the Dragon Valley, which had changed beyond recognition, and was a little nervous. Such examples have not been unheard of before. Sabrina once heard that an Alliance prosecutor accidentally used fire skills to set a large forest on fire when he was attacking Team Rockets. Although the League did not hold the prosecutor legally accountable, the Rangers Association put all the cost of replanting on the prosecutor, so that he now has a large environmental debt on his shoulders. It's all right, it's just a valley, what about the Rangers Association? Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all. There was nothing in the Dragon Valley, except that the stones were water. Although it looks a little ugly now, the stones are still there and the water is there. Isn't that enough? And, Melodic, use tsunami. Zhang Yuan said that he has a special means of destroying evidence. Whoa. Melodic, the lake water, which was not yet completely calm, set off huge waves, and the waves more than 10 meters high submerged the entire valley. A large amount of lake water has washed away, except that the lake water is slightly turbid. The entire Dragon Valley has been refreshed, but the appearance of the valley has changed from the original wonderful flower to more wonderful. Together, let's take these poachers to Fuchsia City, and then take you to the airport, Zhang Yuan said. Sabrina wondered, what about Dragonair and Dratini? Zhang Yuan patted his head, I almost forgot. In Sabrina's unexplained eyes, Zhang Yuan released the unconscious Dragonair and poured the full recovery medicine into Dragonair. The wounds on Dragonair recovered quickly and healed quickly, even the X-shaped scars on his horns from his early years disappeared. Refresh. Put the still unconscious Dragonair back into the Ultra Ball. This Dragonair will be handed over to you. It should wake up on its own after a while. Zhang Yuan didn't plan to keep Dragonair on his own. Good jows, he now has too many Pokemon. Kabuto and 4Beldum have just started training, and training another Dragonair has to exhaust him. Sabrina was stunned, but she wanted to say that this Dragonair wasn't from the wild area, but was interrupted by Zhang Yuan. It's nothing to worry about. It's already caught in the Pokeball, can it be released? I already have a Dragonite, and this Dragonair is just for you. Zhang Yuan shoved Dragonair into Sabrina's hands. I wish you a smooth promotion to Indigo Plateau. Sabrina stared blankly at the Pokeball in her hand, rushed forward and hugged Zhang Yuan, then kissed it affectionately. The two flew towards Fuchsia City on Salamence. Dividing line Ask for a subscription. Chapter 131 Lost Team Rockets. Hum. Zhang Yuan was woken up by the vibrating communication device on his wrist. Opening the curtains, Zhang Yuan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his pajamas, looking at the newborn morning sun. Hello, this is Interpol Zero, what's the matter? To fight the poachers yesterday. Early again, using psychic again, and now he still feels a little tired. It's me, Keen. Keen's voice came from the earphones, but in Zhang Yuan's ears, Keen's voice lost the calmness that controlled everything compared to usual. Keen, why are you contacting me now? What happened? Called early in the morning, and something that can still make Keen so anxious, must have something happened to Team Rockets. Sure enough, the next second Keen asked. Where are you now, Zero? How far are you from the Seafoam Islands? If I'm in Fuchsia City, Seafoam Islands, it's not too far. He is not far from Seafoam Islands now. If Salamence flies at full speed, it only takes half a day to reach this distance. Could it be that something happened to the Seafoam Islands? Zhang Yuan asked. Isn't the Seafoam Islands exactly where Moltres and Articuno are? Could it be that the Alliance can't hold on? No, didn't you hear that Lance, Crossing and Lorelei were there before? This collapses too fast. There is an urgent mission now. Lorelei, who played against Team Rockets in Seafoam Islands, was besieged. Now the Alliance is unable to recruit people. I hope you can fight back Team Rockets. Isn't there Lance Crossing? How could Lorelei be tied up in the Seafoam Islands? Lance Crossing was temporarily transferred to the power plant to take care of the situation on Zapdos' side. We thought Lorelei alone could stop the Team Rockets of the Seafoam Islands, but who would have thought that they had been suppressing their strength before, and this time they suddenly shot. Zhang Yuan was very curious. So many of you were repelled by Team Rockets. How many people did Team Rockets dispatch? 4 elites are not extremely unstable existences like Gym Leader. As the high-end power of the Alliance, 4 elites can deal with hundreds of Team Rockets members alone, and it is not a problem at all, not to mention the cooperation of the following people. To trap Lorelei is absolutely terrifying. Having said that, Zhang Yuan found that he hadn't contacted Giovanni for a long time. I don't know what they are doing recently, they even started to slap the 4 elite, and I haven't had time to check the gift he gave him last time. It's Athena of Team Rockets. She suddenly attacked Lorelei with the elite power of a large number of Team Rockets. Keen interrupted Zhang Yuan's random thoughts. The 4 generals of Team Rockets. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, which was interesting. I remember they weren't still active in the Johto region a few days ago. How did they come back? Keen is obviously not very clear. It should be to capture the 3 holy birds, and I specially transferred it back. Let's not talk about this, I hope you can follow this mission. Keen's tone became serious. In this situation with no one available, he could only count on Zhang Yuan. For your sake, I have to do this too. These are not those insignificant tasks, and Zhang Yuan has no reason to refuse. And he is going to the next gym, Cinnabar Gym, and he also has to pass through the Seafoam Islands. If he saves Lorelei, he can get the Cinnabar badge on the way. Keen was overjoyed. Then I'll leave it all to you. From Keen's words, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that he had an important responsibility on his shoulders. Shaking his head to put the feeling behind him, where are the Lorelei and the others in the Seafoam Islands? It should be on Iceland in the Seafoam Islands. I don't know the exact location. Claudia is there too. You can contact her directly after you go there. Keen said he didn't know either. Lorelei also asked for help. Didn't tell him clearly. The terrain of the Seafoam Islands is complex, and it is normal to have no specific location. Just contact Claudia at that time. I see, that's it, I'll get there as soon as possible. Hearing that Claudia was also trapped on the Seafoam Islands, Zhang Yuan felt that he had to take this matter seriously. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yuan lay on the bed thinking about it. Asking for flowers. Claudia is also trapped in the Seafoam Islands. I have to think of a surefire way to rescue my little assistant. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and said. Speaking completely ignoring the fact that Claudia is actually older than him. In the case of Athena, although I have never fought, but since I can lead people to surround Lorelei, I should not be a generalist. If you use a huge Dragonite to attack, but in this way, Team Rockets have suffered heavy casualties, which is a bit embarrassing for Giovanni. It is certain to be able to fight, but the question now is how to fight so that neither side suffers too much loss. It's really a headache. Is it easy for me? Zhang Yuan felt tired for a while. Both of you are fighting to death. I have to persuade me to fight. It's a headache. Ellipsis. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yuan simply ignored it. If Team Rockets is really difficult, just kill them all. Anyway, he is a policeman, and Team Rockets is an illegal organization. Zhang Yuan didn't plan to contact Giovanni on his own initiative. Since he had already taken over this mission, he was on the opposite side of Team Rockets in this operation, so he still had some integrity. Anyway, Giovanni didn't say hello to him before doing things, and it's not his fault that he was messed with. Having set the tone of helping the Alliance play Team Rockets, he thought about the abnormal behavior of Team Rockets during this period. What is the purpose of Team Rockets? Zhang Yuan began to ponder the plot in his memory. At this point in time, suddenly he thought of a very important thing. This time seems to be the time when Mewtwo was born. Then, Zhang Yuan had a bold idea. Team Rockets is catching the 3 holy birds on the bright side to cover the birth of Mewtwo in the dark. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by his own idea, but then he felt it made sense. This idea can perfectly explain why Team Rockets has been crazy about the Alliance recently, just like losing their minds. Equals dividing line equals Ask for a subscription. Chapter 132 Seafoam Islands. All of the above are Zhang Yuan's speculation without any factual basis. Maybe Team Rockets just wanted to catch the 3 holy birds to participate in the Kanto Bird Pokemon Appreciation Contest. Let's see what Giovanni sent me before we go. Open the safe. A key lies quietly in the box, and there is an envelope next to it. The envelope contained a letter and an instruction booklet. Instruction manual says, Submarines for Pokemon, manufactured by Team Rocket's Equipment R&D Department. Shocked. He even sent him a submarine. The feeling for Zhang Yuan. How to say, Zhang Yuan was shocked anyway, but he didn't understand the reason why Giovanni gave him the submarine. Is it to let him go to Kyogre? No, Team Rockets can't reach the Hoenn region yet. Picking up the letter and reading the contents of the letter, 187, Zhang Yuan raised his brows. I still don't understand. Giovanni didn't mention the reason why he sent this gift to Zhang Yuan in the letter, but only mentioned between the lines that the submarine was docked in a secret shipyard of Team Rockets in Kashima, and attached a map. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think so much. Some people don't want to send a submarine for nothing. Given Giovanni, SIQ, of course, he wouldn't think that Zhang Yuan would die for Zhang Yuan if he gave something to Zhang Yuan. So Zhang Yuan had no psychological burden to accept the submarine. Zhang Yuan put this matter aside, and now the first thing he has to do is to rescue Lorelei and Claudia who were trapped in the Seafoam Islands. Ride the Salamence through the air, heading straight to the Seafoam Islands. Seafoam Islands, islands located in the sea before Cinnabar Island and Fuchsia City. Legend has it that the 2 sacred birds, Moltres and Articuno, live on the Seafoam Islands, so the Seafoam Islands have always been a little mysterious in the eyes of the world, and they are also one of the tourist attractions that many tourists like. In an Icelandic cave on one of the Seafoam Islands, a group of people wrapping themselves up forms a ball. This group of people includes Interpol, union prosecutors, and more ordinary police officers. They are surrounding a tall woman with glasses. How long will it take for the Alliance reinforcements to arrive? The woman surrounded by the center, Lorelei, asked with a tired face. She was ambushed by high-tech weapons in the previous battle against Team Rockets, and her Pokemon were basically injured in varying degrees. In addition, Athena, one of the 4 generals of Team Rockets, led people to chase and intercept them, and they were in very bad condition. The Alliance replied that they can't recruit people, let's hold on for a while, and it's better to escape on our own. A prosecutor in white said. When the people next to him heard his words, their expressions changed. Doesn't this mean that we have been abandoned? Calm down, Lorelai's cold voice called. As if possessing a special magic power, as soon as Lorelai opened his mouth, everyone's anxious emotions calmed down. Claudia, how do you reply from Interpol? Hearing Lorelai's words, everyone turned their hopeful eyes on Claudia again. Our commander said that Interpol can't tell anyone to come to the rescue right now. Claudia's words chilled everyone's heart, but Claudia was obviously taught by Zhang Yuan and gasped for breath. Just listen to her continue, but the Sir still found someone to support us. Feelings of ups and downs, coupled with the mental pressure that they had been under before, everyone was sincerely tired. Who is coming? This time Claudia didn't sell anything. It's Zero. Who is Zero? The enemy that Lord Lorelai can't solve. Isn't he alone? One of the prosecutors frowned and said that not everyone knew Zhang Yuan very well. Zero, the legendary man who single-handedly foiled the Team Rocket's San Annual conspiracy and saved the entire city in Lamperchi. A policeman was surprised and said that there are still people who know Zhang Yuan's deeds. Lorelai next to her was relieved when she heard the name Zero. Her authority was enough for her to understand what happened in Lamperchi at that time, and she also knew very well how Zhang Yuan solved the crisis in Lamperchi. As long as the giant Dragonite is released, all problems will be solved. Claudia nodded. I served him as an assistant for a while, and with his strength, it would not be a problem to fight off Team Rockets. Well, habit is a very scary thing, and now Claudia has no shame at all about being Zhang Yuan's subordinate. I've seen him, and I've also learned about the Ramper incident. With Zero's strength, it's not difficult to save us. Lorelai praised Zhang Yuan. With the corroboration of his colleagues, Claudia's explanation, and Lorelai's approval, Zhang Yuan immediately became the savior and spiritual belief of everyone trapped in the ice cave. Can't wait for them to look forward to Zhang Yuan's assistance. Da 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 da. The sound of dense footsteps came. At this time, there could be footsteps on this scale in the cave, and there could be no one other than Team Rockets. Lorelai has no fighting ability for the time being, and Zhang Yuan will obviously take a while to arrive. During this time, they can only try their best to avoid the search of Team Rockets. Jinx, use Psybeam, seal this passage. Lorelai led the people in one direction, Jinx sealed the hole as ordered, and stopped the pursuers. In a makeshift tent on the Seafoam Islands. Pat. Using confusion to stun everyone in this place, move it and hang it on a tree, Zhang Yuan clapped his hands. He just came to the Seafoam Islands, and he didn't expect to meet a group of Team Rocket's members when he landed. It should be said that he was lucky, or the people of Team Rockets were unlucky, and they became the first victims in Zhang Yuan's hands in this battle. Zhang Yuan flipped through the documents on the table and found no information. 5.5 He can basically be sure that there is no important information here. This is just a reconnaissance team used to monitor the movements of the island, but their observation records of the Seafoam Islands have aroused Zhang Yuan's interest. In a notebook, this observational record explains in detail the climatic anomalies around the Seafoam Islands in terms of periodic changes in the island's climate and connections between Moltres Articuno. So there's another scientist in here. Zhang Yuan looked around, but didn't find any scientist among the people who fainted. Call Claudia first. I don't know how they are now. Pulling out the earphone from the communication device on his wrist, Zhang Yuan dialed Claudia's number. Equals dividing line equals Ask for a subscription. Chapter 133 Athena. Hey, Claudia, where are you now? Zhang Yuan said to the opposite side of the communicator as he flipped through something recorded in the observation record with one hand. 0, Ice Island, Cave, Third floor. The sound coming from the headphones was choppy, whether it was due to poor signal in the cave, or the result of Team Rocket's interference shielding. Okay, it's the third basement floor, I know. After speaking, he hung up the communication regardless of whether Claudia heard clearly or not. Zhang Yuan pulled out a map from a pile of documents. Let me see. Where is the entrance to the cave in the ice island? ... How is it? Have you contacted Zero? In the underground cave of Ice Island, a group of people stared at Claudia, making her, who always prides herself on being informal, also a little nervous. We got in touch, but in the middle. There seems to be something wrong. Claudia was a little confused. Lorelei also looked at her. What's going on? I told him that Team Rockets were on the third floor of the cave, but 13 had a bad signal just now. Zero, he probably thought we were on the third floor. Claudia is embarrassed to say this. Zero should be able to deal with those Team Rockets. ... The rest were speechless and could only pray that this Zero was strong enough to single out Team Rockets led by Athena. ... The third floor of the underground cave. Team Rockets gather in front of an ice wall and send out Pokémon to destroy the ice wall in front of them. Wheezing. Take down. Gas. Bang. A dull tackle sound, and the ice surface was unscathed, but Wheezing was stumbled by the counter impact, and his body swayed from side to side in the air as if he was drunk. Raticate, kill the front teeth. The big yellow mouse kicked on its 4 legs, and spark leapt out like a fire, and its 2 front teeth slammed into the hard ice. Raticate. The big yellow mouse screamed, and 2 proud front teeth were broken by the anti-shock force, and it flew back upside down. On the ice wall in front of him, there was just a dent the size of a grain of rice. Who has a fire-type Pokémon? A Team Rocket's boss asked. Everyone was speechless. They did have a team dedicated to using fire-type Pokémon, but they all went to search for Articuno, not here. The scene was embarrassing for a while. They couldn't break the ice wall made by Lorelei for a long time, so they could only run to Athena. Lord Athena, please take action. Wearing a white custom Team Rocket's uniform and fiery red hair, Athena frowned. She was very dissatisfied with this group of men. Because of the temporary transfer, all of her capable subordinates are still in Johto. These are all temporarily seconded, and there will inevitably be problems with coordination. A bunch of trash, get out of the way for me. The scolded Team Rocket's members bowed their heads and did not dare to refute, and spent half a day unable to open an ice wall. They are indeed a bit of a waste. Athena throws Pokeball. Arbic. Acid. Strong acid was sprayed on the ice surface, and with a chee-chee sound, the ice cubes gradually melted due to the heat released by the strong acid. Hyper Beam. In the next second, a yellow energy beam spewed out of Arbok's mouth, smashing through the ice wall melted by acid. He gestured to the team member of Team Rockets next to him. His subordinates understood and threw the Pokeball in his hand. Voltorb. Explosion. Boom. The entire ice wall was blown to pieces, and the power was controlled just right. It only shattered the ice wall and did not blast the passage. Go ahead, find Lorelei and catch her. Athena cherishes words like gold. Yes, Lord Athena. Team Rockets didn't feel resentful because of Athena's indifference. Instead, their morale was even higher. Maybe this is the legendary Shaking M. Just as they were about to set off, a strange voice suddenly came from behind. Excuse me, are you Team Rockets? Is this Lady Athena? ... Team Rockets gathered in the cave in front of him, a little bit of tongue, what a coincidence. He rushed to the third floor of the cave according to the map left by Team Rockets. He searched the third floor and couldn't find Lorelei and the others, but he did not expect to encounter Team Rockets. Should this be considered unlucky for them, or is my character outburst? Who is it? Team Rockets do business, idle people wait to retreat. The 2 little guys who looked like the first cannon fodder rushed up, raised their hands and released Team Rockets, signature Pokemon combination, wheezing and Arbok. It's so unfriendly. A wave of Zhang Yuan's hand, 12 shadow sneaks flew out of the shadows, perfectly hitting these two Pokemon who only knew how to rush forward. Boom! By shadow sneak, the two Pokemon flew back upside down and fell to the ground to lose their combat effectiveness, startling the rest of the Team Rockets. Who is he? Even Team Rockets had never seen someone who could unleash an attack with a wave of his hand. What was that just now? Like shadow sneak, or the well-informed. Seeing Zhang Yuan deal with his subordinates, Athena, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, showed an inquiring expression on her face. Calm down. Don't be deceived by him. 500, it's a ghost-type Pokemon hiding in his shadow. Hearing Athena's words, the commotion of Team Rocket stopped. Fake guy. Arbok, poison sting. No matter who came, it will definitely not be your own anyway. Since it is not your own, let's arrest it first. Zhang Yuan didn't know what Athena was thinking, otherwise he would have to complain. From a certain point of view, he was indeed his own. Not only my own people, but also have a good relationship with your boss. Gengar, psychic. Zhang Yuan's confusion and Gengar are in tune, enhancing the original Gengar's weak psychic. The invisible confusion swept past, not only swept poison sting to the ground, but even had enough power to attack Arbok. Facts have proved that there is also a gap in strength between Arbok and Arbok. When attacked by psychic, Arbok does not panic at all, twisting his body to unload in the air. Psychic's little power that fell on Arbok was weakened by more than half, and the damage caused was minimal. Go ahead, use the acid bomb. Equals 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 underscore. A chapter that was supposed to be posted at 7 o'clock, but because it was not saved, half of the chapters are gone, and all have to be recoded. The next chapter will be recoded after sleeping. Chapter 134 The Era of Skinny. Spit out a cloud of acid from his mouth, with a pungent smell, and smashed at Zhang Yuan. If ordinary trainers encounter this kind of attack, I am afraid they will be in a hurry, but Zhang Yuan's heart does not fluctuate at all. Gengar, sucker punch. Zhang Yuan pulled out the Sanryu Zongjin behind him, slashed twice in the air, and the acid liquid group exploded in the air. Chi-chi. The blasted acid sputtered on the ground, corroding the ground to a screeching sound, and black smoke emanated. Slashing an acid bomb with a knife. Athena was shocked. There are not many people in the Alliance who can fight against Pokemon by themselves. Team Rockets has collected information on this aspect. Fighting Elite Bruno, Saffron City, Gym Leader Sabrina, Fuchsia Gym, Koga. These are all included in them, but there is no information on this person in front of him, and there is never any mention of a Sword Master who can fight against Pokemon. While Athena was thinking about it, Gengar had quickly approached Arbok. Two shadow sneaks condensed on both hands, one left and one right blocked the space for Arbok to move and dodge. Gengar grabbed Arbok's body with one claws. The shadow claw grabbed it with the power of Black Shadow, as if to split Arbok into two pieces with one claw. Athena's Arbok is obviously not a weak sheep. Seeing that he can't dodge the attack, he simply slams his body against a shadow sneak and then bites Gengar with his Fire Fang. My Arbok is not so easy to deal with. Athena swept the hair on the side of her face and smiled. Gengar, double edge, bumped the Arbok away. Zhang Yuan definitely wouldn't let Gengar be bitten by Arbok. Looking at the previous battle, he knew that Athena's Arbok level was very high, and it was never a good idea to resist the attack. At this time, the importance of the trainer's command was reflected. When Gengar had difficulty deciding what to do next, Zhang Yuan directly made the choice for him, and did not miss the best time to dodge. Quack! Hearing this, Gengar kicked his two short legs, dodged to miss Arbok's Fire Fang, and slammed into the pattern on its chest. Chaba! Arbok screamed and was knocked out, his tail curled up, obviously not lightly injured. Athena has a wealth of combat experience, and she did not panic when she saw the failure of the attack, resist the pain and attack the opponent directly with Hyper Beam. Chabaku! Arbok let out a cry, his tail circling under him. As a support, his mouth condensed a large group of energy, and the yellow Hyper Beam continued to condense. It's really overturning the table if you don't agree. Seeing that this was obviously a move towards him, Zhang Yuan also became cautious. It would be embarrassing if someone took him away with Hyper Beam. Zhang Yuan tapped the icons of several Pokémon in the inventory, and 4 Ultra Balls were thrown between his fingers. Boom! Use light screen. 4 Beldums are arranged in 4-point divisions of a triangular pyramid. _. 4 Beldum's eyes turned blue, and confusion was used to create a light wall to form a triangular pyramid, protecting Zhang Yuan. As soon as the triangular pyramid was formed, it hit Arbok's Hyper Beam head-on, causing a violent explosion. Boom! The rays of light were dazzling and the gravel splashed. After the explosion, everyone looked at Zhang Yuan's direction. How can nothing happen? Is that the light screen? It actually resisted Athena-sama's Hyper Beam head-on. The Team Rockets were stunned and felt like they were watching gods fight. The formation formed by Beldum perfectly protected Zhang Yuan. I said, you are also a Team Rockets cadre after all. Don't you feel ashamed to do such a shameless thing as a sneak attack on a trainer? The vertebral body floated in the air, and Zhang Yuan, who was in it, said in the sky. Hee, we're Team Rockets. Athena scoffed. Tisk tisk, are Team Rockets so thick-skinned? Zhang Yuan selectively forgot what he had done before against Sabrina and Koga. Who the hell are you? At this time, Athena was very curious about Zhang Yuan's identity. If she read it right, surrounding the opponent's body is the extremely rare quasi-god of Hoenn region, Beldum. Able to have 4 Beldum, the meaning behind this means that the identity of the other party is not simple. Could it be someone from the Stone family? She first thought of the Stone family in the Hoenn region. However, Zhang Yuan's face was hidden under the hood, so she couldn't see it clearly and it was hard to judge. Who are you asking me? Zhang Yuan lifted his hood, just when Athena's attention was drawn. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth, and he ordered abruptly. Gengar, hypnosis. Gengar sprang from the shadow in front of Arbok and released hypnosis. Arbok, who was slightly tired from releasing Hyper Beam just now, was directly hit. You. Without waiting for Athena's words to come out, Zhang Yuan smiled and gave the order. Gengar, Dream Eater, get rid of Arbok. Psychic's trick to deal with Arbok of the poison system, the effect can only be described as outstanding. After only 3 seconds, Arbok was completely incapacitated. Gengar first used Substitute after Athena's attention was attracted, and then hid the Substitute in the shadows until Zhang Yuan ordered to use Hypnosis plus Dream Eater to solve Arbok directly. Damn it! Athena didn't know she was being tricked. The future star of the Alliance, the police of Interpol is Zero. Seeing her face, she finally figured out Zhang Yuan's identity, although the price paid was a bit high. Jiao Jiao Jiao. Murkrow, Vileplume. Athena directly dispatched her other 2 ace Pokémon. Salamence, Charizard, Melodic, 3 of you. Zhang Yuan also threw out 3 Pokéballs. In group battles, Zhang Yuan has never been afraid of anyone. Team Rockets, who had been eating melons for a long time, released Pokémon and joined the siege of Zhang Yuan. Raticate, Fearow, Arbok, Weezing. The difference between this group of elites and ordinary Team Rockets is that most of their Pokémon are in their final form. But even a Pokémon in its final form is still only a one-trick thing when faced with the combination of Gengar plus Melodic plus Salamence plus Charizard. equals 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 underscore. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 135 Big Melee. Firo, use Hurricane. Wheezing, don't stand still, use the Sludge Bomb. Arbok, don't be afraid, sacrifice your life to join Irontail, go up. In the chaotic cave, Team Rockets fooled their Pokémon up to their deaths. But even so, they were still unable to attack for a long time. There are only 4 Pokémon on Zhang Yuan's side, but the quality of Pokémon is far from what Team Rockets, which basically rely on grabbing, can compare to this group of Pokémon. Salamence and Melodic can take multiple Pokémon with every move. As for accuracy, in the face of the swarming Pokémon, you don't even need to aim, as long as you unleash a trick anywhere in the field, you will never fail. Salamence spread his wings, roared up to the sky, and put a mouthful of fire blast in the center of the Team Rockets, scorching several Pokémon. On the flank, Melodic used Light Screen to fend off numerous attacks, while using Psybeam to control the field. The field was frozen, and the Pokémon who used the ground as a foothold were unstable against the smooth ground, which greatly slowed the rhythm of Team Rocket's attack. The Pokémon in the sky tried to get entangled with Salamence, but Salamence didn't play tricks with them at all, relying on its huge body, and drove the Steel Wing to rampage in the sky, making Pokémon such as Firo and Wheezing not dare to get close and can only go far. 853 Cheng attack. Zhang Yuan looked at the chaotic battlefield and smacked his lips. If you are fighting outside and unleash a huge Dragonite, you can kill these guys in one move, but now you can only use Salamence and them to slowly solve the opponent. On the other side, Charizard and Gengar concentrate on dealing with Athena's 2 main forces. Murkrow played against Charizard, Vileplume and Gengar, 2-on-1, and had a lot of fun on the field. Athena's Murkrow level is very high, although there is no evolution as Honchkrow, but the strength is not inferior at all. Charizard suffered from the loss of youth, and was not inferior to Murkrow in strength and size, and was frequently kited by Murkrow, resulting in a constant disadvantage in battle. However, after a few rounds of battle, Charizard also found Murkrow's weakness. It continued to release Flame Vortex to deal with Murkrow with large-scale attacks, forcing it to dare not approach. Even if it could not cause damage to Murkrow, it could also assist Salamence and Melodic to deal with the rest of the Team Rockets. Gengar's side is a little easier, because Gengar has played against Erika's Vileplume before, so it knows what tactics to take against Vileplume. Gengar cleverly used his ability to hide in the shadows to shuttle in the shadows of many Pokémon in the field, just like a slippery loach, so that Vileplume could not catch or hit, but kept harassing Vileplume with Shadow Sneak. Vileplume has power but can't take Gengar. The expression on his face is distorted, the petals on the top of his head are bloodshot, the color is more and more bright, rage is extreme. To use the solar beam to kill the nasty guy Gengar, but where does the sun come from in the cave? Before being guided by Gengar to hit the Team Rockets crowd a few times with Energy Ball without hurting Gengar at all, now it dares not even throw large-scale moves indiscriminately. This guy. Athena looked at the chaotic situation in the field and was very depressed. Her elite troops with hundreds of people were actually dragged by one person. Even if Team Rockets now has the initiative, hundreds of people are fighting against one person. If they can't win it in a short time, in her opinion, this is a failure. At this time, she couldn't help but think of the comment from the boss of Giovanni when she was checking the zero information. Avoid as much as possible. Among all the Alliance trainers that Giovanni annotated, Zhang Yuan was the only one who was annotated by Giovanni with such an evaluation except the 4 elites. Of course, Athena didn't know that Giovanni was trying to avoid it because Zhongyuan and Giovanni were cooperating. She made up her mind to avoid as much as possible. In addition, there were hundreds of Team Rocket's superior that could not be attacked for a long time, so she wanted to retreat. But now that he has the upper hand, if he retreats, he will be unwilling. Just when she was hesitating, the communicator on her waist suddenly vibrated, and a text message above made her make up her mind. We have to retreat. Sent out to find Articuno before has sent back a message that Articuno has been restrained by the restraint device and asked her to deal with it as soon as possible. Everyone retreat. Mobile group, cover retreat. Although the team members of Team Rockets did not know why they had to retreat after hearing the words, it was definitely not wrong to listen to the commander. Wheezing, smokescreen. Naughty eggs, explosion. The personnel in the rear of the hull directed the Pokémon to cover and retreat, and the black smoke filled the cave. With the explosion of Naughty Egg as cover, Team Rockets quickly disappeared into the smoke screen. It's really fast. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement, but did not chase after him. ... The explosion has stopped. On the fourth floor of the underground cave, the Alliance troops who were about to rush to the third floor to support Zhang Yuan slowed down. Is it a failure? Someone said pessimistically. It's really not enough to deal with hundreds of pursuers alone. What should I do? There is no support. Will I be captured by Team Rockets next? The team was filled with pessimism. Keep quiet and don't jump to conclusions without seeing it with your own eyes. Lorelei said coldly that although she has no bottom in her heart, she must stop this pessimistic atmosphere from spreading in the team. No matter what the result is, we'll find out when we go to see it. Someone said. But if Team Rockets are there? An Interpol retorted vigorously. Do you want to watch our colleagues be captured by Team Rockets? Instead of hiding in this cave, it is better to fight hard. The team was divided into two factions. One faction advocated continuing to hide and waiting for reinforcements. The other faction advocated taking the initiative to fight against Team Rockets. Claudia also advocated going up to fight Team Rockets. If anyone here is most concerned about Zhang Yuan's comfort, then she must be her. When the two sides were at a stalemate, they both turned their attention to Lorelei, hoping that she would make a decision. Let's take a look. My cloister is mostly recovered, and I have a chance against Team Rockets. Lorelei decided. Yes. Dividing line Update tilde. Chapter 136 Meet. This is. Whether it was an ordinary police officer, a coalition prosecutor, or an Interpol, they were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. In front of them was a cave that had been bombed beyond recognition. Pocky ground, remnants of Pokémon tricks like Venom, Vines, and Pokémon that were incapacitated too late to get their Pokémon balls back. In the entire cave, which is comparable in size to a gymnasium, almost no part is intact, and there are traces of battle everywhere, which makes people intuitively feel the brutality of the previous battle. A battle of this magnitude. What kind of battle can create such a large-scale battlefield? Pokémon that fell on the ground, there are at least dozens of them, and there are many kinds, Fearow, Wheezing, and the most Naughty Eggs. After using explosion, they are not recycled, and their eyes become a circle on the ground. Roll out. Looking further ahead, they don't see Team Rockets. You are finally here. A voice grabbed everyone's attention. In front, a young man in a black trench coat was sitting on a huge stone, with a dagger inserted beside him, and a salamence licking his wounds prostrate under him. Although the youth did not make any threatening actions, everyone could feel the murderous aura coming from the front. What a terrifying aura! The timid man couldn't help trembling, and the daring heart also murmured. Is this the future star of the League? They had thought about what a scene it would be like. Maybe Zero was caught and tortured by Team Rockets, and the more pessimistic Zero has been killed by the previous explosion. But they never thought Team Rockets would run away. This TM run away. You are Team Rockets, you were just beaten away by one person. This make them, the Team Rockets, who have been chasing and blocking the elite faces of the Alliance for several days. When Claudia saw the person on the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground, and the joy on her face could not be restrained. Zero, it's great that you're okay. Then he stepped forward quickly. Salamence next to Zhang Yuan turned his head humanely, not looking at these two guys. To make Claudia show this expression, an Alliance inspector was taken aback. Claudia was always honest when facing them. An Interpol lit a cigarette. Hey, who do you think Mr. Zero is? He is the youngest Interpol police officer in the history of the Alliance. And Claudia is said to be the leader of Mr. Zero. Quote. At this time, Claudia had already walked in front of Zhang Yuan, and she didn't feel anything at all about Zhang Yuan's aura. Claudia choked slightly. Zero. I remember telling you many times, call me sir after we meet. Zhang Yuan tapped Claudia on the head with the scabbard. Quote. The corner of Claudia's eyes twitched. Her previous joy was gone. It's hard to see each other. Can you let me cry and break the atmosphere? I have to say, Zhang Yuan's ability to destroy the atmosphere is really max. Zhang, Zero, this should be the second time we meet. Lorelei also stepped forward at this time. She gave Zhang Yuan a deep look. Although she had met once at the Pokemon Academy before, it was because she had met before that she told Zhang Yuan that he was able to repel Team Rockets. Shock. Zhang Yuan turned over and jumped off the stone. Ms. Lorelei, long time no see. It has been more than half a year since the two met, and it can indeed be said that they have not seen each other for a long time. Lorelei Elite met Master Zero before. The melon eaters next to him said how did they never know about this. On the other hand, a few people from Interpol vaguely recalled the scene when Zhang Yuan joined Interpol, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Thanks to your help this time, or I'd be the first quad elite ever caught by Team Rockets in the league. It's serious, even if I don't come, it's only a matter of time before you make it through the siege. Question mark. Ask for flowers. Zero. The bridal sedan chairs are being carried by everyone. At this time, a wave of business exchanges can not only create a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, but also gain Lorelei's favor. Lorelei giggled twice. Since someone gave her the stares, she didn't have to hold back. Where are the Team Rockets? Scabbard pointed to a hole. Run over there. They walked in a hurry. Something must have happened. How? Lorelei wondered. Put the shining Sanriazon close to the sheath. Before, I was at a deadlock with them, and then Athena answered a call, and they immediately withdrew. Even the incompetent Pokemon was not taken away. You mean, Athena was also in the battle just now? Lorelei caught a message, and everyone behind him was in an uproar. Zero. I thought that Zhang Yuan was just one person who dealt with hundreds of Team Rockets elites, but I didn't expect that there was also a strong senior Team Rockets cadre. This time it is even more terrifying, dealing with hundreds of elite trainers and senior cadres of Team Rockets with one person, even in the heyday of Alliance 4 elite like Lorelei. Facing a look of awe, Zhang Yuan smiled and said nothing. Sometimes you don't have to talk when you pretend to be forceful, and the effect of silence is better. Chirp tilde. Just when everyone was still surprised, a scream came from nowhere and echoed around the cave for a long time. No, Articuno has an accident. As an ice-washing elite, Lorelei is of course very familiar with Articuno's growl, and she immediately reflected on this scream. Zero, I need your helping hand. Salamence, who had almost recovered from his injuries, into the Pokeball. I am happy to help. Alright, let's go. Lorelei was resolute, taking the lead, and everyone moved in the direction from Growl. Dividing line The previous hyper beam has been modified. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 137 Articuno. Growl beside his ear is getting bigger and bigger. Tell me what happened these days. Why are you suddenly blocked in the cave by Team Rockets? Zhang Yuan asked Claudia next to him in the team. He glanced at the Alliance's team just now. Apart from the ordinary police officers, the remaining one-third were Interpol and Alliance prosecutors. Interpol and the Alliance prosecutor are not comparable to the so-called superior of Team Rockets, let alone Lorelei, but even this luxurious lineup is chased all over the island, which is really difficult for him to understand. Are you asking about this? That's right, with your number and strength, you shouldn't be stuck in the cave. Claudia shook her head. Team Rockets used equipment that has never been seen before. 970, Lorelei, S-Ice-type Pokemon has been greatly restrained, plus they are led by Athena, and the number of people the advantage, when we didn't react, directly defeated us. ... Everyone rushed to the outside of the cave along the sound, and at a glance, there was a group of black-clothed Team Rockets surrounding an ice sculpture in the distance. Articuno. Quote. With just one glance, you can see that there is a blue and crystal-clear bird that is frozen in ice cubes. Is it because the Articuno Team Rockets were trapped that they retreated? Zhang Yuan understood. He said how the Team Rockets were so decisive at the time. After all, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose if he didn't use Deoxys and the giant Dragonite. When Zhang Yuan and the others left the cave, around the ice block, several Team Rockets were violently breaking the ice with engineering equipment, and they waved chainsaws and fell to the ice block. The sharp chainsaw fell on the surface of the ice, which was not even, and wiped the ice balls all over the sky. The effect of violently breaking the ice with a chainsaw was not good, but Team Rockets had already prepared. As soon as Athena waved, the Team Rockets pushed up a machine with the R-shaped Team Rockets logo. That's it. Claudia said to Zhang Yuan from the side. This machine emits infrasound waves and can destroy ice cubes. Tisk tisk, it seems that Team Rockets has mastered the Anti-4 Elite technology. Zhang Yuan expressed his amazement at Team Rockets' ability to invent and create. There are devices specially used to deal with ghost-type Pokemon, and there are devices used to restrain ice-type Pokemon. It's just about the equipment to restrain dragon-type Pokemon and fighting-type Pokemon. We have to get rid of that device. Zhang Yuan pointed out what they were going to do now. Let's go. Lorelei didn't say much, she showed her attitude with her actions. Boom. The Pokeball opened, and after a flash of white light, a cloister with a blue-black carapace appeared in front. Spike Cannon. The attack aimed directly at the giant instrument. In the Team Rockets crowd, smiled slightly when she saw this, waved her hand, and Murkrow, who was parked on her shoulder, flew out, using Steel Wing to smash the flying spikes into the air. Have you been a mouse in a hole for so long? Finally stopped hiding. Athena tugged the hair next to her ear and put on a charming expression. Although the smile is very charming, the Alliance is the backbone of the Alliance that has been tried and tested, and their hearts are not shaken at all. Let's go together. Seeing that Lorelei did not solve the device, the elites of the Alliance behind them also released their own Pokemon, but it's really bad enough. Zhang Yuan looked at almost all the injured Pokemon who were barely able to fight, and doubted whether they could hold out for 3 minutes under the firepower of Team Rockets. Go, Salamence, Charizard, Melodic. Zhang Yuan knew that if he didn't take action, the elites of these alliances would go to deliver food. Sure enough, you still have to rely on me. Zhang Yuan sighed. He spoke in a low voice, but he was clearly heard by Claudia beside him. Quote. Claudia turned her head in shame, not wanting to look at Zhang Yuan again. Salamence, Fire Blast. When he started using Fire Blast, Zhang Yuan didn't have any psychological burden. Top priority is not to let Team Rockets capture Articuno. Zhang Yuan doesn't want to fight Team Rockets with Articuno. Even if he has the strength to deal with Articuno, he doesn't want to expose it so early. Zhang Yuan stood on Salamence, very dashing. Murkrow, Shadow Sneak. Plus Psychic. Athena commanded Murkrow to block. Team Rockets, who used water-type Pokemon, also shot. The Mosquito Coil Frog uses the water gun. Gyarados, high-pressure hydro pump. The sound of Chi-Chi evaporating. Fire Blast was finally blocked in front of that device. The defense is really tight. Zhang Yuan had the intention to use Draco Meteor to clear the field, but the Pokemon on the Alliance side had already scuffled with the Pokemon from Team Rockets, and the reputation of accidentally hurting his partner was not good. Charizard, Melodic, Free Attack. Gengar Destruction, that device. After conveying his order, Zhang Yuan rode Salamence in the sky to slaughter the Pokemon of Team Rockets below. Zhang Yuan directed Salamence to throw a fire blast out of all the targets he was targeting. Naughty Guy, who was using Thunderbolt recklessly on the court, was bombarded by Fire Blast and directly reported himself. Another Fearow was ignited, rushed to the peak of his life, and experienced the feeling of a Moltres. After a dozen times like this, none of the powerful trainers in Team Rockets dared to take the lead, and all of them were too weak for 1.6, for fear that Zhang Yuan would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Fighting is something that can't be cowardly. If Team Rockets is cowardly, the Alliance will be unreasonable. Team Rockets lost momentum, and the Alliance took the initiative in an instant. Although all Pokemon were injured, the use of potion and restorative moves such as Recover and Mega Absorb, coupled with Zhang Yuan's boost of morale, gradually turned the situation around. Return. And Gengar's side kept harassing Team Rockets, so that the Icebreaker could not be activated, and the balance of victory fell to the Alliance side. Lorelei, who was controlling Jinx and Cloyster to fight Athena, also had a smile on his face. Dividing line Ask for a subscription. Chapter 138. Do whatever you want, Team Rockets. Psychic Team, get rid of that Gengar. Athena looked at the situation on the field, and her appearance of winning the game became serious, and a trace of anxiety could be vaguely seen in her eyes. Gengar's harassment tactics made her uncomfortable. Without the device's helping hand, Athena not only couldn't break the ice shield protecting Articuno, but also gave Lorelei an opportunity. Alakazam, Mr. Mime, more than a dozen Pokemon common in the Kanto region left the battlefield, surrounded Gengar from all sides with blue eyes, ready to trap Gengar. Team Rockets, a Pokemon criminal organization, has been in the business of kidnapping Pokemon all the year round. Although psychic Pokemon is rare, Team Rockets has always been in short supply. Gah! Gengar couldn't help laughing. Seeing so many psychic Pokemon, even Gengar is a little cowardly. If it's one-on-one, one-on-two, it's naturally true, but it's okay to play 10-1 at a time. So maybe you can see a fat Gengar chased by a group of psychic Pokemon everywhere. 13. Zhang Yuan also noticed this scene in the sky. His own Pokemon was besieged, how could he stand by as the master? Salamence, someone bullied Gengar, fuck me. Roar. Salamence swung his wings and swooped down, whipping the wind into the battlefield, blowing both sides to and fro. Zhang Yuan launched confusion, his eyes flashed with blue cold light, and he slashed the hydro pump that was attacking him. Torrent brushed his body and passed by. Zhang Yuan's eyes did not change at all. Dragon's tail. Swings its tail, and the high-speed flying blood wings fly the dragon tail. It swings in the air and sweeps towards the battle group below. At this time, the move does not need to be too strong. With the blessing of such a terrifying speed, even the weakest tackle can play the effect of Brick Break. The tail blew the air and flew all the way in the direction of Athena. Salamence plowed out a blank passage in the battlefield, and the passage was full of fallen Pokemon. Murkrow, Sucker Punch! Athena exclaimed, and the next second Murkrow abandoned his opponent Cloyster and attacked Zhang Yuan. Charizard, return to defense! Zhang Yuan shouted. Charizard also abandoned his opponent, and with a spark, turned into an orange streamer, just in front of Murkrow. Charizard, claws and Murkrow's beaks collided, wiping out bits of Ember, both backing away at the same time. The following Team Rockets saw that Athena's attack failed, and with the mentality of solving problems for the leader, they directed the Pokemon to attack Zhongyuan one after another. Venusaur's Magical Leaf, Magmar's Flaming Vortex, and Gyarados, Hyper Beam, and Mosquito Frog's Psybeam. Are you addicted to hitting people? Zhongyuan felt very unhappy when he saw the attack that greeted him again. He didn't fight back. Did he really think he was incapable of fighting back? By the ignorant guys like Team Rockets, Zhongyuan simply took back the surrounded Gengar and let Salamence rise back into the sky. Various attacks collided in the sky. Psybeam and Hyper Beam collided together to blast the ice crystals in the sky. Flamethrower met Razor Leaf and made the sky rain with fire. Giggle, we are Team Rockets Tilda. Athena covered her mouth and smiled when she was satisfied with the results achieved by her subordinates. Does your boss Giovanni know that you're doing it like this? Our Team Rockets have always done whatever they want. Athena smiled and turned to the Team Rockets technician behind and said, Gengar has been forced to retreat. Your technical team start the machine. In her opinion, as long as this machine is activated, the ice layer that Articuno uses to protect himself, and Lorelei's Pokemon are dealt with incidentally, Zhongyuan will definitely not be able to withstand the siege of hundreds of them. Yes, the technical team hurried forward to debug the machine. It can be seen from Athena's thoughts that she obviously does not know what kind of enemies she has annoyed, and what it means for Zhongyuan to take back Gengar. Gengar, use the strongest Thunderbolt. Charizard, Earthquake, Melodic, Tsunami, Salamence, Draco Meteor. Command 4 Pokemon to attack in one go. Crackling. The explosion of electricity pierced through the air was numb, and the mesh of Thunderbolt hit the Team Rockets below from the sky. Charizard swooped down from the sky, his claws clenched his fists and hit the ground with all his strength, cracking the ground hundreds of meters from Hoenn. Melodic raised his head and whimpered softly, and his elegant posture was right in front of the Alliance team, causing the lake water on the island to set off a tsunami. Salamence spit out yellow energy, turned into a meteor in the air, and smashed into the battlefield. The attacks of the 4 Pokemon in the battlefield are very terrifying: Earthquake, Tsunami, Meteorite. Which are all natural disasters that humans are very afraid of. She was taken aback by Zhongyuan's sudden outburst, but Athena was still very good at commanding. Light Wall, block the attack. A dozen psychic Pokemon join forces to create a giant light screen in the sky. Earthquake and the Tsunami have been neglected, and the most important thing now is not to let this extremely terrifying meteorite fall down. Grass-type Pokemon stood at the front of the team and formed a human wall to break the tsunami. Although the ground-type Pokemon 793 was restrained, he used the rock imprisoned behind him to make rocks to block the tsunami. Boom! The tsunami arrived on schedule. The turbulent waves crashed on the raised rocks and directly smashed the rocks away. The momentum was pushed by the slightly obstructed tsunami, and a large group of Pokemon were swept away by the seawater. It was followed by Draco Meteor. The falling meteor collided with the light screen in the sky, making a sour creaking sound, squeezing, deforming, and shattering, and the light screen instantly exploded into pieces. The meteorite smashed into the field that had become water, splashing the sky, and the shock wave stunned many Pokemon that had been washed away by the water. Under such a large-scale attack, no one can escape. Fortunately, although Zhongyuan was upset, he did not lose his mind to carry out indiscriminate attacks. All attacks avoided Alliance members as much as possible. As for being hurt, how could Zhongyuan manage so much? Anyway, casualties are inevitable in war, and the Alliance will remember your contribution to the Alliance. Dividing line That yesterday's update was indeed a bit too much. Self-examination. There will be an update in a while. Chapter 139. The Fear of Team Rockets. Thunderbolt grabs attention. Earthquake and the tsunami destroy the Team Rocket's formation, and finally Draco Meteor delivers the fatal blow. The superiors of Team Rockets are far less tenacious than they think, and they usually use Pokemon as a tool, but when Draco Meteor falls on their heads, they realize that Pokemon is not something they can play with. Cough cough. Dodged Draco Meteor's blow, coughed to let Murkrow disperse the dust, and the battlefield was a mess. About 1/3 of the so-called Team Rocket's superior were injured in this round, and it was because of the light screen that blocked the front-end Draco Meteor. Damn. This terrifying dragon-type move reminded Athena of her fear of being dominated by the strongest elite Lance Crossing in Kanto when she was weak. In her opinion, Zhang Yuan is not inferior to Lance Crossing now. Is the Kanto League going to release another elite? The eyes of Athena, who is not aware of the complicated relationship between Zhang Yuan and Team Rockets, this is definitely bad news for Team Rockets. But the priority is not to control this guy called Zero, but to capture Articuno. So strong. The Alliance side was stunned when they saw Zhang Yuan's victory. There are many people who know what Zhang Yuan has done in Lamper, but witnessing such a powerful picture with their own eyes is another experience. Witnessing all this, they have a feeling of, Zero is so strong. In the Alliance team, only Claudia had a natural expression on her face. As someone who had seen Zhang Yuan order the giant Dragonite with her own eyes, her heart was very calm. Team Rockets looked even more frightened at the scene around them, and the lucky ones who didn't get hit were thanking God for blessings. They grabbed the Pokeball in their hands, and only Pokeball could give them some comfort at this time. This level of attack can already be called a natural disaster. Faced with a natural disaster-like attack, as ordinary people, they could only silently pray that the disaster would not befall them. Everyone was amazed at Zhang Yuan's strength, only he himself was very dissatisfied with this attack. The main goal has not been solved. Zhang Yuan could see that next to Athena, although the mechanical device was swayed by earthquake and tilted at an angle, it was not hit by Draco Meteor's meteor, and it didn't seem to be damaged. Trouble. He had a headache. Although he caused a lot of damage to Team Rockets, the main goal of destroying equipment was a complete failure. Soon, Athena organized the remaining Team Rockets members to defend around the device, instructing Machamp to quickly straighten the machine, power it with Magnemite, and soon the machine was back in operation. The buzzing sound came out of the machine, and Athena signaled the technical engineer of Team Rockets to increase the power. Soon, the ice cubes around Articuno's body on the side quickly disintegrated. The ice shattered into small pieces, which in turn became ice crystals, and Articuno, with pale blue feathers and a long azure tail, was exposed to the air. Nah! Articuno raised his neck and Growl raised his voice. Instead of the joy of freedom, his voice was full of pain. Articuno is injured. Zhang Yuan's eyes were good, and at a glance, he saw a deep wound on Articuno's left wing. Wound was originally sealed with ice to stop the bleeding, but under the Team Rockets machine, the ice crystals were shattering and blood was seeping again. So that's how you dare to fight in the wild. Zhang Yuan also figured out why Team Rockets weren't afraid that Articuno would fly away. No, Articuno is in danger. A prosecutor exclaimed that he too saw Articuno exposed to the air. But before him, Lorelei has used her actual actions to save Articuno. Cloyster, Spike Cannon, Jinx, Psychic, destroy that instrument. Lorelei, who had suffered a loss, chose to target the machine for the first time, and obviously suffered a lot from it before. Under the interference of that machine, all the ice-type tricks can't be used. Spike Cannon and Psychic are the most attacking moves of Cloyster and Jinx now. Zhang Yuan is not to be outdone. We also go, Charizard, Salamence, use Hyper Beam. A wave of his hand, two bright yellow Hyper Beam aiming instruments blasted past. Stop them for me. Athena shouted to her subordinates. She was directing Pokemon to besiege Articuno, and she had no time to clone. Quote. Alakazam, use the light screen to block that hyper beam. Raiden, use Protect, don't be afraid of Spike Cannon. The members of Team Rockets cheer on their Pokémon, but also themselves. In other words, it can also be said that they are hypnotizing themselves, trying to forget the psychological shadow Zhang Yuan brought to them. But Zhang Yuan was standing in front of them, wanting to forget Zhang Yuan in person. This kind of thing is not realistic at all. Trying to forget a person in front of a person, this kind of thing does not exist at all. Alakazam and Sulap, who blocked Salamence and Charizard's Hyper Beam from left to right, both used Light Screen. Salamence, use Dragon Rage. Charizard, use Flamethrower with all your strength. Break the Light Screen. Seeing that Hyper Beam was blocked, Zhang Yuan immediately changed his moves. Flamethrower and Dragon Rage have learned from the previous lessons. The two attacks are not only extremely powerful, but they also chose a very tricky, Li Deshao angle, making it difficult to defend. Boom! Dragon Rage detonated first, blasting Alakazam out, and the Jet Rocket was blocked due to better defense. Kill 1. Salamence, you and Charizard flank around 2. Kill that Sulap. Hearing Zhang Yuan's order, let's not talk about what Zhang Yuan did, just say that Sulap's trainer heard Zhang Yuan's order and was so frightened that he hurried Sulap to avoid it. 2-on-2 is already enough courage for him, and now 1-on-2, isn't it fatal to rush up? Anyway, he has done his best, the enemy is too strong, he can't do anything. Equals dividing line equals It's a little sleepy to ask for a subscription. I dozed off when I typed, and the code was intermittent. The update has been gradually resumed in the past few days. Chapter 140 SAP. Seeing that Alakazam was taken back from the Pokeball, Zhang Yuan didn't chase after him. He didn't bother to waste time on a guy who looked like a small character. Salamence, Charizard, rush up to me. Zhang Yuan held up the Sanriazong near. The blade fell, and the blade pointed directly at Athena. Roar. 1 left and 1 right, 1 yellow and 1 blue. 2 Pokémon at the top of the food chain pounce on Athena. Articuno in the sky was being beaten by Team Rockets, and when he saw reinforcements, he cried out with joy, and used Hurricane to assist from the side with all his strength. Articuno's Hurricane was several times stronger than a normal hurricane, and Team Rockets were caught off guard and blown away. Salamence and Charizard grabbed each other's chaotic moment and crashed into the fray with their flaming carts. All of a sudden, Team Rockets, who was caught off guard, hurriedly dodged. Murkrow, Vileplume. When Athena saw this scene, she could only let her Pokémon try to block it, and there was no better solution. Articuno is already at the end of the battle, she can only hope that her Pokémon will withstand the pressure from Zhang Yuan's side first, wait for her to catch Articuno and then retreat directly. 153. Naive. Zhang Yuan raised his mouth. Gengar, Melodic, go and help Salamence them. Zhang Yuan has been besieged all the time today, but Zhang Yuan is very unhappy. Now that he has such a good opportunity, if revenge does not come back, he will not be named Zhang. Athens sighed in her chest. She, who had always done what she wanted, was now being done what she wanted. This contrast made her feel uncomfortable. By 4 Pokémon that are no less powerful than them, Murkrow and Vileplume are overwhelmed, and Gengar quickly seizes the opportunity to hit Shadow Sneak a few times. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Salamence abruptly escaped from the battle group and rushed towards the robotic device guarded in the center by Team Rockets. Murkrow and Vileplume, who were struggling to support them, wanted to stop them, but they couldn't break through Gengar's line of defense at all, and they were stared to death. Without Murkrow and Vileplume, there is no Pokémon in Team Rockets to be a match for Salamence, spreading its wings across the low sky, Hyper Beam smearing in the crowd, turning people on their backs, like no one. Be sure to destroy that device. The Alliance trainer's eyes were all focused on the blood-wing flying BDED dragon, with hope in his eyes. Team Rockets also kept an eye on it, hoping that some organizational master would stop that goddamn salamence. Boom! The flames rose, and after a deafening loud noise, the machine was blown up to the sky. The flames shot up 6 or 7 meters. Oh! Alliance trainers cheered, Team Rocket's morale fell to the bottom, and they didn't want to fight. Who had regained his fighting power, grinned wickedly. A psybeam froze the iron-armored terror that had been inseparable from it before into a lump of ice, and a smile appeared on Lorelei's face. Cloister, Jinx, full use of Blizzard. Beating the reservoir dogs is the Lorelei at this time. Other side, Articuno felt that the annoying sound wave finally disappeared, Growl became more high-pitched than ever before, and spit out a psybeam from his mouth, which suddenly froze a large piece of Team Rocket's Pokemon. Damn! Athena knew that their operation this time was a complete failure. Not only did they get rid of the 4 elite Lorelei, but Articuno, who had been guaranteed, was also liberated. Come back, Murkrow, Vileplume. Retreat must be retreated, but the main force that I have cultivated over the years cannot be left here. Murkrow and Vileplume wanted to retreat, but they were guarded by Gengar. How could they escape so easily? The end, relying on the tacit understanding of the two Pokemon, Vileplume used the Petal Dance against Charizard's flamethrower to force Melodic and Gengar back. Murkrow seized the Vileplume that was about to be baked, and took this opportunity to turn into a black shadow. Go back to Athena. Back the Vileplume. Athena turned her head and stared at Zhang Yuan carefully, not daring to stay for a long time and fly directly to the sea. The rest of the Team Rockets do the same, throwing Pokemon like Naughty Egg, Weezing, and Forretress and disappearing into the sea or sky in a blast. Tisk tisk, Zhang Yuan knew that Athena wanted revenge to come back, but he was not afraid that Athena would remember him. Giovanni knew exactly how strong Deoxys was, and unless Giovanni lost his mind, there was absolutely no way Athena would be allowed to find him revenge. I have to say it again here, if you have the strength, you can really do whatever you want. On the other side, Articuno saw the Team Rockets retreating and was about to pursue, and Salamence suddenly opened his mouth behind it and fired it a fire blast. Articuno, who was already scarred, didn't expect a sap from behind. He was caught off guard and added double damage to ice from fire. Articuno was knocked unconscious and put into the Pokeball. Witnessing everything, the people in the Alliance were stunned, and they didn't understand at all that Zhang Yuan was still saving Articuno just now. Why did he suddenly subdue Articuno again? Zhang Yuan picked up the Ultra Ball with Articuno, looked at Claudia and Lorelei with question marks on their faces, and gave a rare explanation. I haven't been back to Pallet Town for a long time. Thanks to the care of Professor Oak during this period of time, I have to bring him some souvenirs. Zhang Yuan was thinking of finding something to do for Professor Oak early in the morning, so as to save his old urge to catch Pokemon by himself, so it was just a whim that caught Articuno. Claudia and Lorelei wanted to curse after hearing this. God TM souvenirs. However, the reasoning given by Zhang Yuan is very legitimate. Articuno is caught for research. Precedent for researching divine beasts in the Alliance, but after the Hoenn Alliance had an accident due to researching Rayquaza, this kind of thing became a default taboo. But the default is to default, and the prohibition of capturing divine beasts is not written in the Alliance Constitution. Addition, Zhang Yuan's capture of Articuno is not illegal poaching. The whole process is reasonable and legal, at least in terms of legal theory. People can't pick out the slightest mistake. Forget it. Report this matter to the Alliance, and let those members of the Alliance have a headache. Among the Interpols present, Zhang Yuan had the highest official rank. Lorelei and Zhang Yuan belonged to different systems, and they could not control Zhang Yuan. So the fact that Articuno was carried into his pocket by Zhang Yuan was acquiesced. equals 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 dividing line equals 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 equals. Ask for collection, ask for subscription. Chapter 141 After the War 1/3. Clean up the battlefield, rescue the wounded, take control of the Pokémon left by Team Rockets, and arrest some hapless people who don't have time to escape. Lorelei, who was orderly commanding the staff, Zhang Yuan felt that he would never be able to become a person like Lorelei in his life. Without him, because he is too lazy to do such troublesome things. Zhang Yuan felt that the character design of Lance Crossing was very suitable for him. He could get his salary if he had nothing to do with his poses. He was very hurt by fighting and killing people all day long. It was what he pursued. As for the commander, Zhang Yuan looked around, and finally set his eyes on Claudia Tilda. You have to work hard to be like Lorelei. Zhang Yuan patted her shoulder and said. Claudia. Claudia, who was patted on the shoulder, was full of question marks. Why is this speech so endless? But, listening to this should be encouraging yourself. Thinking so, she nodded with a smile on her face. I will. The confused Claudia had no idea that she had been booked by Zhang Yuan as a coolie to help him with chores in the future. This time, Zhang Yuan can be said to have overfulfilled the task Keen gave him, not only helping Lorelei, but also solving Articuno's affairs. Lorelei Elite, the matter on Articuno's side has been resolved. I wonder if Moltres next to me wants me to help with the helping hand. Zhang Yuan was very sincere. Lorelei looked at Zhang Yuan with a sincere face, not knowing whether he really planned to help or was going for Moltres. Shaking his head, no, we had a fight with Team Rockets around Moltres before when Lance Crossing was there. Moltres has flown to the 7 islands after that time, and it's safe for the time being. Since the trouble has been resolved, then Lorelei Elite, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Anyway, it's fine to stay, it's better to go and get the Cinnabar badge as soon as possible. Just call me Lorelei, there's only the final finishing work left, I'll handle it myself, thank you this time. An intellectual smile appeared on Lorelei's face. Zhang Yuan happily accepted Lorelei's thanks, and after counting, he found that he actually knew 3 of the 4 elites. 1 Lance Crossing had fought against him, and both Agatha and Lorelei owed him favors. Looking at it this way, I am in the league, and I am well connected. Professor Oak, Bill Professor, Lorelei, Agatha, Lance Crossing, Keen, Erica from the Rangers Association, and current girlfriend Sabrina. He was startled by the numbers, and before he knew it, he had become a force to be reckoned with in the league. Ellipsis. It's time to get the last badge. Cinnabar Gym on Cinnabar Island is the last stop of Zhang Yuan's trip. He is now in Seafoam Islands, and it only takes a few hours to get to Cinnabar Island. Captivate beside Claudia and said, would you like to go to Cinnabar Island with me? There is a hot spring Tilda. Claudia's eyes lit up when she heard it, and her random eyes became vicious again. I don't have the kind of treatment you have. After the things here are dealt with, there are other tasks on the Keen side, I don't know anymore. How long have I not been on vacation? At most 1.5 months. Zhang Yuan said mercilessly. Last time we were on vacation at the seaside in Lamperkey. Claudia. Can't you give me a chance to complain? Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. I will also count the number of battle losses and prisoners and report them to Keen. Claudia said angrily. It's a pity, if there is anything, call me, don't be surrounded by people like this time. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The dignified Interpol was blocked in the cave by Team Rockets and ran around. This incident can definitely be called Claudia's dark history. Claudia was stabbed in the sore spot by Zhang Yuan and turned her head away. Zhang Yuan didn't care either. Remember to come to me during the quartz conference. A wave, he rode Salamence and flew towards Cinnabar Island under the awe-inspiring eyes of the Alliance trainer. ... A huge freighter at sea. In the captain's room, several crew members and the captain were tied by ropes and left aside, and the members of the Team Rockets who escaped from the Seafoam Islands stood in front of the console instead. The ship is currently occupied by Team Rockets as their temporary outpost at sea. Boss Giovanni? For flowers. Using the ship's video calling equipment, Athena contacted Giovanni, who was hiding somewhere. It's Athena, how is it? Did the mission succeed? Giovanni was sitting on the sofa, still in that unfathomable look, and Persian was pacing beside him, giving people a very high-level feeling. I'm sorry, Boss Giovanni, this mission failed. Athena looked ashamed. Tell me why, Giovanni said calmly. I remember this should be the first failed mission since you became a senior cadre of our Team Rockets. For Athena's ability, Giovanni is very recognized, otherwise she would not let her perform the task of capturing Articuno. Ellipsis. Our mission to capture Articuno encountered reinforcements sent by the Alliance, Interpol 0. Fortunately, we retreated in time, and there was not much loss of manpower. Interpol 0, I know. Giovanni understood the code name 0, let alone Zhang Yuan's work again. Although it has long been known that Zhang Yuan is affiliated with Interpol and will soon be involved in the battle between Team Rockets and the Alliance, he did not expect it to come so quickly. How is Articuno's information collected? According to your instructions, the feathers and the rest of the body data have been collected, and the rest of the blood has not been collected. Taking blood, especially the blood of divine beasts, is not that simple. Take Articuno as an example. Although Articuno's wings were injured and bleeding, Articuno's blood dripped on the ground and evaporated in a few seconds. And Team Rockets apparently did not develop the technology to take blood from the living beast. Boss Giovanni, do you want to continue capturing Articuno? This mission ends here. Bring the people back, said Giovanni, knocking on the handrail. Giovanni's interest to go to war with Zhang Yuan. Anyway, the loss of manpower was not serious. But Athena was still a little unwilling. That's it. Dividing line Resuming the third watch today. Chapter 142 Cinnabar Island, 2/3. Cinnabar Island is very prosperous. The streets are either various snacks with fancy signs or hot spring hotels with different decorations. As a hot spring resort, Cinnabar Island is full of tourists from all over the Union all year round, and this time is no exception, and the island is crowded. Normally, there is no room to book in this peak tourist season, and most people choose to temporarily live in the Pokémon Center. However, Zhang Yuan was well connected, and after just a few phone calls, he found a hot spring hotel on Cinnabar Island that was not open to the public and only received VIPs. Buzz _. The phone vibrated, awakening Zhang Yuan, who was relaxing in the hot spring. Giovanni. Zhang Yuan frowned when he saw the call notification. Since the last Lavender Town incident, although Zhang Yuan and Giovanni did not say 160 inches, their relationship has not been as seamless as it used to be. Leaning against the hot spring pool, he answered the phone. It's really rare, Giovanni, you actually contact me. Lying comfortably in the hot spring, Zhang Yuan raised his head to talk to Giovanni. Giovanni took the initiative to call him, which was really rare. I already know about the Seafoam Islands. Giovanni's voice couldn't hear the anger. It certainly wouldn't be happy anyway. Although the loss of Team Rockets is not serious this time, it has also damaged so many people and Pokémon, not to mention the machine with very high technology content at first glance. Giovanni can be happy, it's hell. I'm sorry about the Seafoam Islands. You know I'm not the boss of Interpol, and I can't refuse the order from above. Zhang Yuan is very proficient at such things as dumping the pot. In one sentence, he put the matter on Keen's head, and did not mention that Keen used a negotiating tone when he assigned him a task at that time. Kabuto, who had accidentally dropped into the water and was bubbling in the hot spring, ashore, and wiped the water droplets on his carapace for him. Of course I know, so I'm looking for you for something else this time. Giovanni has no choice but to take Zhang Yuan. The cooperation between him and Zhang Yuan is dominated by Zhang Yuan, not to mention the loss of some manpower. That is, Zhang Yuan directly left Athena on the Seafoam Islands, and Giovanni really dared to cooperate with him while Zhang Yuan, who holds Deoxys, go to war. Giovanni continued, I'm calling this time to ask if you can get something. What? Zhang Yuan thought of Articuno subconsciously. If there was anything Giovanni desperately needed on his hands, it was Articuno. Articuno's blood, Giovanni said, as Zhang Yuan expected. In his opinion, Giovanni should have learned from some sources that Articuno was intercepted by Zhang Yuan, so he came here specially. Articuno's blood. It's a bit difficult. Zhang Yuan deliberately made a look of embarrassment, and then took a sip of juice. Although drawing a tube of blood to Giovanni was not a big deal, Zhang Yuan had to figure out the cause and effect. Who knew what Giovanni wanted Articuno's blood for? During this period of time, Team Rockets was engaged in Wind and Rain, fighting the 4 elites, and catching the 3 holy birds, which made the alliance mess up, and made Zhang Yuan, who wanted to travel quietly, very unhappy. If Team Rockets make things worse, he'll probably be forced to be drafted to the front by Keen. Giovanni frowned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect Zhang Yuan to answer him like this. He had received news from Team Rockets, undercover agent in the alliance before that Zhang Yuan had kept Articuno in his own hands, and now he was acting stupid with him. But Zhang Yuan pretended to be stupid, and Giovanni had no choice. The cooperation between the two sides was led by Zhang Yuan, but he was forced to cooperate by Zhang Yuan at the time. Holding Articuno in his hand means that the initiative is also in Zhang Yuan's hands. Even if he wants to get Articuno's blood, Giovanni can't fall out with him. Tell me what conditions you want. What do you want Articuno's blood for? Well, why don't I give it a try and give you an answer in a few days? Zhang Yuan's face has been practiced to the point of talking nonsense with his eyes open. Articuno was in his hands, and he and Giovanni knew it. He had said a few days to give Giovanni an answer, but he was asking Giovanni what you were doing with Articuno's blood. The meaning of the words is that if Giovanni doesn't give him a clear answer, he won't want to see Articuno's blood in a few days. If it's more difficult, then forget it. Giovanni obviously didn't intend to reveal the news. Thinking about it too, he managed to attract the attention of the alliance by fighting 4 elites everywhere. If he gets through with Zhang Yuan, and if Zhang Yuan sells him, where will he cry? So be it. The conversation got to the point where it could be said that the negotiations broke down, and Giovanni didn't want to say that he was definitely not going to send Articuno's blood to his door. Both parties hung up. Interesting, this should be considered an unhappy breakup. Seeing that Giovanni would rather not use Articuno's blood than reveal the purpose of Articuno's blood, Zhang Yuan felt that there might be a big secret. Team Rockets at this time. He's almost certain that what Team Rockets are plotting is the birth of Mewtwo. Mewtwo. The Pokeball with Deoxys in his hand, Zhang Yuan was looking forward to the birth of Mewtwo. Giovanni, who hung up the phone, was in a bad mood. He didn't get Articuno's blood from Zhang Yuan this time, and the development progress was probably delayed a lot. I took my men to a research institute full of various instruments. Have the gene structures of Moltres and Zapdos been analyzed 1.0? On the big screen in front, 3D models of Moltres and Zapdos were projected, with dense data flashing on them. The analysis has been basically completed, and we have found many gene fragments that can be applied to Mewtwo, just to fill in the missing genes in Mew's eyelashes. A researcher reports. But if you add the genetic structure of Articuno, the progress should be a third faster. Giovanni walked over to the computer and looked at a 3-meter-tall incubator on the screen. The two hugged each other, filled with culture medium, and a strangely shaped Pokemon curled up in it. Separation line Update 2/3. Chapter 143 Blaine the First. Articuno, I can only provide you with feathers and combat information. I want a specific time for Mewtwo to be manufactured, and when will it be completed? Giovanni is very concerned about the progress of the Mewtwo because it is an important part of his plan. Hearing Giovanni's words, the researcher was obviously a little embarrassed. We can only estimate the approximate time between 1 month and 2 months. Only Blaine knows the specific time. After all, he has been conducting the research, and if Blaine was still around, the time to manufacture could be compressed to less than a month. Quote. Blaine. Giovanni came up with the image of the old man with the dark glasses and the two-way beard. Before Mewtwo's research was led by Blaine, but in a previous study, Mewtwo rioted and Blaine took the opportunity to escape. Have you found Blaine? This sentence Giovanni asked as the men behind him. The person below came back and said that he demolished the gym on Cinnabar Island, and we can't find any trace of him for the time being. Keep an eye on Cinnabar Island and find Blaine for me. Cinnabar Island is the root of Blaine. Leaving there, Blaine is equivalent to losing the Foundation. Giovanni believes that Blaine must still be on Cinnabar Island. In order to acquire the genes of the 3 holy birds and attract the attention of the Alliance, Team Rockets has lost a large number of backbones these days, and it has also caused a rebound from the Alliance that has always been very moderate. Now Team Rockets has a very difficult life. Giovanni has put his bet on Mewtwo to dominate the Kanto Johto and even the Hoenn region. If they lose, I am afraid that Team Rocket's power in Kanto will be compressed to the extreme. Loose clothes. Zhang Yuan stopped and walked along Cinnabar Island. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The treasure is opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the flame stone 1. It's a flame stone again. Even if Cinnabar Island is located on a volcano, the treasures can't be all flame stones. Zhang Yuan threw the flame stone into his backpack. This was the 13th flame stone he had opened. If you count the evolutionary stone, i.e. that he opened one after another during the trip before. Open an evolutionary stone, i.e. store is also more than enough. I casually stuffed the last octopus ball I bought from the street into my mouth and wiped the oil stains on the corner of my mouth. Enough to eat and drink. Next is to challenge Jim. Zhang Yuan, who was full of energy, was rarely full of fighting spirit. Next to Quack, Gengar danced with a Prajna mask he got from somewhere on his face. Young people today are really full of energy. Suddenly a voice sounded beside Zhang Yuan. Bing bing heads. Blaine. Looking at the old man with sunglasses, Zhang Yuan raised his brows and called out his name. Cough cough. Blaine, who was halfway through the riddle, heard Zhang Yuan say his name, and was choked and coughed for a long time. I'm not Blaine. You've identified the wrong person. How dare Blaine, who is being hunted by Team Rockets, admit his identity in public? Cinnabar Jim's former leader is called Blaine. Yes, but he has a bald head. Look at me. Blaine pointed to his hair. I am a hot spring hotel owner with lush, long hair. He spoke. He muttered in his heart. Are all young people now monsters? Can I even recognize me when I dress up like this? Oh, aren't you Blaine? That's right, I'm Interpol Zero. I'm currently investigating the issue of Cinnabar Jim's unexcused closure. I want to know something from you. Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his police officer ID. Cinnabar Gym has been closed for half a year for no reason. Leader Blaine is missing. This should be true. That's right. Blaine was taken aback by the police officer ID that Zhang Yuan suddenly took out, and nodded subconsciously. Thank you for your cooperation. Presumably a gym that has been closed for a long time has caused a lot of trouble for you Cinnabar Island residents. I recently officially reported to the Alliance that Cinnabar Gym's gym qualification has been revoked. Quote exclamation mark. Blaine's scalp was tingling. This kid is so sinister. Do young people nowadays not respect the old and love the young? Follow me. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Blaine's hunched body instantly straightened up, bursting out with a force that made Zhang Yuan's tongue twitch, dragging Zhang Yuan all the way to his hotel. This is a small hot spring hotel with a capacity of no more than 10 people. Looking left and right to see that no one was following, Blaine stopped covering it up and took off the wig on her head, revealing her original face. Boy, you hurt me. What do you mean by hurting you? You are a dignified Cinnabar gym leader, but you dismantled your gym and hid it on the island to be the owner of a hot spring hotel, which has refreshed my understanding of gym leader. Zhang Yuan picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Blaine is the most low gym leader Zhang Yuan has ever seen. He dismantled his own gym, which is even lower than the 3 Cerulean sisters in Cerulean City. Forget it, you don't even know what I told you. Blaine hesitated, thinking for a while, showing a suspicious look, but the Alliance will specifically investigate my gym. Don't lie to me, kid. Me. The more he thinks about it, the more wrong it is. With his connections in the Alliance, if the Alliance initiates an investigation on him, it is impossible for him to not get any news in advance. Then there is only one truth, that is, this little Wang Zhao child is lying. The tea is good, it's just a little cold. Zhang Yuan avoided answering, being a beautiful man drinking tea quietly. You kid, how could Blaine not know that he was cheated by him? He said gloomily, boy, impersonating an Interpol is going to go to jail. Blaine is very angry, thinking that he has been in the Alliance for decades, and he has never seen any storms, but today he was played around by a kid. Interpol's Kanto region police officer is right, Zero, the real thing. Zhang Yuan grinned and lit up the whole thing, making Blaine's teeth itch with hatred. Separation line Mewtwo here adopts the combined settings of the special chapter and the theatrical version. The professor in the theatrical version threw himself on the street without even leaking his face, and he really had no sense of existence. Chapter 144 Jim challenged second. Zhang Yuan said the purpose of his coming here, I'm here to challenge Cinnabar Jim. Do you think I'll accept your challenge? Blaine smiled, kindly. If you don't accept it, I'll report you. Zhang Yuan also responded with a kind smile. Zhang Yuan drank tea and Blaine glared. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds, and finally Blaine fell back. Boy, Yuan, follow me. Situation was pressing, and Blaine felt that if he were 10 years younger, he would definitely teach Zhang Yuan how to respect his seniors, but he is now being hunted by Team Rockets at a critical period, and he must not lose his identity as a gym trainer. Blaine took the lead, Zhang Yuan put the teacup on the table, and the two went through the door one after the other, all the way down, to the underground gym. The heat wave is blowing towards the face, and when people breathe, the whole lungs are hot. 4 iron chains are fixed at the 4 corners of the top of the cave, and the huge metal field hangs above the magma, which makes people feel scared from the bottom of their hearts. The idea of gym construction is very good. This should be the most distinctive gym in Kanto. Did you come up with it? First of all, Zhang Yuan first praised the design of gym. Without waiting for Blaine to brag a few words, Zhang Yuan continued. Although it is very distinctive, the battlefield built on magma. Blaine, aren't you afraid to slap the Challenger's 283 Pokemon into the magma to get a lawsuit? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. It's fine if you don't talk. Blaine was tired and uncomfortable. However, he was afraid that Zhang Yuan would make trouble again, and Blaine explained, This gym is not open to the public at ordinary times, it's just my personal training ground. You are the first challenger of this gym. Soga. Zhang Yuan stood in the challenger's position and looked at Blaine. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Cinnabar Island, site of the former Cinnabar gym. How is it? Is there any news? Several men in black met next to the ruins. Although there is no R logo on the clothes, but from their movements and clothes style, it can be seen at a glance that they are Team Rockets. No news, Blaine is hiding deep, no one on the island knows where he has gone. The trainers here say that they haven't seen Blaine for half a year, so that's right, said another Team Rockets. I heard some news on the street. The last Team Rockets hesitated when the little leader looked disappointed. There is news. Come and listen. Several people came over. I saw two people arguing on the street today, and I noticed it out of curiosity. Maybe a trainer grabbed an old man and called him Blaine. Are you sure he's talking about Blaine? It should be right. I still remember what the old man looked like. He took out his pen and drew a sketch, which was similar to the appearance of Blaine in disguise. The drawing is good. I didn't expect you to have such a hand. The leader took over the sketch with a smile. The Team Rockets laughed twice. Before I joined the organization, my dream was to be an artist. How about it, Captain? Is it Blaine? There was some anticipation in his eyes. If it was Blaine, he would have to be promoted and raised as an intelligence provider. Well, it doesn't look like much. The squad leader frowned as he compared Blaine's photo with the sketch. Huh. But it's still a bit similar. There is no other information now. Let's check it first. The team leader turned around. He was shrewd. If he went back now, he would definitely be scolded by Giovanni. Let's go and see where the old man lives. Cinnabar Gym Underground Training Ground. The battle rules are 3-on-3. When all Pokemon on one side lose their ability to fight, the other side wins. Do you have any questions? Blaine asked, standing on one side of the field. Yes. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and pointed to the side of the field. Don't you have a referee here? No, boy, you think my gym is burned, so there's still money to pay the referee. Blaine said with a dark face. Burning gym was a last resort at first, but now Blaine feels distressed when she thinks about it, and the boy on the other side is ignorant to expose his scars, so it's strange that Blaine has a good face. If you don't have it, you won't have it. It's okay to do it for a while. Zhang Yuan said reluctantly. Go, Ninetales, teach this kid a lesson. Blaine decided to educate Zhang Yuan in the battle. The first Pokemon to play was, as Zhang Yuan expected, his Ninetales. Zhang Yuan put his hand to his waist and thought for a moment. Kabuto decided it was you. Fire-type Ninetales against Shungshui and Rock-based Kabuto. According to the attribute restraint, the damage is only 1/4 of the original. This Ninetales does not seem to be of low level. Kabuto also has the power to fight due to the advantages of attributes. And Zhang Yuan looked at the results of Kabuto's appraisal just now. Evolution is coming soon. Just right. The delicate and small Kabuto is in stark contrast to the large and elegant Ninetales, but if anyone judges Kabuto's strength based on size alone, he is guaranteed to lose badly. Kabuto. This kind of ancient Pokemon is uncommon. Blaine was also taken aback when he saw Kabuto. He had been working on Pokemon for many years, and he knew how much Kabuto cherished. But boy, if you think that you can defeat me by relying on attribute restraint, you are wrong. Confident in his own strength, plus the venue is also his home, Blaine is very expansive. Is it because there are no challengers to challenge all the year round and become chatty? Zhang Yuan's muttering clearly entered Blaine's ears, making him froze as he was chattering endlessly. Ninetales. On the field, with a wave of Blaine's hand, Ninetales waving his Ninetales behind him, spewing a crimson flamethrower from his mouth. Kabuto, show the fox opposite your power, Hydro Pump. By Melodic himself, and the level of Kabuto being piled up to a very terrifying level by Zhang Yuan with a lot of battles, Kabuto has mastered the high-pressure hydro pump in Earl Dervish form. Dividing line Second more. Chapter 145 Kabutov's Ninetales, third more. Scoff, _. Water vapor evaporated, and under the blessing of the high temperature of the magma, the power of the flamethrower increased by more than a star and a half. After all, Sunny Day can enhance the power of fire-type tricks. Ninetales has a superior level and a favorable location. Kabuto is also not low in level and has attribute restraint. The high-pressure hydro pump and flamethrower are deadlocked in the air to win or lose. You can actually block the flamethrower of Ninetales. It seems that you still have some strength. Blaine said. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Blaine is noncommittal. He doesn't believe how accomplished Zhang Yuan is in Pokemon training at his age. Even the most talented Lance Crossing he has ever seen, relying on his Dragonite, is also in the 1780s. He only made his name in the league when he was young. Of course, he obviously didn't notice Zhang Yuan's previous statement that his official rank was police, and it was also related to the fact that he had been squatting at home in order to avoid Team Rockets and didn't know the latest league news. Kabuto, Rock Imprison. As soon as Zhang Yuan's order arrived, Kabuto made a special move, and 4 rocks fell from the sky. The target was Ninetales, who was waving his tail gracefully. Don't panic, use Iron Tail to break the stone. Blaine felt that he had regained his confidence as the Cinnabar gym leader in battle. Boy, against the fire-type Ninetales, instead of using the water-type moves that are extremely effective, use the rock-type moves instead. It seems that your commanding skills are not at home. Do you really use the Rock Imprison to attack Ninetales? Zhang Yuan had a weird smile on his face. He never said that Rock Imprison's goal was Ninetales. What do you mean? Did Kabuto's Rock Imprison mean anything else? Blaine had a bad feeling. Boom boom boom. Hitting Ninetales as expected, the 4 rocks slammed into the field where they were suspended in the air by slings. Ninetales' Iron Tail missed, stagnated in the air for about 2 seconds, and landed on the shaking field. The violent shaking caused the entire field to shake above the magma. Ninetales just fell to the ground and stood unsteadily, but Kabuto clung to the ground with his short claws and remained motionless. Ow tilde. Looking at the lava bubbling under his feet, Ninetales is also a little cowardly. Although there is a legend that Ninetales can withstand the high temperature of 5,000 degrees, whether this is true or false, no one has done experiments. Water Pulse. While you're dying, while Ninetales is unsteady, Kabuto uses the water pulse decisively. A stream of water vibrating with a specific frequency hits the Ninetales directly, causing a lot of damage to the Ninetales. More serious is that Ninetales seems to have entered a state of chaos after being killed. Flamethrower indiscriminately around, Ninetales has lost his mind. Ninetales, calm down, Blaine yelled, his voice bringing a little sanity to the confused Ninetales. Don't give him a chance, use the water gun. Never give your opponent a chance in battle. Biu. Without giving Ninetales any time to recover, Kabuto shot Ninetales with a water gun while dodging Ninetales' attack under Zhang Yuan's order. By Kabuto like this, Ninetales, who had regained his composure, became frantic again. Ninetales, use calm mind. Blaine doesn't give up, he's been a Pokemon trainer for decades, and Ninetales, while not his Earl Dervish Pokemon, is familiar enough with Ninetales. If you want to calm down Ninetales, you can only use the power of moves. Although Calm Mind's main function is to improve special attack, it can also make Pokemon calm down. A flash of light flashed from his jewel-like eyes, and Ninetales shielded his body with his tail, blocking the incoming attack, and his body glowed blue. After a while, after a few water guns from Kabuto, it finally returned to normal. Just that Ninetales' scarred appearance indicates that his stamina is under the warning line compared to Kabuto, who is calm and relaxed. Blaine frowned upon seeing this. He underestimated Zhang Yuan. Ninetails, can you hold on? Tilda. Ninetails raised his head and screamed, the fighting spirit in his eyes undiminished. Okay, let's keep fighting. I ain't give you a chance. Before Blaine ordered a counterattack, Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Asking for flowers. Snapped. Kabuto's body on the field shoots a dazzling white light. This is evolution. Blaine didn't expect Zhang Yuan's Kabuto to be here for evolution. Outside Blaine's spa hotel. Team Rockets, which had secretly gathered at the Cinnabar gym site before, had finally locked on Blaine's residence after much inquiries. Is this the old man's hotel? The Team Rockets captain whispered, hiding behind the wall. According to the information I have heard, it should be right. Captain, are we going to touch it? Asked the subordinate. Although this is just an ordinary hotel, it is very likely that the extremely dangerous Cinnabar gym leader Blaine lives in it. The Team Rockets captain hesitated for a moment, then he suddenly thought that if the opponent was really Blaine, with their strength, they probably wouldn't be Blaine's opponent, and if he went directly in, he would be killing himself. When Blaine was in Team Rockets, although he was only a researcher and rarely shot, but only a few shots, he showed great strength. Reason told him that he should leave and report the news, but the Team Rockets team leader thought of the previous order of the boss Giovanni. Whoever can grasp the actual whereabouts of Blaine can be promoted to Team Rockets cadre by exception. Let's touch in. Desire for promotion triumphed over reason. Seeking fortune in danger, wanting to gain the appreciation of Giovanni's boss and be promoted to a cadre, how can you do it without taking some risks? With that in mind, he took the lead and approached the hotel. As far as I can see, there is only a cup of tea that is half drunk. Where are the people? The members of Team Rockets were confused. The information they had heard earlier was clearly that the inn owner and a young man entered the inn, so why did they disappear in a blink of an eye? Go, do a search. If he's really Blaine, there should be some traces in the house. The Team Rockets captain said shrewdly. Dividing line The third update, there is one chapter left. Chapter 146 Riding on the Street. Kabutops made by Kabuto Evolution is very powerful. Streamlined carapace with high coverage, 2 gray-white, but extremely sharp arms. Although Kabutops is hunched over, the 2 knife arms stand in front of him, highlighting its threat. Field, Ninetails dodged left and right in Kabutops' attack, but it was obviously unable to avoid Kabuto's attack due to lack of physical strength. Brick Break, X Scissor, High Pressure Hydro Pump, Skull Bash. Give the combat autonomy to the Kabutops of the new evolution and let it go after Ninetails. Blaine is very weak. Kabutops' attack rhythm is very good, so that he can hardly find any flaws, and Ninetails' physical strength is bottomed out, and he can only fall to the ground helplessly. It seems that I won the first game. Zhang Yuan was in a good mood. Of challenges, no one can guarantee victory every time. Zhang Yuan enjoys every victory and believes that he will continue to win. Blaine felt that he couldn't hold on to his face. Before, he said that he wanted to educate others, but now he was defeated by Zhang Yuan. Fortunately, he had been in the league for so many years and had cultivated a cheeky face, otherwise he would have been ashamed to death. Go on, Raiden. Blaine dispatched his heavyweight Pokémon again. Ninetails has already proved with actual actions that Fire-type Pokémon cannot have a decisive effect in the face of the weakness of Kabutops of Water plus Rock dual type, even if the trick is hit. Water-type's moves can deal quadruple damage to Raiden of the Ground plus Rock type. Blaine, are you sure? This time, Zhang Yuan doesn't understand Blaine's idea. The damage is quadrupled, that is to say, the water gun can even cause damage to the hydro pump when hitting Raiden. isn't using Raiden against Kabutops with water attributes to kill himself. Blaine didn't say a word. Of course he knew about the issue of stat restraint, but most of the Pokemon in his hand were fire type, and this Raiden was the only one that could damage Kabutops. Roar! Raiden roared, and a fierce aura came over him. Kabutops, come back. In Blaine's strange eyes, Zhang Yuan took back Kabutops. Melodic, you go. Although Zhang Yuan didn't know Blaine's plan, to be safe, Zhang Yuan replaced Pokemon with Melodic, who was not restrained by Raiden and was stronger at the same time. Base. Melodic raised his head and whimpered softly, showing a very human expression of discomfort. Is really uncomfortable for Melodic, who lives in the water all the year round, so Melodic has attached a layer of water film to the body surface as always to keep the body surface moist. Blaine. He looked at the slender Melodic with a naturally elegant body in front of him, and there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. He's now thinking about Raiden being quadrupled by water-type Pokemon. Melodic, use Scald. Although the water-type Pokemon is limited by the environment in the volcano, it is not without some benefits. For example, Scald's trick, under the blessing of high temperature, the power has increased by dozens of percentages on the original basis. Raiden, stay out of the way, and use Thunderbolt. Fortunately, Raiden is not completely incapable of resistance. Scald's torrent rubbed Raiden's arm and shot to the ground, making Blaine and Raiden's heart skip a beat, eyes filled with joy. The unicorn rapid spin at the tip of the nose, in the high-speed friction, the crackling electric current converges on the unicorn, turning into a yellow lightning strike to Melodic on the other side of the field. Light screen, block it. The transparent light screen blocks the path of Thunderbolt, and the electric current hits the light screen, which bursts into fine tiny currents that disperse in the air and are easily blocked. As the level of Melodic is higher than the previous Ninetales, the Thunderbolt used by Raiden can't pose a threat to Melodic at all. Although the electricity-type trick can restrain the water-type Pokemon, it doesn't make any sense if the move can't hit. Zhang Yuan said something he didn't know who he heard from. Boy, you're really strong. Blaine's mind had calmed down. He realized that the kid in front of him, who had already become an Interpol after reading the scriptures, was definitely not inferior to him in terms of strength. Melodic made a lot of moves, and Raiden knew he was huge and bulky, so he just ducked a little, and then stopped. Like a heavily armored tank, Raiden uses Endure to sprint towards Melodic while constantly using Thunderbolt to limit Melodic's movement. The hydro pump slammed on Raiden's body. Raiden showed pain, but due to the effect of Endure, he still did not fall down and continued to move forward. Raiden, make a hell roll. ... Captain, I didn't find it. I don't have it here either. The Team Rockets turned the hotel upside down, only to find some daily necessities, and nothing to prove Blaine's identity was found. Captain, I found something strange here. A loud shout called out Team Rockets and all the team members. The hot spring emitting dense steam is simply divided into two hot spring pools for men and women. Hot springs. What's so weird about that? Team Rockets felt like he was being teased. In addition to tourists, Cinnabar Island has the most hot springs. If this can also become suspicious, doesn't it mean that the hotels in the entire Cinnabar Island have to be investigated? Not Captain, look at that nozzle. The team pointed to the hot spring nozzle carved by Gyarados. Sprinkler. The Team Rockets team leader was reminded and found something wrong. This 2.0 sculpture. So exquisite. If this kind of sculpture is placed in those high-end hot spring hotels on the island, there will be no violation, but it is placed here. The squad leader looked around, and the sculpture was completely out of tune with the surrounding environment. Go and see. Instructing one of the team members to come forward to check, he put his hand on the Pokeball around his waist and was on guard. Then the team member who was named looked bitter, walked forward, stretched out his hand and touched the sculpture of Gyarados for a while, and then only heard a click. Cave. equals 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 dividing line equals 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 equals. I am already a salted fish in the update world. First more. Chapter 147. The atmosphere is stiff. Captain. The team members of Team Rockets turned their attention to their captain, and this was obviously the door, so what should they do next? To go down or not to go down? The Team Rockets captain is also hesitant, and there is a good chance of finding Blaine if they go down, but they may not be able to deal with Blaine. But if they don't go on, they can't find out whether the owner of the cave is Blaine, and reporting wrong information to Boss Giovanni is far more serious than the consequences of inaction. Thinking about it, he made a compromise decision and clicked on the team member who opened the mechanism just now. You stay here, if we don't come back after we go down, you will report the matter here to Boss Giovanni. Of course, this is not because the Team Rocket's team leader is selfless. The reason why he keeps people on it is mainly to leave a way out for himself. If there is really any danger below, and these people are trapped, the organization can still follow the news. Come to support. Yes, Captain. Let's go down. ... 14. A waterfall-like flow of water flowed down from the battlefield, and it fell on the magma to make a chee-chee sound. The water vapor rose, and the magma on the surface was condensed and turned into dark brown volcanic rock. The field was covered with a lot of stagnant water. Raiden was lying in the puddle, his huge body twitched from time to time, his eyes were dull and he lost consciousness. Raiden's hell roll is very strong. Zhang Yuan exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by Raiden's life-threatening attack just now. The hell roll and brick break instantly cut into Melodic's side, giving Zhang Yuan the illusion of challenging a fighting gym instead of a flame-type gym. But unfortunately, Raiden's attribute disadvantage has reached an irreversible situation. Under the quadruple damage, although Raiden used Endure to survive the first wave of high-pressure hydro pump, in the fight with Melodic close combat, he was shot to the ground by Melodic's Aqua Tail, and finally ended the fight with Surf. ... Blaine was silent for a few seconds. Your Melodic is very strong, but the next match will be as easy as these two. Blaine's face turned serious, and he was beaten by a near-overwhelming advantage in 2 consecutive games, which made the blood that had cooled in his heart boil again. The hearts of fire-type Pokemon trainers are mostly as hot as fire. Although Blaine is the owner of a hot spring hotel incognito, it is obvious that the fire in his heart has never been extinguished. Come out, my old friend. With a wave of his arm, a fiery red figure like a burning flame jumped out of the magma, splashed high, and finally landed on the field. The body exudes high temperature, and the flame-like pattern on the body twists and beats as if it is burning in the twisted air. The lava on the body drips on the field, and the field that has become wet due to Melodic quickly evaporates, and the steam surrounds the cave, as if. The sense of sight in front of him made Zhang Yuan blurt out, "Steam in a sauna." Blaine, who was in the concave shape, stumbled upon hearing the words and almost fell into the lava, with black lines all over his head. The serious, tense, and ready battle atmosphere just now was completely destroyed. The atmosphere destroyer Zhang Yuan once again showed his ability to destroy the atmosphere. But Blaine is Blaine, he showed good mental quality and stabilized his mentality. A deep breath. Magmar, this time the opponent is very strong. Magmar responded. As Blaine's earliest Pokemon, a tacit understanding has been formed between them after decades of getting along, and it goes without saying that Magmar is already on guard. But Zhang Yuan's actions again exceeded Blaine's expectations. Come back, Melodic. In Blaine's strange eyes, Zhang Yuan withdrew Melodic. What's the matter, boy? You didn't send out Melodic, who has the advantage in the formality attribute. Do you have any stronger water-type Pokemon? Or only so many Kanto region water-type Pokemons, but maybe Gyarados can barely count as one that is stronger than Zhang Yuan's Melodic just now. But also consider Johto, Hoenn, and the water-type Pokemon at Sinnoh. After all, Zhang Yuan can have Melodic, who knows if he will pull out other water-type Pokemon. But Zhang Yuan is obviously not good at calculating all the time, and he sometimes likes the feeling of fighting against the strong. In Melodic's words, wouldn't this fight be too boring? So, Zhang Yuan rubbed the Ultra Ball in his hand. Go, Salamence! Roar! As soon as Salamence appeared, he raised his neck and roared, looking at Magmar, who was obviously of a high level. The Salamence of the Hoenn region. Plus the Melodic before. Are you from Hoenn? Blaine recognized the Pokemon in front of her at a glance. Zhang Yuan shook his head in denial. No, I am a native of Kanto. Blaine just asked casually. His attention was always on Salamence, and although he wasn't restrained by his attributes, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. From the perspective of momentum, the fierce and aggressive Salamence is much more difficult to deal with than the quiet and elegant Melodic. Moreover, attacking Salamence, who has flight attributes, is a big challenge for Magmar, who can't fly 393. Salamence spread his wings, wagged his tail, and taunt-roared at Magmar. Magmar stood still, his eyes fixed on Salamence, trying to figure out where it was going. Just as the two sides confronted each other, a voice that did not belong to the two sides rang. Captain, where the hell is this place? It's killing me. Atmosphere suddenly stiffened, and both Magmar and Salamence looked in the direction of the voice. Conversation didn't stop. It's hot. Was this door baked in the stove? Which idiot designed it? Shut up and open the door, that old Blaine must be here. Zhang Yuan heard this and looked at Blaine, only to see a look of embarrassment on Blaine's face, and of course rage. Click. The metal door was pushed open. 2 Pokemon, 4 pairs of 8 eyes fell on the group of people at the door. A few Team Rockets looked at the scene in front of them in shock like ducks strangled by their throats, opening their mouths, but couldn't speak. Dividing line Update, continue coding to the next chapter. Chapter 148 Raw Roast Firo. Morita felt that his luck was really back to the extreme today. First, he was assigned by the boss Giovanni to participate in the 5-star task of searching for Blaine. After searching Cinnabar Island for a day, he finally got some clues from his subordinates and followed up. Looking for it now, I found it, but Morita felt that it would be better if he didn't find Blaine. By Salamence and Magmar, the timid guy was already shaking his legs, and the faint urge to urinate came from his crotch. It looks like a mouse has slipped in, Blaine. Zhang Yuan looked at the guys who were obviously Team Rockets with interest, with an expression of watching the show. A little trouble. Blaine secretly thought that he was chased home by Team Rockets, and he would make such a low-level mistake one day. What troubled him even more was that this incident was seen by Zhang Yuan, who was in Interpol. It was not a glorious thing to have served in Team Rockets. Team Rockets in the future, but also be held accountable by the Alliance. Is today my unlucky day? Thinking that he was just walking around the street today, he brought back the trouble of Zhang Yuan and went home with a group of Team Rockets. Blaine has no hair. If he had hair, he would grab a handful of hair. No matter what, let's deal with Team Rockets first. Zhang Yuan's problem will be discussed later. He is behind the relationship in the Alliance, and there is still room for this matter to be turned around. Want my help? Seemingly seeing Blaine's entanglement, Zhang Yuan extended a helping hand, and Salamence flapped his wings twice, increasing his sense of presence. Thank you, I can handle it. Blaine declined politely, but anyone could see his expression of fear of Zhang Yuan's troubles. Okay then. Zhang Yuan looked regretful, as if feeling sorry for not being able to help Blaine. As for what kind of thoughts are in his heart, only Zhang Yuan himself knows. Magmar, flamethrower tilde. Blaine directed Magmar. Magmar jumped hard on both legs and jumped from the battle arena to the gate, right in front of the Team Rockets. Open your mouth, facing Audiobooks and wheezing in front of you is a flamethrower. The raging flames were dark red, and the air temperature rose sharply. Before the flamethrower hit, Audiobooks' skin was already making a sizzling sound, and it fell into the effective burns. Involuntarily backing away, Audiobooks screamed in pain, twisting and curling up. Audiobooks' trainer was startled when he saw this scene. Get out of the way. Coughing saw that his companion was burnt by the high temperature. Not afraid of the high temperature, he used a mud bomb to attack Magmar and planned to provide cover for Audiobooks. Magmar did not bother to hide and completely ignored Coughing's attack. Boom. It turns out that flamethrower moves much faster than Audiobooks, misses the best time to dodge when Magmar moves, and Audiobooks' end is doomed. Roaring flames burned, and Coughing's mud bombs turned into mud bombs before they got close. When blown by the flames, they turned into mud and dust, which fascinated the eyes of the Team Rocket's players. Cough, hurry away. My eyes. Funksha was stunned. There were 7 people in a team. Except for the one who stayed behind, 4 of the remaining 6 were stunned. Audiobooks did the same, and then it was filled with another flamethrower by Magmar. This is a built-in sand attack effect. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and analyzed, but it's slightly weaker than sand attack. Converting your opponent's moves into your own attack is a great way to snatch the rhythm of the fight in battle. As for the dirt floating on his side, this level of sediment could not even break through the confusion barrier on the outermost layer of his body. Fearow, Hurricane. As a fully configured Team Rocket's squad, flying Pokémon is a must-have Pokémon species. Fearow's 2 wings whipped up a gust of wind, blowing the sand out of the air. However, you, Re so brave, Magmar is still watching. Zhang Yuan complained as he watched a group of Team Rockets unguardedly release Fearow to clear the battlefield. Blind-eyed to the obviously strong Magmar, Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to lament their stupidity or their stupidity. Just as Zhang Yuan had expected, Magmar stepped on the ground, flames erupted from his 2 fists, and jumped up into the sky. Fire punch. A fist hit Wheezing, twisting the seemingly solid Wheezing into shape. Gas. Wheezing fainted decisively, in one go, without a single pause. Fearow, who had just used Hurricane, screamed when he saw that this Magmar dared to hurt his accomplice right under his nose. The mouth lit up with white light, and the long, pointed beak pecked at Magmar's eyes, and the team members of the Team Rockets next to him released a joint attack of the water-type Wartortle. Facing the pinch, Magmar opened his mouth skillfully. Flamethrower and Hydro Pump counteract each other's evaporation and even reflex to suppress Wartortle, and for Fearow who was pecked over, Magmar directly reached out his hand and accurately grasped the pecked beak. Chirp. The bones that make up the sharp mouth emit blue smoke, and Fearow screams and wants to break free, and is approached by Magmar, which can survive in the magma. Its mouth has become charred black, and even brittle into black debris powder in some places. The heat even twisted Fearow's feathers, giving off a smell of burning feathers. Fearow, who was about to turn into a roasted bird, was about to be killed by Magmar, but Fearow was not willing to go on the street like this. The yellow light condensed in the mouth, and there was light seeping through the gap at the corner of the mouth. At the same time, Fearow's eyes flashed with madness, and his mouth was trembling, which made Magmar feel a little unable to hold it. Vibration became more and more intense, as if he felt some danger. Magmar threw his hand and threw Fearow directly. Seeing that Fearow was thrown into the sky and still in the air, a yellow light shot out from Fearow's mouth. Then came the explosion. Big explosion. Boom. Separation line Update. Chapter 149 Team Rockets, Flutter. As a universal, effective and powerful move, Hyper Beam is deeply loved by the majority of Pokémon trainers. However, while Hyper Beam is powerful, It also has a big disadvantage, that is, because the power of this move is too high, sometimes even the Pokémon that releases this move is difficult to control the Hyper Beam. This is particularly evident in the Pokémon of Team Rockets, because most of the Pokémon in their hands are obtained through illegal means and have basically not undergone systematic training. Fearo's use of Hyper Beam to escape from Magmar's clutches was a helpless move. Although he escaped from Magmar's hands as he wished, Fearo found himself out of control of Hyper Beam as soon as he regained his freedom. The yellow energy detonated in Fearo's mouth. Seeing the effect of the Hyper Beam blasting, Zhang Yuan felt a bit of a toothache. Magmar wasn't feeling well either. It was like throwing a grenade and holding the grenade for too long. It was blown away by Fearo's explosion. Good chance. Go. Squad leader Morita saw the opportunity to throw his 3 Essence 817 Spirit Balls. Beedrill, Golem, and a Machamp, 3 Pokémon attacking Magmar from 3 directions. As for the bald-billed sparrow next to it with its mouth blown. Of course Team Rockets doesn't care about its life or death. Maybe its trainer will feel a little distressed, but that is also distressed for the cost of treating Fearo after the battle, rather than distressed about its injury. Magmar shouted, shook his head, looked at the 3 Pokémon rushing over, didn't panic at all, opened his mouth slowly, and a vortex of flames formed in the air. At this time, Golem took the lead in rushing into the vortex of flames, and used his feet to use Sandstorm in the vortex of flames. There was sand and dust in the field, but unlike being caught off guard by Magmar's sand attack before, this time Team Rockets were well prepared, all with windscreen goggles on. Woo tilde. Magmar was hit by the fine sand, and his body was very uncomfortable, but it still maintained a vortex of flames. Golem is also very uncomfortable to be wrapped in flame vortex. It has the genus of rock BDCJ, but rock is not immune to fire damage. Seeing Magmar's flaws, Machamp let out a strange cry, raised his 4 arms, and lunged at him from the side. Brick break. Beedrill is not as reckless as Machamp. It is afraid of high temperature and only dares to release Poison Sting at a distance. Blaine, do you really need my help? Your Magmar is not good, Zhang Yuan said beside him. Surrounded by 3 Pokémon, Magmar is already showing signs of fatigue, and his fists are no match for 8 hands. Although Magmar is strong, he lacks the ability to clone himself, and he will suffer a lot. Salamence, who was beside him with a fierce look, and his heart was beating. Of oppressive power, 10 Magmars are no match for Salamence, who secretly exerts dragon power. Blaine knows this. Crap, can't he see that Magmar is at a disadvantage? One-on-one, Blaine believes that none of the 3 Pokémon in front of him are Magmar's opponents, but 3-on-1. Magmar's level isn't high enough for 1-on-3 from Johto. But Blaine opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say the word for help. It's not that he has a good face, but that there are new changes in the field. Magmar, who took a brick break from Machamp, stepped back several meters, with a look of pain on his face. Beedrill Poison Sting shot at it like a machine gun, and inserted a lot of Poison Sting on it. Fortunately, the high temperature on Magmar's body burned the venom in Poison Sting to ashes, which saved Magmar from being poisoned. Machamp had the upper hand and continued to pursue, with Beedrill cooperating. Woo! The face of Beedrill and Machamp's attack, Magmar resolutely admitted his counsel, jumped over, thumped, and jumped into the lava with his back, splashing the lava waves. Ow! Magmar withdrew, which was a pain for Machamp in the charge, and it hit Beedrill's Poison Sting directly and was stabbed into a hedgehog. Golem, who had been trapped in the Vortex of Flame, was freed by it after the Vortex of Flame lost Magmar's flame maintenance. Is there such an operation? Seeing Magmar jumping into the lava, the uninitiated Team Rockets were stunned. Wouldn't it really not be baked into ashes? But as it turns out, their worries were clearly superfluous, and Magmar is doing well, very well. Grunt. Magmar emerged from the magma, refreshed, and after taking a magma bath, the lost physical strength actually recovered a lot, it was almost the same as opening. With a dark face, Morita felt that he should run away quickly. Such a long time, Magmar could not be solved, and Salamence had been eyeing him all the time. It was not a wise choice to stay here. He decided to go back and notify the boss Giovanni and mobilize the real superior. Of course, this kind of youthful thinking is also based on the fact that he did not know that Zhang Yuan had just beaten the so-called superior in his head in Seafoam Islands not long ago. Quietly made 2 gestures to his subordinates, and quietly moved his footsteps back. Hey, are you going to leave like this for interrupting my gym challenge? At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had been silent next to him, suddenly spoke up, and with a single sentence, Team Rockets, who were about to retreat, stiffened. Salamence finally waited for Zhang Yuan's order, raised his head and roared, his wings fluttered, and saw a red and blue shadow whizzing past, and then the door they entered was blocked by Salamence. This road is dead. Zhang Yuan laughed a little badly. In order to cooperate with Zhang Yuan's words, Salamence also slapped Golem, who was rushing up to force a breakthrough, and slapped it out like a ball. The unlucky Golem almost rolled into the lava. I'm arresting you now on charges of trespassing in houses, illegally using Pokemon, and gathering a crowd to cause trouble. Zhang Yuan just showed off his police officer's card, and did not report his name when dealing with such criminals. Morita and his subordinates looked desperate. How come there is still a policeman in this TM? The third more. Rest went and stayed up all night. Chapter 150 Cinnabar Badge. Team Rockets threw a dozen Pokeballs, and cooperated with the leaders Machamp and Beedrill to try to break through Salamence's defense. But they were hit by a Dragon Rage from Salamence, and they didn't have the slightest temper. Salamence is used to seeing that kind of big battle in the Seafoam Islands. What is the siege of a dozen Pokemon now? Zhang Yuan's action completely cut off the last hope of Morita and other Team Rockets players. Run away. Non-existent. So what exactly are you here for? Zhang Yuan asked, throwing the Pokeball in his hands. Several Team Rockets were tied with ropes, sitting in a row in the corner, very honest. Zhang Yuan knew the advisor. These guys are definitely not here to find themselves. Since the goal is not themselves, who else can be here? We're just tourists here by mistake. Confessing that he had to sit through a wide prison, Morita did not enter the palace as soon as he entered the palace. Facing Zhang Yuan's interrogation, he could bear his temper. No matter how ridiculous this reason is, Morita will kill himself as a tourist. No matter Zhang Yuan believes it or not, no matter how he threatens Morita, he will always insist that he is a tourist who entered this cave by mistake. As long as he hides the identity of Team Rockets, their previous behavior will be the best. It will be closed for a few more days, and you will be fined. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Apparently other Team Rockets members did not have such rich experience as he was, and was scared to death by the Gengar released by Zhang Yuan. Perhaps the integrity of being a member of a criminal organization is still there. Although these people are cowardly, none of them betrayed the organization. Zhang Yuan is not in a hurry, he has 10,000 ways to get them to speak. Let Salamence use Longway to oppress their nerves. Gengar takes advantage of the situation to use hypnosis, so that the members of Team Rockets who have lost their inner defense line can't parry, and the purpose of this Team Rockets is exposed. After an indescribable interrogation. Blaine, they're here to get you. Didn't expect you to be on Team Rockets. Zhang Yuan pretended to be surprised. The exaggerated expression made Blaine unable to complain. That's right, was out there, and it was useless to cover it up, Blaine simply admitted. In the current environment where the Alliance and Team Rockets are fighting to the death, even if he once joined Team Rockets, he will at most lose some of the trust of the Alliance and be questioned by the Alliance. The big guys in the Kwantung Alliance are not stupid. They will not push Blaine to become a scientific researcher, and Flint will be an important gym trainer to Team Rockets, and they will only choose to stabilize him. Moreover, there are also many trainers and scientists who have defected from Team Rockets in the Alliance, and they can all be whitewashed. Would you like to continue the fight then? Magmar leapt into the field, assuming a fighting stance. Blaine, obsessed with the unfinished battle before, asked Zhang Yuan tentatively. From the point of view of a normal trainer, Blaine, who once joined Team Rockets, is undoubtedly not a good person, and challenging such a gym will likely have a negative impact on them even if they get a badge. But Zhang Yuan had a smile on his face. As a police officer of Interpol, he had left the stage of looking at people's faces and acting. Of course, he who maintained a cooperative relationship with Giovanni would not care whether Blaine had been in Team Rockets before. Come on, let's continue. Jim's challenge to this serious thing can't be abandoned halfway. Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit continued. Salamence landed on the battle arena, with Magmar occupying the other side of the field. Flamethrower and Hyper Beam collided, Ember exploded, energy sputtered, and the battle was fierce. The flesh collided, and the flames intertwined. Magmar and Salamence face off against each other and are on fire. You fire a fire blast, I fire a hyper beam, and both sides attack the bomber battlefield, making the chains hanging on the field rattle. Team Rockets, who were tied up in the corner, saw their mouths dry. They had never seen such a fierce battle before. As the team leader, Morita was a bit higher level than his subordinates. He could vaguely judge the relationship between the two. Level. This Salamence definitely has the strength of the Alliance elite. No wonder our full squad is only responsible for intelligence collection. He sounded the warning given to him by the branch cadres before he took on the task. They can't deal with an enemy of this level at all. Fortunately, I left someone to go back to report the news. The reinforcements should arrive soon. Morita thought silently, a little fortunate. ... The battle finally came to an end. Magmar, who was incapacitated, fell to the ground, and Salamence, whose body was slightly charred, was also a little tired. You win, Blaine said. Magmar is incapacitated. Counting the previous 2 games, all the 3 Pokémon he sent are incapacitated, and this gym challenge is a complete defeat. If Zhang Yuan had an attribute advantage in the first 2 games and used attributes to suppress his Pokémon, but in the 3rd game, both sides really depended on their strengths. After a battle, Blaine thought he had done his best, but he was still 1 step behind Zhang Yuan's Salamence, and he was convinced that he lost. This is the badge of Cinnabar Jim, you deserve it. He took out the badge and threw it to Zhang Yuan. Blaine glanced at it quickly, adding the badge of Cinnabar, and found no more than 12 badges on Zhang Yuan's body. You should be attending this year's Quartz conference, Blaine said. The deadlock must be broken, and the boring atmosphere must be broken. Blaine continued to chat with Zhang Yuan on this point. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, the badges have been collected. Isn't this an obvious thing? In the Kanto region, apart from those weird trainers and self-defeating guys, which one doesn't aim to participate in the Quartz tournament? Seeming to realize that her question was not good enough, Blaine laughed awkwardly. With your strength, there must be no problem with a Quartz championship. I mourned for the Pokémon trainer who was at the same time as Zhang Yuan. It was a bunch of unlucky guys to meet such a monster. Zhang Yuan smiled modestly. I hope to qualify for the competition, don't stop at the group stage. So humble that Blaine wanted to hit someone. Group matches. If you can't make it through the group stage, I'll eat shit, okay.